Hear me? Okay. You hear me? Okay, good. All right. 2 minutes.所以那个，对，我这也是。Okay. Hello, everyone. I think we can get the morning session of the second day started. Good. Okay, I see that. So originally we had Professor Mickey Ladd of Technion to give a talk, but due to last-minute complication, he couldn't join. We're planning. I'll be as a backup speaker for him. So hopefully that will be equally entertaining. So this is a talk I have given recently. I think when I visited the MBZ University AI, actually I gave a similar talk. But today I probably give another version and with some of the latest progress. Right? As you can see, that this is a sort of a reflect some of our recent, in the past 2-3 years, our reflection on what is behind the deep learning, what is behind artificial intelligence, or intelligence in general, right? What are the computational mathematical principles that may be providing some kind of governing or unifying views or explanation to what the practice of artificial intelligence. And also you can think about this as a continuation of very complementary to the lecture I gave on the tutorial day, the first day, where we talk about how do you use a sort of a measure of information game to deduce deep networks from first principles. But there we actually talk about how to do this in to learn the features, right? Learn representations. But how do you know the deep network plays a role as optimization? But the question is the optimal solution may not be the correct solution, right? In order to ensure that the optimization process, the deep network give you the correct representation, you need an additional mechanism to ensure the representation is correct. I will be clear about by what I mean by that in a second, right? So continuing from the start, right, we had the tutorial, the first talk, is that the one way, everybody talk about we try to understand deep learning, we try to understand what's going on, right, as a black box. So in the past 10 years, a lot of the theoretical study has to be study the deep network itself as the object of study. To me, actually, that's not necessarily the right thing, right? So maybe one question we should ask is what the learning is trying to do. Right? If we are clear about that objective, maybe deep networks, all its manifestations, all its different versions, variants, are just the means to the end. Right? We can have a much deeper understanding of what's going on. Right? It's more. So we try to backstep a little bit. What is the learning trying to do? Right? I elaborated a little bit on in the previous talk. So then we try to highlight it. Then one thing we actually find out that maybe almost all the learning purpose is trying to build a model for the world from our external visual data or audio data or the sensorial data, right? A learned structure represented in a very compact structured way so that we can use the learned as a memory to predict what's going to happen, right? Hence, we call this parsimony principle. How to build a compact structured model of the world. The central question there, how do we measure that? How do you know the model is good, right? So there's the measure of goodness, and we'll introduce that briefly. And then the focus of today is that, I talk about the first part a little bit more during the first lecture, but today I'll focus on the second thing. If the network is trying to optimize representation, but the optimized representation may not be the correct representation. All right? That's completely two different concepts. Optimal solution is not necessarily the correct one. Right? Now, how do you ensure the correctness? And that's the second principle. And we'll see how an effective computation mechanism can ensure that. Right? Because if you think about it, some of the mechanism people do, like backpropagation, is kind of ensuring that, but the nature may not be able to have the luxury to do that. Then what additional mechanism, probably more effective, more efficient mechanism allows you to do that. That's what we call how to ensure self-consistency. Right? As I said, some of you, if you attended my previous lecture, you probably know this, right? And we try to do things in a very deductive way. Right? We start with the assumption our data maybe belongs to multiple classes, multi-model data, right? Multiple low-dimensional structures, right? Each class of data, each class of images, apple belongs to a low-dimensional manifold. Orange is another manifold, right? Maybe this is an apple, this is an orange. They're sitting on this manifold, sits on a million dimensions, right? If you have a picture of a million pixels, every picture is a dot, right? You have a collection of those. Now the question is, we see all this image, we get bombarded with images and videos. What our brain is trying to do? We try to build a very compact structure model for it, right? We try to sort them out. Now, how do we measure compactness and the structure? We'll get into that in a second. Right, in the sense that this is why deep learning was successful in the first place. It is seek a very simplistic model, right? We have multiple class of data, right? We try to map each class into a singleton, into a one hot label, right? I think there's quite a few lectures at the tutorial talk about that. This phenomenon, you try to collapse all the data in one class into that one singleton, right? This is a so-called neural collapse phenomena. The way to do that is try to enforce the map that you learned, the deep network. I think it's running out of, I don't have the F, to be able to, the output to mostly closely correlated to the one hot singleton, right? One hot label, Y. There. This pointer doesn't work. Can someone, I think the pointer is out of battery or something. Do you have another pointer? Yeah. It's very hard to move, right? In fact, I would argue, if deep network hinted they choose a different output representation, it won't work, okay? So the very reason, yeah, do you have a pointer? Which one? Yeah, it is, but it doesn't work. Yeah, it's running out of battery. Yeah, do you have another pointer? Okay, good. So this is one thing, right? So the question is that but collapsing all each class into one singleton may be good enough for classification, right? You can get a very good classifiers, as many things that people assume. But what if I do something else? Our brain is not just a classifier, right? We recognize apple not because we recognize it's apple. We actually close our eyes, we can visualize what an apple looks like, right? What if you want to go back to regenerate the data? Sort of this, generative model, right? How do you do that? So hence you don't want, does anyone has a pointer? It's very annoying. Anyone has a pointer? So you do not want this collapse to one subspace. For example, all the image of apples, right? There may be 10 attributes, spans the 10-dimensional manifolds, right? You want to map that to a 10-dimensional subspaces, right? Rather than a one-dimensional singleton. Does anyone has? This is coming back, come and go for some reason. Yeah. See, I think it's running out of battery. It's just come and go. Hello? Do you have a new one? This one definitely doesn't work. Okay. Huh? It does not work. Oh, yeah, please, yeah. Now? Do you have the battery there? Can you bring the battery? Can you bring the battery here? Yeah, that will be better. I need to use the, shoot. Okay, you don't have another pointer? Anyway, so good. How do we do with a physical pointer or something? Let's see if I have one. Do you have? Good. Yeah, just something. Yeah. This one works? Okay. No, there's doesn't have pointer. No, it doesn't. What? It doesn't have pointer. No, it doesn't. Okay. It's very strange. Yeah. Okay, good. So you actually want to make sure this mapping is 1-1, right? You want to make the most generative one, right? And so the question is, how do you go back, right? You want to make sure your model is actually faithful, right? The mapping is faithful, right? So, for example, we want to make if the original distribution could be nonlinear, but we try to make it linear, map the linear subspaces, right? Make it a very compact, standard, structured. Right? Now, once you do this, let's just formulate this a little bit. If this is what you wanted to do, you want to make the mapping 1-1 and make it a standard model out of your distribution. Now, suddenly you realize, right, in order to make different classes, let's say orthogonal, apple, oranges are not intersecting, become independent, right? You suddenly actually realize that even you can, if each dimension, each class has a, first class has D1 dimension, second class has D2 dimension, right? In order to make them separately independent in subspaces, you actually have to have at least the ambient space for the feature space to be at least as large as the sum of all the individual subspaces, right? So the D will be larger than that. Now, if you wanted to do this, if this is something sensible to do, you suddenly realize that then the distribution, the feature for each class is actually embedded in the hidden, in the feature space, right? No matter how little D is. Hence, the feature will be hidden as a low-dimensional subspace or surfaces in that subspace, in that space. So therefore, if the structure, if those features, the image of the features in the feature space are not clear, it's that the cluster is still some curve, crazy curves. There's no way you can trace them. You still have to random sample to get them, right? So one thing to make that easy, you have to make the feature in the feature space distribution to be standard, very, very structured, right? So linear subspace become one of the natural choices, right? We want to make it linear so we can identify them. So now the next question is, if this is a class of model I'm trying to map all the data in the world into those mixture of subspaces. Which one is a good one? How do I measure the goodness, right? For example, if my data, like apple lies on one line, orange lies on another line, right? Left and right, they both says the two class of the images lies on the two lines, right? Intrinsically, they're the same model. But somehow we always prefer the left one, right? The image of the apple and the image of the orange are orthogonal subspaces. They're independent, statistically independent, or geometrically orthogonal. We prefer that. Why? Right. So there's actually a very good information theoretical reason for that, because the one picture on the left achieved the maximum information gain. What we mean by that is that if you don't tell me where the apple and oranges are, right? They just span the whole space. In order to find which individual image or each individual features is, I needed to encode that entire space. I need a lot of epsilon ball to pack that entire spaces to tell me which location each individual feature is. But if you specify your data is on those blue lines, right? I only need the number of green balls to specify which location of each feature. The volume becomes much less. Therefore, the notion between the volume for the whole minus volume for the parts is a very fundamental quantity, right? A way to measure that. So then, of course, hence we're here trying to make the computable. We are just to use or this is a continuous distribution. In order to make this save the data on the digital computer, right? We try to quantize it. We use the epsilon ball to pack it. The number of balls, the blue balls, actually is given by the first formula, right? That's just the whole volume. You can think about log determined capture. What is the number of balls for that space, right? Yeah. Good. Thank you. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. So this actually can capture what is it? Still doesn't work. Anyway, I think. Yeah. So that's the very strange. Maybe I can just point like this. You can just see a fraction of it. Yeah. So this is so this first one is actually capture how many number of balls, right? Logits of the log of that number of balls, volumes. The second is actually the parts, sum of the parts. Right. The difference is actually called this actually is a rate reduction. It's how many average number of bits you need to describe a feature falls into this region, right? The blue region. Right. The second one is just the how many number of bits you need to specify the green balls in that region. Right. The difference, what we call, is actually we call the rate reduction. It's kind of the number of coding rate for the whole minus the coding rate for the parts. Right. You can think about this as kind of measure for information gain. Naturally, you want to maximize this. Right. So you want to get to maximize your information gain. So that you prefer the left representation rather than left. Now, what's good about this, right? Right. This is actually a formula. So this is actually assuming your data such a piecewise Gaussian, piecewise linear. You can actually measure this very accurately. This is a closed form. Computed very efficiently. You can compute this by computing the covariance of each matrix. But what's good about this? Almost everything we know about deep network comes from this formula, right? So how do we do? We want to optimize this thing, right? The one thing to optimize, remember, everybody, we try to do this, let's just compute the gradient, right? We want to maximize this quantity, we compute its gradient, we do gradient ascent, right? Well, as soon as you do that, you realize this is the formula for the gradient, right? This actually has two interpretations, if you wish. One, you can interpret this inverse matrix. By the way, this formula is exactly the residual, right, of the using data to auto-regress each other. And this is a residual from that. And you can interpret this inverse matrix as a linear operator acting on the feature. And this is precisely interpreting this as a residual network. And now, if you say, I just do volume and expansion of the inverse of matrix, take the first order term. That's exactly the terms shows up in the self-attention transformer. Right? Basically, what this is doing is very, very stupid. Right? I try to compress each class, making each class, this distribution become a subspace. I try to squeeze it, linearize it. I compute the volume. Right? If it's not linear, I can squeeze it. So the gradient just tells me which direction to squeeze. It's most effective. For different classes, I want to expand them. The residual tells me directions, in which direction I expand is most effective. That's it. But interestingly, both have exactly the mathematical form. It just matter of put a positive sign or negative sign. You're expanding, or you're contrasting, or you're contracting. They're exactly the same mathematical operator. Residual network, transformers are doing exactly the same. Just who is more accurate. Now, suddenly, once you realize that, right, you actually can derive the network as just a means to achieve optimization, to do compression and expansion. Nothing more, nothing less, right? Since the inception of deep networks, right, all the practice deep network has been on the left column. Try to fit some input-output relationships. And the net architecture is tried and tested, right? You design in a very empirical way, right? You augment the data. You randomly initialize carefully, right? And you do backpropagation to optimize, right? After you are done, you get a black box. And you spend millions of dollars training a big model. In the end, the feature, still you call it latent or hidden, which is somewhat ironic to think about it, right? Now, once you know if the object function, if the network, if we are trying to optimize the whole representation learnings to maximize the information gain, everything is upside down. Right? Object function becomes information theoretically rigorous. Then the network, each layer, ResNet, transformer, every layer is trying to do iterative optimization to make the information gain better and better. Right? And each layer is doing projected gradient descent itself, not optimizing the neural network. Network itself is doing optimization, layer by layer, iteration by iteration. Okay? That's very different from how you train neural network. Of course, you can train, if the forward iteration unrolling is not good enough, of course you can fine-tune it. Nobody can stop you from doing that. Just like, Yang-Kuhn optimized Lista, give a more effective algorithm for a recovery sparse solution. It's the same idea, right? And the good thing about it is this network, all the architecture, a white box. You know exactly what each layer is doing. Mathematically, they're completely transparent. Every parameter, right? And in the end of the day, you get a representation which is also transparent, independent subspaces, compact standard structure. So as engineers, I like this because as a control engineer, we know that, right? Any system, before we control it, before we compute it, what do we do first? If it's nonlinear, we linearize them. If they're not standard, we standardize them. This is exactly the same procedure. I'm pretty sure our brain is doing the same thing with the complex world we perceive. Right? Does this work? Yes, it starts to work. Right? In the very beginning, people say, when first time, AlexNet, the residual network comes out, people actually believe it's doing sparse deconvolution. It's doing some single processing problem, right? But people tried. Let's design neural network with some, sparse deconvolution. It doesn't work. Hence, we believe those neural networks have something mysterious. Hence, we do auto-LAS, auto-ML to search for something even more wonderful. But after 10 years, only 2 networks survived, ResNet and transformer. And both they're doing gradient descent for compression. Right? That says a lot. Now, does the principle using sparse or pure deconvolution, a white box design works, can really scale up, compete with the best network in the world? Yes, they can. Principle always work. This is our latest work in NEPS. We call it revisiting the sparse deconvolution models. You just build each layer using sparse deconvolution, right? The performance is as good as ResNet. And in fact, it's even better. Much more small, compact. And it's more stable to noise. It's a good lesson, guys. Principle always work. But you just have to implement it correctly, okay? Now the question is about one end, right? What about we want to also make the mapping? As I said, the forward optimization is only give you optimal solution, maybe get stuck with local minima, may not even converge. How do you know the Z, the feature you converge at, is actually good enough? You actually can recover X authentically, right, faithfully. You need to build the reverse map. You need to go back, right? Now, there's nothing new under the sun, people, right? This is a problem we have been doing for hundreds of years, right? Because a simpler case, when the data X, each class is already on a single subspace, it's called a PCA, right? You project, you lift, right? And of course, the real distribution may be nonlinear, which is called the nonlinear PCA, by the way. The first paper about it, there's another name to this, which is exactly called autoencoding, named by Hinton. Right? It's just a nonlinear PCA. Of course, the real-world data may be multi-model, multi-class. You have multiple subspaces. In the case of multiple subspaces, we call it a generalized PCA, as Renee and we did it, wrote a book about it. Of course, the real-world problem is not as simple, right? The real-world problem is actually maybe dealing with multiple nonlinear manifolds. Right? We need to make it real. Right? But how do we make it real? Right? Works for multiple nonlinear manifolds. Maybe we can learn a couple of things from simpler cases. PCA. right? How do we do PCA? Everybody knows. Everybody in this room should know, right? We learn linear projection. We lift it back. Make sure after you project, lift it back, they're closed. X and X hat are closed. Everybody knows this, right? The high school stuff. This is easy to do because the mapping is linear, right? And also you can use the two norm, X and X hat. As long as they're closed, you're done, right? There's an almost closed form for this, SVD, using SVD. But the things get a little bit tricky if you're dealing with manifold, especially image manifold. Why? First of all, this mapping has to be, you have to linearize the manifold, right? Make it linear, and then the F cannot be linear anymore. It's some nonlinear mapping, you don't know what it is. This is actually not the hard part, by the way. The hard part is that, well, you want X and X hat to be closed, right? But that notion of close is no longer because you don't know the manifold. What is the distance between two manifolds? Right? Information, the image processing, computer vision spent 50 years studying this problem. Why? You can no longer use two norms anymore, right? Two norm is bad. Why two norm is bad? Because the same image, if I shift it to the left by a couple pixels, two norm changes a lot. But it's the same content. If the same image, if I blur it, our two norm changes a little bit. But everybody suffers, right? I think there's a big perceptual differences. So two norms is not good. So how do we do that? What is the right distance between the two distribution of images? That's actually the holy grail, right? We try to get hold of that. Well, I don't know, right? So people, to begin with, I don't know what the distance, but you have to tell me something about what the image distributions are, right? So people say, tell me how the image, maybe if there's some knowledge about how the image were generated, some probabilistic model. Maybe I can put a probabilistic distance, right? The distance between the two distributions I can evaluate, right? How to do those? I don't know, right? But let's say, suppose we even have this. Suppose we even know how the image were generated, right? Computing the KL divergence, computing the maximum likelihood is intractable, by the way, in general. Especially when the distribution with the natural image is degenerate in the minimum space of minimum dimensions. This quantity is not even well defined. You cannot compute it. You can talk about it, but can never access it. Right? Now, what do people do in reality? Let's approximate, right? Let's do some variation on lower bound. Turns out this lower bound is not that easy to compute. You have to come up with some surrogate for the posterior, and a lot of times you have to approximate, right? That's why there are thousands of papers, because everybody's proposed a different way to approximate them, to sample them, to evaluate them, and everybody try to convince other people mine is better than yours by showing a few examples. So you know that after a while, this is actually about 40 years of study in computer vision, in image processing, right? The people like Irv Granander, David Mumford, and also Songchun Zhu, and their fourth generation called Zuowen Tu, right? He's a professor at UC San Diego. He said eventually he gave up. The generative model doesn't, the generative approach doesn't work, right? Can we learn generative model using discriminant approach? That's his 2007 CVPR paper. The idea is exactly the GAN. Okay, later on people gave a fancy name called it GAN, right? Right, become very popular. It says that I don't know the distance between X and X hat, but maybe I can learn some discriminator. If the discriminator cannot separate them apart, maybe they're close enough, right? The very simple idea, right? Then they formulated this as a game, right, with cross entropy, like that. Turns out this is actually a fake game. It's not a real game, because this is exactly equivalent to minimize the distance called the Jensen-Shannon distance, right? It's a minimization. Again, it's minimizing the two distance. What's the difference, right, between minimizing KL divergence and the challenge plan? Actually, it's conceptually very minor. Only that when KL divergence, two distributions doesn't have overlap, it's not well defined. But for Jensen-Shannon distance, it's well defined. But it's still not computable. Okay, it's intractable to compute for general distributions. Right? Why? Because when you're dealing with high-dimensional distributions in high-dimensional spaces, low-dimensional distribution in high-dimensional spaces, if the distribution doesn't overlap, do not overlap, which is always always the case. Don't argue otherwise, okay? I have worked on this for 30 years, right? So the never overlap. Hence, the distance actually behaves like an L0 norm. It's well defined when the overlap become. So basically, I minimize things just like an L0 norm. Of course, in practice, you can approximate, right? Sample, approximate, using other surrogate. Replace Jensen-Shannon with the W distance for the Earth mover, right? So it really looks like an L1 norm now, just like we use L1 to approximate L0, similar to that. But turns out that the Earth moving W distance is not computable either. Then what do people do? We further approximate. So after several layers of approximation, I really don't know what you're doing. Fine, if you have 5,000 GPUs, you can approximate, you can sample, you can optimize this in a brute force way to get very fancy results. But fundamentally, this does not change the fact the problem is intractable. This is not a new solution. It's a still old solution. You just restated the same problem, okay? So there is a case where we can compute efficiently between high-dimensional distributions, which is that case which is a mixture of Gaussians or mixture of subspaces, right? So this rate distortion, right, this rate reduction gave you a measure for that between two subspaces or multiple subspaces, arbitrary classes. But don't get me fooled, right? This is the only case you can have a closed form for such a distance when the distribution is a mixture of Gaussian or mixture of subspaces. But the original data, X, are not Gaussians, are not subspaces. Now what's going on, right? Just recap, right? We try to measure the distance between the original data and the regenerated data X had. But the distance is very hard to get. It's in general very hard to compute, expensive, right? Yes, if we're lucky, if we can map X to Z, if Z are piecewise linear Gaussian, this can be measured very, very efficiently, right? But there's a dilemma, right? What I care is X, but you tell me to measure Z. How can I guarantee something good for Z will be also good for X? Now, there's an even more fundamental question. How did we do it? How did the animal do it? We never, ever measure anything in the data space. When you grow up, do you carry a ruler in your pocket? Every time you tell us how big size of this, am I wrong? You never do that. But how did we give a very persistent, accurate model for the world? We do everything internally. We never compute in our retina. And also, we cannot afford backpropagation either, right? The most recent paper from Hinton precisely said that. Nature cannot implement backpropagation. Everything's forward. But there is one way. How can we guarantee our solution Z is accurate? There is a universal mechanism, actually, right in front of us, right? You close the loop. You use loop to feedback, right? So this is a fundamental idea, right? So in order to compare X and X hat, right, I don't have to compare them directly. I map them in together, all inside in my brain, again, right? Goes through the same feature mapping F map to Z, then X hat maps through the same F map to Z hat. I only have to compare Z and Z hat in the feature space. There I have everything in control. I can count the bits, right? Everything is computable. I want everything to be subspace, everything to be standard, right? Now, so that's actually a basic idea, right? You actually only compare here. This is an encoder. This is Z is a generator, right? In order to compare those two, you map to the image. You make sure there's no difference between here. Right. But just minimizing Z and Z hat is actually not enough. Why? Mathematically, right? Even if Z and Z hat are the same, does not necessarily mean Z, X and X hat are the same. Because F maybe kill something, right? So this is therefore, F has to also become a self-critic. F have to adjust its parameter to see if there's a remaining difference between X and X hat. That actually make the generator and the encoder F as a mutually self-critical each other. There's a natural game mechanism going on. Right? F is trying to identify the structure of the data. G is trying to recreate the data. Of course, both can be wrong. They self-correct each other. So both G is trying to minimize the difference between Z and Z hat. F is actually trying to maximize, see if there's still remaining error in it. It makes G is minimizing, F is amplifying, magnifying if there's a difference. Until this is done, F cannot separate, right? Which really means the blue curve and the black curve, the two distribution match perfectly. This is a pursuit evasion game. This is a real game. You cannot reduce to a minimization or maximization. Right? And this is the mechanism, actually, I argue, would be universal to actually check if your model Z is actually consistent to your observations. And this is the way, and once you have this mechanism, the learning can be fully autonomous. You don't need any supervision. Just like our animals, right? So another interesting thing is that once you realize that, let's put together, right? So remember, we want our X and Z to be the same. The Z and Z hat to be the same, right? So all the measurement, if you see that, shoot, what's going on with this? Right. This is actually just so this is actually remember when we learn the radial reduction, right? We want each class to be orthogonal, right? Each class to be linear, different class to be orthogonal. That's exactly by the first term, right? That's the delta R. It's trying to do expansive coding, make sure different classes expand, each class become linear. And this is to make sure the closed loop, after closed loop, X, Z, and Z hat are the same. And this term is actually make sure when I do decoding, I use the minimal resource. The G only want to decode X up to the point that F cannot tell them apart, right? Try to minimize. Hence, you actually can see that when you learn the representation, what's similar gets compressed, what's dissimilar gets expanded. And also, the correctness gets guaranteed by this closed loop. Every term here actually just measure the cracks between those subspace on the right. Blue, between those black lines, blue between black and blue lines, and so on. Nothing more, nothing less. And measure them in terms of bits, in terms of how many balls you can pack in between. Very basic. Everything is doing counting, right? Bin counting. Human decides nothing, except maybe the size of the ball, how accurate you want your information. Then that's it, right? You can see this is object function. Human decides nothing. It's completely objective, right? Every experiment you see from now on, optimize this term. No heuristics, no hacks, not even weights, right? Just directly optimize them. Everything is a closed form, right? It's closed, and what you learn is structured. Suddenly you start to realize that to learn distribution of high-dimensional data, you don't need priors, specify any priors. The only assumption is that they are low-dimensional. Second, right, you don't need any explicit heuristic between X and X hat. You don't need to touch X. You just have to observe it, right? No more approximation for all the KL divergence, Jensen-Shannon divergence, WDCs, they're all gone. Nature don't know them. Nature doesn't know those distances, okay? Don't even know how to approximate them. They only know counting beans. Right? And does this work? Yes. Works remarkably, right? All the experiments, we try to get all the public data sets. And in fact, we don't fine-tune anything. We use the same network, very simple network. All the hyperparameters are the same. We don't even tune them. We don't customize for each network. The same feature dimension, same hyperparameter for all the experiments you're going to say. Already, this gives you a generative model. Better than VAE, better than GAN, right, in terms of visual qualities and so on all the data sets, CFAR, MList, and ImageNet. Not only that, you get more with less, right? You don't just learn a hidden representation in random sample to generate. Each class is a subspace. It's highly organized, structured. And you can compute the PCA for each class. Right? You sample on each class. It's much better controlled than InfoGAN or ACGAN. even on the simple data sets like image. And you get a classifier. Unlike GAN, right, only generate data. This actually you get a classifier because you have the PCA, different subspaces. You just do your subspace classify. You compete with the VAE algorithm. And the different mode, different rotation just become different principal components. Human decides nothing. Right? This is on CFR 10, right? Each class, we compute the principal component. Each class becomes a subspace, right? In a feature space. I compute a PCA, I sample along that PCA, I regenerate image, right? Each row you see from a different PCA, from a different direction. Right? It's organized, very diverse. Right? No mode collapsing. Right? And you can see the capture mode. Hence, there's also argument in machine learning. Oh, disentanglement is hard, impossible, maybe can be done, may not be can be done. Disentanglement is easy if the data stipulates it. Right? Different classes become different principal subspaces. Different attributes becomes different principal components. That's it. Human decides nothing. You don't try to say, oh, this attribute might be able to, I have to stipulate this surrogate, right? Those two might be independent. Maybe not. No, you don't get to do that. Right? For example, human faces, right? Here we don't distinguish different identity. We just treat them as one distribution, one subspace. We map them into one subspace. But this is the first principal component. This is the encode data. This is the output data, right? Can you see what's the dominant principal component? Character changes, right? But something don't change. The pose. The pose becomes the first principal component of your face if you encode faces. Okay? What about the other principal components? Maybe the nice one. Turns out the nice one just become everybody wearing sunglasses. What about 23? 23, everybody become a hat, wear hats. You don't have to random sample that space, cherry pick two samples, do the morphing. No, you don't. It's just PCA. Everything linearized, structured, right? And then people tell you, our training GAN is very finicky, very often you have to be very careful, right? Doing the mode collapsing. Closed loop is very stable. It's very hard to collapse. You do end-to-end, yes, it's very... Now, what about, this is supervised. I need to know 10 classes. I need to label, right? I need to compute the rate of data. What if the data is not labeled, right? What is one class at a time, right? We don't learn, human being, we don't learn 10 classes simultaneously, right? We learn one class at a time, right? One English word at a time, right? It's incremental, continuous. But we all know if you train an open-ended, end-to-end deep network, if you retrain for new classes, there's a phenomenon called the catastrophic forgetting, which means if you learn for 10 classes, learn new 5 classes, the network going to forget about all the 10 classes it had learned just now. Right? Closed loop never forgets. Right? It actually works precisely. You just give one class at a time. You get double digits improve with a much less memory footing, with a much smaller network. Right? No catastrophic forgetting. In fact, if you show the same old class to the loops again, the model gets better and better. It naturally has that's exactly what we do. If we see the same English word better, we remember it better. Right? It's called a consolidation. The closed loop network has exactly this property. It consolidates. What if I don't even have class? Right? Apple, orange. The image is not even labeled. One image at a time. Actually, as kids, we learn that way. Right? We don't even know the class. We saw apples, orange once at a time. No problem. Every time you just treat the new image as a new class, the closed loop just try to remember it, right? Nothing changes. Exactly the same quantity, the same architecture. One image at a time. It works. Actually, it gives the best unsupervised. Compared with Moco, Sinclair, actually this works better. This is our recent work with Yang Kung's group. Right? Not only that, see, I have no labels on CIFAR. I trained no labels on CIFAR, but the block diagonal shows up. If their images are similar, those kind of block structure similarity shows up in the image. Why that is the case, we don't know. Right? And you can see the feature, right, learned by this closed-loop transcription is much more clear in terms of local structure than this is from Moco's V2, some of the latest unsupervised learning method. Really preserve those low-dimensional structures. Right? And this is actually still work, right? We chose F and G as just generic neural networks, right? ResNet or something, very simple, right? Or DC-GAN, whatever the simple network, convolution network. What if F and G, just like in the first, we replaced them with some white box design? Completely just the convolution, deconvolution. Actually, that works even better. This is our recent work, right? Some of the poster shows the results. In fact, compared to the diffusion, right? What we're trying to do is exactly opposite. Right? Diffusion is trying to map the distribution of image to some random, through a diffusion process, to some random spaces, then go back, right? Well, fine. That's one way to get access of the distribution. But what we're trying to do is we try to standardize, make the distribution linearized, make it structured. We're doing structured diffusion, denoising. Okay? And this is actually very striking. This is some of the things that you can do this purely white box, nothing hidden. Everything you design, the F and G, every layer you design by convolution, deconvolution, right? Give you very striking, this is an entire image net with only a 5-layer network, okay? Very tiny network, memorize millions of images, one by one. We start to see phenomena we have never seen before with purely white box objective, white box network. No hacks, no heuristics, no guesses, right? And this is on, and also if you train the closed loop system on the CIFAR, it works on CIFAR 100, right? All the generalizability, just like a memory, like a hard memory. And if you know a little bit of neuroscience, everything we saw in this closed loop system, we observed that in the monkey, in the brain, right? Sparse coding, subspace embedding. Right? Monkey remember human faces as a subspace, 200 neurons as coordinates. Not only that, they do predictive coding. Every step is closed loop. Right? And also, this is the real data from measuring monkey, memorizing 4 different categories of objects in a different part of the brain. This is a correlation of the signal. Does this look a little bit similar to what you do? It's complete unsupervised. Monkey see one image at a time. There's no labels, no categories. Monkey just memorizes them. And somehow, the monkey's brain remember different categories in that way. Different areas of neurons fires differently. They organize memories. That's what the brain does. Right? Hence, I wanted to argue, right, this is really something very, very fundamental, basic, right? The process from X and Z is trying to maximize the information. Now, the mechanism to do that is just closed-loop transcription. This single loop already integrates the 4 key elements, right, we know. How to measure the distribution, the goodness of the representation is just information theoretical rate reduction, rate distortion, right? And the deep network, F and G, are just iterative optimization. You choose your favorite optimization to optimize that that objective function. But optimization doesn't give you something correct. In order to correct the error, you close the loop. Also, closed loop is not going to be enough, right? Because this is compressive. Make sure there's no error left. F and G has to be mutually self-critical each other. That's the game. You learn from the game. You constantly use your memory to predict if there's any error, you adjust. That's it. That's all you need. Right? They actually putting these 4 ingredients together, this whole learning process becomes autonomous. Right? There's tons of, this actually empirically I already show you a lot of good results, right? It works very, very well. But there's tons of open problems. We know little about them, right? This is a game minimizing, right? Equilibrium point. What is the equilibrium point? We don't know in general cases. And this is infinite. There's really a game between learning, control, chasing 2 distributions. In theory, that's an infinite dimensional object. right? How can you guarantee that's converged? We don't know. By the way, right, we're deforming the manifold, right? Who says the redo network, the greedy descent or transformer is the best greedy descent algorithm? No. There's gazillions other choices. Sky's the limit. 300 years of design optimization algorithm tells you how to design each layer better. We barely started that quest. Our brain only have about dozens of layers, much more effective than any deep networks. Right? And also, this quantity looks very simple, right? But turns out this is computing the ratio, when the ratio between the whole and the parts gets maximized or minimized. Right? Turns out that ratio has something to do with this Braskamp-Lib inequality, which is called the mother of all inequality. All the inequality you see in your life are just special case of this, almost. And this Terence Tao has a few papers about this, about 10 years ago, if you know. But just barely 10 years ago, people don't even know this kind of ratio has maximum or minimum. Right? It's very deep mathematically. And why this doesn't go? The only thing we know, there's a poster about this work. We are able to prove that when the distribution is already a mixture of subspaces, we are able to prove that the minimax formulation gives you a right answer. Right? This is the only special case we know theoretically. We can prove something about it. But the general manifold, nobody knows anything. Right? So, but the question about how do you scale up? We have a follow-up work, and how do you completely do white box design? There's still ongoing work. Now, by the way, here I just use the subspaces, right, mixture of subspaces to illustrate the idea of information gain. But if you are seeking different structure, causal structure, dynamic structure, or genetic structure, right? As long as you can measure the rate distortion, can measure the complexity of your distribution, can measure the information gain, you can apply the same principle, right? Our brain is a closed loop, our muscle is a closed loop, our DNA, RNA is also another closed loop, right? It's universal. But it's all trying to minimize something, right? So here, people like to, somehow in machine learning, people like to write papers, say, something is all you need. This picture just gives you a little bit of how small we are, okay? Right now, the deep networks we have, right? We think this open deep network is everything, going to solve all the problems in the world? No, absolutely not, right? It's just the 2 segments. It's just a process, right? Try to maximize from the input to output to maximize the information gain. But how do you guarantee it's effective? How do you guarantee it's correct? They're just 2 segments of a closed loop, error correction. And also, one loop is not enough, guys. Our brain consists of a quarter of millions of cortical columns. They're parallel. Why? Robustness, efficiency, right? So you make them to build each column, you build massive of them, parallel or sequential. And also, once you can convert analog signal to something structured, you have a basis, you have a raw material for high-level concept. This subspace is an apple. That subspace, you can form symbolic computing. Without that, forget about symbolic computing, right? Structure is a basis for symbolic computing, right? But regardless, I argue that probably the entire brain, most of part of it, is every bit of it is input-output is trying to maximize the information gain, try to organize the information you perceive, right? Nothing else. Right, this is just a serious paper, right? So as I said, right, even in the tutorial I mentioned, right, many of some of the ideas from using coding lens, using rate distortion to do clustering classification trace back about 15 years ago, since we're dealing with subspaces, Gaussians, right? And really what links those Gaussian subspace cases that through a deep network which precisely mapping that nonlinear mapping from nonlinear to linear. Nothing more, nothing less, right? Even the operator. Residual network, transformer are just doing that. And you wanted to do this in a closed loop so that you don't have to pay the price for to end-to-end. Okay, back propagation with trillions of input-output pairs, right? You can do much more. Then once you have the closed loop, it works in all settings now, as far as we know it. Generative, discriminative. Supervised, incremental, unsupervised. They're all achieving state of art, even way beyond. with much less data, with much, much smaller network, right? And some of the foundation, right, with this work as a tutorial, actually characterized by, how do the sparse representation, seeking structure, compact structure, sparse structures, and through compression, through the optimization, right, dealing with nonlinearity, sort of captured in this book. But I want to remind you people, everything I said in the tutorial talk and today's talk and in that book, at least conceptually, was already said in the book by Nobel winner back in 1948. Okay? Compact coding, closed-loop feedback, linear via games, white box modeling, nonlinearity, shift invariant spring waves. I just want to remind people, right? 1940s is really the true origin of AI, cybernetics. Shannon published his paper. Von Neumann published his game theory paper. Shannon published the information theory paper. Robert Wiener published his book on cybernetics. I actually believe the last 10 years, our practice of AI actually has going backwards from their program they set out. Because at that time, from that title of the book, right, they do not distinguish artificial intelligence and the intelligence of animals or human. They believe they're looking for the same mathematical and computational mechanism. Everybody, doesn't matter is it silicon-based or carbon-based, we just different substrates to try to realize the same mathematical principles, right? So hence, I just ended this with this final quote from Richard Feynman, right? There is a chance we can deduce everything using deductive reasoning to understand deep networks, to understand intelligence, rather than has to do trial and error, try to do it inductive way, right? So thank you very much. Sorry. We I think probably have a few minutes for, we started 5 minutes late. I can take a couple questions before we move on to the. It worked. I think it worked. Yeah.
Hi. Hi. Thank you for the great talk. I'm just curious. I have two small questions. So I know that it's well known that neural networks can fit to random labels.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just curious, in your experiments for the many papers that you listed, with random labels, do you still have well-performing networks that are able to achieve zero error or low error?
Absolutely, it's actually very easy, right? Because you only have finite samples in a space. You can arbitrarily assign samples. There's always a continuous map to map them to subspaces. Just like you can think about it, even fitting a one-dimensional label as a special case of what we're trying to do here, right? You map every class, whatever label is, you map to each one to a orthogonal one-dimensional line, right? One singleton. Here, you have to have even more freedom. You assign those points to a subspace. Right. So it'll be very easy.
Okay. So my second question is, what is the impact of the data distribution? Like if there's concentration or not less concentration, and how it's spread out over the manifold?
Oh, that's actually, as I said, this is completely right now open, right? We may understand a little bit about how to even manipulate in the subspaces if the data, but if it's nonlinear manifolds, what's the density, sample density? I mean, that's going to be a lot of work. And how we can actually deform them correctly. What we actually wanted to what is the dynamics, controlling that dynamics from the curved to a straight? There's very little about it. Right now, okay, I can show you just the ResNet or a transformer just doing this, just try to all emulating the gradient, right? The gradient, auto-regression gradient of that, and try to do that in a very greedy fashion. But of course, if you know more about the structure of the manifold, you can do much, much more efficient things. Maybe just take you a few steps rather than many steps, many layers to do that.
So if it works for random labels, then how complex the manifold is does not really matter? Like you can still find maps to linear subspaces?
It's possible. It doesn't mean that you can do that effectively, right? There is a solution to map any data, random label, to a subspaces. But finding that mapping is a huge prize. You may not necessarily find it. You get stuck with local minima. Right? Something exists and something that you can find it. That's two completely different concepts. right? You can compute it. That's a different concept. All I'm trying to say is that, right now we're just the ResNet or transformer, all this existing architecture is mostly just doing this in a very greedy brute force fashion.
So in the start of your talk, you said that the correct solution, the optimal solution is not always the correct solution. Mm-hmm. What is the correct solution here? You have a different principled optimization problem.
No, so basically the point is that if you basically the optimization, the network, forward network, whatever it does, right? Even you have this object function, delta R try to optimize. It doesn't mean that this network will converge to the right solution. We get stuck with local minima. Or in terms of the dimension, you could underfit or overfit, right? Maybe the apple, maybe the 5-dimensional manifold, the map to maybe blow up some noise, become a 6-dimension in the Z space, or kill some dimension you don't know about it, right? So it become a 4-dimension. But in terms of the delta R itself, maybe you already reach local critical points, right? You are done with optimization, but that solution is wrong because it cannot faithfully regenerate the original source data. You have to check it.
So the definition of correct solution here is being able to regenerate data?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. You be able to establish a one-to-one mapping, right?
So I was wondering, so in the closed loop, does it seem like the encoder gets to have the last say? And is there like a symmetry between the, like?
No, that's why it's a game. It's an absolutely equal game, right? So F trying to maximize, try to remember Z, right? X as a Z, right? Make sure that there's no mistakes. And G is trying to regenerate X, right? So F is trying to maximize if there's any difference between X and X hat. G is trying to minimize X and X hat, so that the blue curve is chasing the black curve, basically, right? So the lever actually is to stop, by the way, right? Of course, if the black curve X is fixed, they maybe converge. If you correct the correct solution, converge. But I'm actually arguing this process, this iteration, constantly sleep and wake, doing recognition, encoding, decoding, constantly use your memory to predict, it's more important than convergence. Why? What if X also changes? I drop you in a new environment, you have to recognize new objects. It's the same mechanism, start to loop. The loop start to remember things, to say if my memory serves me right. If there's any mistakes, I correct it. That mechanism is much more powerful than converging to some optimal solution. Right? I think we're very good at it. Right? Make the whole process completely autonomous. You don't need to do anything. As I said here, right? Just give one example at a time. All the things we do here, just give one sample at a time. And the network managed to remember all of them. And even if there's structure similarity among the samples, they start to show up in the Z space. And we don't know why. Of course, we can do further refinement, right? Nobody can stop you to doing that. Nobody can stop you to do backwards, can do whatever. But this is a mechanism to correct errors. It's very effective. And you don't have mode collapsing, you don't have neural collapse, you don't have catastrophic forgetting. Once you have closed loop. Probably there's maybe there's a reason why everything alive in the world is a closed loop. Nobody does backpropagation in nature, okay? The feedback loops are the sort of universal mechanism that correct errors, right? Check self-consistency, make sure there's no errors. My prediction matches with my observation. So see, I was trained as a control theorist, right? So, only when I'm almost 50 years old, I realized learning a memory, perception is by far the largest, the biggest control problem in the world, right? Not control our hands, our muscle, compared to this loop, nothing. The reason we can do this, we can do the muscles, because this gets trained. We already solved the largest control problem in the world, okay? Then we can control everything, right? Control your gesture, control your body, compared to this complexity, compared to this game we're playing. So your brain is constantly playing games. Hence, chess, Go is actually probably just something we picked up along the way. There's one more question. We are running out of time, but maybe one more last question. Hmm?
How do you remember, like learning a new skill, how do you remember, how does it change the circuit?
Hello? Can you see that again?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
So if it is all feed-forward paths with loops, then how do you modify the circuit or remember new skills in your view?
Oh, that's why you have many, many loops, right? Loops after loops, parallel loops, different loops doing different part of the sensor or the data, memorize different things. They even have overlaps, right? So just remember this. My belief is that forward is always doing optimization, right? Error correction is always going by loops. Closed loop for error correction, forward for optimization. That's it, right? Forward, that's actually said also in recent paper from Hinton, right? The forward algorithm precisely said that. Right? If you have a measure of goodness of your feature, the optimization should be done in forward fashion.
So in your abstraction, when we learn new skills, we are creating new paths, loops?
Yes. So you can see the memory perception is just one loop, right? Just the memory, right? But when you use that memory to predict what's going to happen in the world or what's going to happen with your action, so you learn the action. That's another bigger loop. You can use loop as a segment to build bigger loops. There's a perception is a loop, is a component, and there is a control part of your body, your muscle. You also learn that part. But that also forms a loop, right? From your eyes, hand coordination. Precisely, you have a memory to predict what's going to happen if you grab something, right? Then you learn that control. But that's another loop on top of big loop. It's a bigger loop on top of the loop of perception. Here, we only talk about the perception loop, right? How to build a world model for the memory, for the world. We are not even talking about action, right? Use that for action, for prediction, for taking actions. That's another loop you can build. But what I'm saying is that loop is just a basic element, unit. You can do the parallel, just like our brain sheet. You can do it sequentially, right? Build more complicated systems. Okay, that's all. Yep. Maybe we should stop here and introduce the next speaker. Thank you. Can we have the new slides? So next speaker will be Weijie Su, professor of UPenn, and he will give a talk. I don't see the title yet. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
You want to use this?
Yeah. I would like to start by thanking the organizers for organizing this wonderful workshop, and also thank everybody for coming. So now deep learning has become a new paradigm for research, for science. So in this paradigm, we first start by collecting lots of data and many computational resources. And next, you train a large model as large as possible. So large is a good word nowadays. Last, you do a end-to-end chain prediction and from representation to prediction. So this is pretty much the story of the very impressive progress of AI in the last 40 or 30 years. So largely towards the increasing amount of computational resources and the size of the data, increasing size of the data, which enabled this impressive progress. However, in order to make deep learning a science, seems that we still need to do something more. For example, we need to address why, in reality, there are way more unknown parameters than the trained number of data points. So why there is no overfitting? And since the number of parameters is not the effective number of parameters, then how is there any similar things such as sparsity? So last, we often use simple methods to optimize the model, but looks like they can easily escape from bad local minimum. Why? So they were the three questions raised by Leo Bremen. And in order to, there are lots of already impressive research in the literature addressing these three questions. But overall, it's still very difficult to get a comprehensive picture addressing all the three questions simultaneously. It's very difficult. And in this talk, we do not aim to address these three questions. It's too big for me, at least for me. So instead, we want to identify some simple but concrete geometric patterns of deep learning models. Then let's narrow down our scope a bit, asking this question: when it becomes easier to geometrize deep learning models? One possibility is to focus on the terminal phase of training, meaning that we train the neural network for a long, long time, not only having 0 training error, also towards 0 training loss. So this is the term coined by David Donahoe and his students. So training a model for a long time in deep learning will bring lots of benefits, including better generalization and good robustness. And what's more, it makes our analysis easier. Why? Because if you want to understand the dynamics, okay, it's very chaotic, it's very difficult. But if you only focus the endpoint, essentially it's an optimization problem. Okay, we have lots of tools to study, so it makes our analysis easier. So let's only focus this narrow but perhaps tractable region for analysis. So this we will present two works. The first one is to propose a small surrogate model which will analyze the last layer feature and the weights for well-trained deep learning models. Well-trained means that they has been trained for a long, long time in the terminal phase of training. So second, we will introduce a geometric law shows how neural network separates data from bottom to top layers when it has been already trained for a long time. So this is the first part. A layer-paired model. So this joint work with my former postdoc, Tong Fang, and my PhD student, recent graduate and joined University of Rochester, Hangfeng He, and my colleague, Qi Long. So this is an illustration of the approach. And here you see, and imagine there are 100 layers, and we isolate the topmost layer, but we treat the remaining 99 layers as a single layer, okay, a single layer. And we don't care about the interaction between the 99 layers. We care about the 2 layers and their interaction. So this is the simple setup. And we have the input X. W1 is the weight of the first layer, and followed by the ReLU activation. And here we omit bias for simplicity. And L denotes the total number of layers. So deep learning training essentially is to optimize this cost function. So L is the cross-entropy loss, and alpha is the prediction, YK is the label, is the true label, YK is the one-hot encoding of the class. And here we also introduce the L2 penalty. L2 penalty corresponds to weight decay in practice. Okay, so we want to optimize this simple optimization program. And now let's introduce the layer-paired model without derivation at the moment. Okay, so this is a layer-paired model. And now let's try to use the illustration, the layer-paired illustration. We use different colors. So that now it's the red one corresponds to the last layer, and the blue ones correspond to the remaining L-1 layers. Okay, HKI actually is given by this complex function, essentially the last layer activation or last layer feature. But now let's try to make HKI not a function, a decision variable. A decision variable with only one constraint. The constraint is on its L2 norm. Okay? The average L2 norm of this thing is bounded by some constant. And similarly, for WL, we also impose a constraint on the L2 norm. So this is a layer-paired model. Okay, and so now let's try to informally derive it. But informally means that derivation is not rigorous. It's not rigorous at all, because it's non-convex, we will see. So here, this is L2 norm, and due to the imagine that the strong duality holds, okay, imagine. It's not the case, but let's do it. So now the penalty term can be transformed to a constraint if the strong duality holds. Okay, this one corresponds to the first constraint, and the second one corresponds to the second constraint. Okay, this is the penalty from the last layer. This is the penalty from all the layers but the last layer. And it's not rigorous because strong duality does not hold due to the non-convexity of this loss function. And this is not the endpoint, especially for the second constraint, because second constraint still involves this function, the feature function, the last layer feature, okay, which depends on W minus L. And we need to simplify it. In order to simplify it, we introduced an ansatz. In this ansatz, we assume that this region, feasible region, is approximately an ellipsoid. Okay, this assumption, we don't have proof for it, but this is something we need to start with. Okay, ellipsoid. And once we assume this ellipsoid assumption, now we get this L to this optimization program. Okay, first constraint, second constraint, and want to optimize this loss function. So involving only two decision variables, namely W and H. So later we will justify the ansatz later, why it makes sense in some sense to use L2 constraint here. So now let's try to answer some questions. So is this mathematically checkable, although it's non-convex, but it only involves two variables, yes. And next, can this explain some phenomena? Yes. And can this predict some new phenomena of deep learning? Yes. And can this guide some practice of deep learning? Sometimes, yes. So, but we will mostly focus on this too, because of for the interest of time. So first, let's start with the balanced training, very simple. So each class has the same number of data points in the training data set, very simple, and the starting point. They are all N1 to Nk. In this simple setting, what can layer P the model say? We have this theorem for this optimization program. So roughly speaking, W star and H star denotes the global minimum of the previous optimization program of the layer P model. And the solution satisfies this equality. Here, HKI star always equal to, say, a constant times WK star. Does not depend on I. This means that for the last layer features, as long as two data points from the same class, there's no difference after you're passing through, let's say, 99 layers. They are all the same. Okay, all the cats are the same, all the dogs are the same. And they are all parallel to the last layer features, last layer weights corresponding to this class. And moreover, it's also the same given by WK star up to a constant. What is WK star? WK star actually forms a K-simplex ETF. So what are K-simplex ETF? Very simple. So they actually form K vectors such that each pair spans the same angle, and this angle is maximized. It's the largest as possible. So some probability, some problem from probability 101. Suppose you have K, okay, random variables. Each has mean 0 and the variance 1. Suppose they are all equally correlated. What's the minimum possible value of the correlation? So it's minus 1 over k minus 1. So the corresponding angle is the inverse cosine of this value. When k is 2, the degree can be as large as 180 degrees. And when k is 3, it can be 120. When k is 4, it's only possible in the three-dimensional space. Okay. So this is some beautiful results. Actually, the prediction of our model, actually, it's just something already discovered by Papian, Han, who are students of David Donahoe. So they discovered exactly the same phenomenon in their paper, in a paper published in 2020. So roughly speaking, so they call this phenomenon neural collapse, and they show that if in the terminal phase of training, there is a vanishing variability among the last layer features for the same class. Okay? In the same class, all the images of cats will be the same. And then their class mean will form an ETF up to a constant. Up to scaling, the last layer classifiers will also be the same as their class means, will also form an ETF. Okay? And meanwhile, there are lots of work also justify this phenomenon by using different approaches. Okay, so now let's try to use neural collapse to say something about the major assumption we used in the derivation. The main assumption is the ansatz. So this ansatz, as we have seen, assumes that the feasible region of the last layer feature, it can be approximated by an ellipsoid. Okay, this is a very ambitious assumption, very ambitious. I do not have any proof. But I can say that it might be reasonable. Why? For example, if we start with this assumption, we assume that now the L2 constraint is replaced by LQ. Okay, 2 is replaced by a different number, Q. And then what we can say is that then neural collapse will not occur for this model. But neural collapse has already been discovered in empirical results. So this means that if Q is different than 2, this model will not be consistent with experiments. The only possibility for Q to have consistent observations with empirical computational results is when Q is 2. Okay. But of course, this is still an open problem to directly prove this or justify this ansatz. So now let's try to use layer Peter model to do something new. And let's consider the case where beyond balanced training, now different classes might have very different number of data points. Okay, this is a reality. In reality, some classes are much larger than the other. But now let's start with a simple setting where there are two different values of the class sizes. Some classes are larger, some are smaller. We assume that the first KA classes are larger, but all of the same size. Okay? And the remaining KB classes are relatively smaller, but they are all also of the same size. And the ratio between these two numbers, okay, we call it imbalance ratio. If this value is large, then that means that it's very imbalanced. Otherwise, if this is close to 1, we go back to the balanced setting. So in this case, we do not have a closed form solution, so we need to use some convex relaxation. This convex relaxation is very something familiar to us. We introduce a variable which denotes the class mean for each class. Okay, this class, the mean of the case class. And now let's form this matrix. Here, we combine k columns corresponding to k different classes, and with the transpose of the W matrix, the last layer weights. So this matrix times the inverse of the same matrix. So it's going to be a 2K by 2K matrix. For this 2K, this matrix, by definition, X is positive semi-definite. And the diagonal has 2K diagonal entries. The first K diagonal entries will satisfy this inequality, which from the constraint in the layer Peter model. And the second one constraint, the next K diagonal entries will also satisfy this constraint, satisfy a similar constraint. Okay, so now let's get a convex relaxation, a convex program. Okay, And this is from the definition. Okay, Kx must be semi-definite, semi-positive definite. But this is not exactly SDP because here the loss function L is not linear, but it's convex. It's convex because now it only involves one decision variable, so it's convex. So this theorem basically says that we can now abandon the original Lyapunov model. Instead, we can work on this convex relaxation. Once you get a convex relaxation, you take square root of the solution and do some proper rotation. You can recover all the solutions of the original Lyapunov model. Okay. But in this case, we don't observe the collapse. We still have collapse, but there's no ETF. Instead, we have this phenomenon, okay? And so it's a numerical surprise. In our experiments, so we start with the convex relaxation, and we consider the angle between the minority classes for their last layer weights. Okay? And we consider the average cosine of all these angles. So we find that if the imbalance ratio is larger than some threshold, and then the cosine will be 1, will be exactly 1. So when the cosine of some angle becomes 1, this means that now the angle becomes, all the angles are 0, right? All the angles are 0. So this means that all the minority classes, their last layer weights span no angle. They collapse. There's no difference between them. Okay? And this is consistent with different scenarios. Okay? At phase transition. There's phase transition when the ratio R is larger than some threshold. So we have some partial theorem. The partial theorem says that if the imbalance ratio is large enough, for the last layer weights, the difference will approach 0. Okay? But it's only a partial result because here R has to go to infinity. But in our experiments, it's a phase transition. Once R is larger than some constant, it's exactly 0. But we cannot prove it for this moment. Okay, so this is an illustration. So here there are two minority classes and one majority classes. Let the imbalance ratio increase from 1 to 10. So we see that the minority classes will become smaller, angle will become smaller, and smaller, and the length will also become smaller. Finally, they will collapse when the imbalance ratio is larger than some threshold. Okay, so this is the intuition. So intuition is related to killer whales. How killer whales kill fish. So what they do is to form a team and compress millions of fish in a small region. Okay, do whatever they can, and essentially to compress their space. So because the angles are limited, if the angles are larger, then there will be larger margin, will decrease the loss function. But however, the minority classes only account, let's say, 1% of these samples. So they will be sacrificed in this game when we want to minimize the overall loss function. Okay, so far everything is still theory. So far, we haven't done any real experiments. Let's verify that minority collapse actually is real. Okay, so we have done experiments on some simple but standard benchmark data sets, FetchMNIST, CIFAR10, okay, with some standard architectures, simple architectures. So what we found that, yeah, it's the same as what we predicted. If the imbalance ratio is larger than some threshold, the angles between the minority classes will be almost 0. It's consistent. Okay, so I'm done with the first part of the talk. So now I will proceed to the next part. So the next part talk still a collaboration with my student, Han Fenghe. So he's a great student. And so when I joined my department, I wanted to do research in deep learning. But my department is a statistics department, so I don't find many students. I don't find any students who were interested in deep learning theory. So I had struggled a lot. So until Sunday, a student from computer science knocked on my door who wanted to do research with me. So I feel lucky. Otherwise, I couldn't do any research in deep learning theory. Okay, so for this project, again, we want to do something about neural clusters. But we want to extend neural clusters to interior layers. Okay, we are not satisfied being only on the surface. We want to go into the center of the Earth. But however, we have done some experiments, impossible. Looks like there's no clean, simple patterns when we go into the interior of the deep neural nets. No, we don't have anything. So it's not surprising because there are strong level of nonlinearities makes such a simple phenomenon as neural clusters impossible in the interior layers. Okay, so but it's not the end of the story. So we still want to do something. So this is a well-trained 8-layer network on fashion MNIST. Okay. For each layer, we plot the embedding or the intermediate output on the space spanned by the first two principal eigenvectors. Okay, this is what we see, and different colors denote different classes. This is the layer 1, layer 0, means that it's still the raw data. This is the data passed through the first layer. This is data which pass through the first two layers. So we see that as you pass from the first layer to the last layer, gradually class data points corresponding to different classes are becoming far and far apart, right? It looks like it's doing the great job, very intuitive. But however, it seems very chaotic. Looks like it's impossible to get such simple geometric patterns, especially for the intermediate layers. Okay, so neural clusters is no longer the case. But can we do something smaller? Let's narrow our scope. Is it still possible to find some small symmetries? And so there is a numerical surprise. Here, each data point corresponds to each class. Each layer. Okay, there are 8 points corresponding to 8 different layers. Okay, and each point basically summarizes how data are separated, and the exact definition of this value will be introduced later. But what's surprising, very surprising to me, is that when I just plot a simple least square regression line, the fit is almost perfect. The correlation is minus 0.997. Okay? This is the first layer, second layer to the last layer. And this numerical surprise continues to a large range of settings. So here we start with SGD training, with momentum, with ADAM, with different number of layers, but the result is consistent. Still, there is always a linear decay, exact linear decay. Okay, let's zoom in for the first column, for the first row, excuse me. And what we see that the Pearson correlation can be as large as -1 here, can be almost perfect. So, okay, now let's introduce the value which measures how data are separated at each class. Excuse me, at each layer, So here we introduce the mean for each class, for the case class. Okay? And the X bar here is the global mean. Okay, it's global mean. And now SSB denotes basically the signal. It measures how data are separated. It's the between class variation. Okay? This is a vertical vector. This is a horizontal vector. Here, each term is a rank 1 matrix. Okay? If xk bar, the case class mean, is far away from the global mean, okay? It means that, relatively speaking, it's easier to tear apart the case class from the remaining. Okay? But this is not sufficient. We also need to account for the noise. The noise is the within class variation. We also need to take a look at whether the case class data points are concentrated or not. Okay? So this is the within class variation. And the final value here we plotted in the plots is given by this formula. D is the trace of the product of two matrices. SSB is noise, SSB plus is the pseudo-inverse. Here we have to take pseudo-inverse because this matrix, by definition, is always k minus 1 rank. It's always degenerate. So that's why we have to use the pseudo-inverse. Essentially, this measures the inverse signal-to-noise ratio. And so imagine that SSW denotes noise. So essentially, we are projecting the noise onto the k minus 1 dimensional space spanned by the column or row space of this degenerate matrix. So here, since this matrix is always rank k minus 1, always k minus 1, independent of the ambient dimension. So that's why there's no need to normalize this value by the dimension, because the normalization is already hidden in this pseudo-inverse. Okay, so we call this a law of data separation, a law of accurate separation. Okay, so here each point corresponds to the log of this D, the separation measure. And our results, experimental results show that dt follows this simple law. A constant times a value between 0 and 1 to the power t. T is the layer index, the first layer or the last layer. Okay? Here, the non-linearity is crucial. Okay? Non-linearity must be there in order to observe such phenomena. Why? Because, you see, this is basically matrix product, right? If you multiply by a matrix, some linear transformation for each data points, and then this matrix will be canceled out. Regularly speaking, it will still change a bit because this is pseudo-inverse. But practically speaking, in experiments, if we do some linear transformation for all the points, this value doesn't change. It doesn't change. So this means that if we start with a linear neural network, this value will stay constant, no matter how much training you are doing. So this decay is only possible if the network is, the activation at each layer is nonlinear. Okay? And the half-time here, for example, can be defined as the number of layers you need to pass through in order to reduce your separation by half. For example, in this case, the half-life is 1.1. You need to go slightly more than 1 layer in order to reduce the separation measure by half. Okay, now let's ask some questions. Is it pervasive? Yes, we will show more experiments where this law appears. And can this provide some insights? Yes, we will show you there are some insights from this law. And any intuition about why this happens? I think so, but I'm not totally sure because I cannot prove at this moment. Okay, so this is a slightly wider setting for the experiments. So we consider different data sets and a different level of imbalance between different classes and using different learning rates. So what we find is that the decay appears consistently. Okay, we also consider convolution neural networks such as the AlexNet and the VGG, and roughly speaking, the linear decay is still occurring. Okay, so now let's try to gain some insights from this law, and especially we will focus on the three categories, namely network architecture design, training, and the interpretation. For each of these three, we will gain some insights from the law of accurate separation. Okay. So first of all, look at this law. It's exponential decay with respect to the number of total layers. So if we start with a shallow neural network, okay, it's impossible to really reduce this value a lot, separation value a lot, unless rho is extremely small. Okay? But if for a single layer, if rho is really small, it's really difficult. It's difficult for a single layer to reduce the separation by, let's say, from 1 to 0.1. It's very difficult. So we really need to have a large number of layers for the neural network. So this shows that being deep is really a defining feature of deep learning. Now let's try to plot these laws with different number of layers, different number of depths for the neural network. For each data set, for example, for MNIST, and we run different neural networks with different depths. The depths can be from 3 to 11, and ideally, the smaller the separation value is, the better. For MNIST, we find that if the depth is 6, it's the optimal. Okay? For fresh MNIST, it is depth 11, which gives the minimum, the best separation measure. For CIFAR-10, it's 13 or something. So you see, if the data set becomes more complex, we need a larger depth to do a better job. Okay? So here, and this is not entirely new because the literature has already explored the depth dependence. Okay? But they are taking the loss function perspective. Here is the first time we are using the data separation. Okay? Data separation perspective here really matters. And so we also examine the dependence on the width and the shape. When the width is only 20, there are only 20 neurons at each layer. In this case, okay, the separation measure is not very clear. The law of accurate separation is not that clear. This is perhaps because 20 neurons are not enough to pass through the necessary information for classification. But once you pass 100 neurons, from 100 to 1,000, the law does not change. So there is a saturation phenomenon. Okay? Once the width is large enough, further increasing the width does not change anything, only increase the computational burden, maybe. It's also same for the shape. We can start with a narrow layer at the beginning and increase the width, and we can do the opposite. Okay? And the law will also be the same. There's no difference. So here, this is consistent with the fact that the separation measure D has already been implicitly normalized. There's no need to normalize the ambient dimension. Here, the ambient dimension is basically just the number of neurons. Okay, there's no need. It's consistent. Whether it's wider or narrow, there's no difference. So let's also gain some insights into robustness, which is important for training. Okay? So ultimately, we want to reduce this value as small as possible. Okay? So this is denotes if this is a 0.1%, this means that if you pass through all the 100 layers, we can reduce the separation measure to 1% of its original value. And to examine the robustness of this law, of this phenomenon, let's perturb at each layer. Imagine that now the separation measure at each layer has been perturbed by a value of epsilon. Okay? Now let's see the product. So this product looks like this. Okay? The additional main term is given by this term. Okay? So this term will be minimized in absolute value when this sum is minimized. So this is basically a simple application of the geometric inequality. This value is minimized when they are all equal to each other. Okay? They are all equal to each other. So this is exactly the setting when the law of data accurate separation kicks in. Exactly. Okay? And as an analog, of course, this is not proof. Everything is intuition. But the analog that is if one country wants to double its GDP, double its GDP in 10 years, maybe the best suggestion for the president is to increase the GDP every year by 7.2% instead of going down and going up all every year. And here we also examine how this law impacts on generalization abilities. So here we change the training a bit. We freeze, consider a 20-layer neural network. We freeze the top 10 layer while we minimize optimizing the bottom 10 layers. In this case, we artificially break down the law. The law does not appear in this setting. In this setting, we find that if the law kicks in, the generalization ability is better than when the law does not appear. So this shows that for training, we should train the neural network at least when the law appears, at least. And we can also do some interpretation thing for using this law. When we interpret, it's important to recognize what's the basic unit, what's the module. For simple feed-forward neural network, maybe each layer is just a single unit or module. But how about for ResNet? For ResNet, it's a little bit disappointing when we first want to examine whether this law appears. Looks like the law of accurate separation does not appear for ResNet, residual neural network. But once we identify the block as a unit as opposed to layer, we basically immediately recover this law, immediately. Okay? We can even vary the number of layers each block contains. For example, here, the first 3 blocks are larger, each contains 3 layers. And the next 2 blocks are relatively smaller, each contains 2 layers. We see that the 3-layer block does a better job in reducing the separation measure than the smaller blocks. Okay? So the slogan here is that all layers, all modules, all blocks in the case of residual neural networks are created equal. Okay? So this is our slogan. Okay? And here, this challenges the previous interpretation approach for the layer-wise approach. We interpret, previously people often interpret decision neural network for each layer. So here our story shows that it's important to collect all the layers together when we do interpretation, because each layer is doing the same job. No layer is doing more than the other. Okay, now we still have some time, I guess. So let's look at this law from other perspectives. So this is the training dynamics. Okay, let's examine when does this law occur, especially compare it with neural collapse. Okay, so this is the epoch 0. Okay, we do not, this is original data. We don't do any training. So interestingly, we see that here the weights are just ID Gaussian, random weights. We see that for the first few layers, actually they will reduce the data separation a bit. Looks like that they are doing the good direction. But if we further go down, go up, and this will make the separation worse. This is not surprising because we are doing random projection each time, followed by an arbitrary nonlinearity. And gradually, it will mix up. It will make different classes mixed with other classes, making data separation worse. Okay? But if you train for a while, and gradually, it will rotate in a clockwise fashion. Okay? For example, here, already, top layers are doing better job than the bottom layers. But if you are doing more and more training, gradually you will see such almost linear decay. You can still continue training. It will still has the potential to further rotate a bit in the clockwise fashion. Okay? But when we compare this with neural collapse, the story here that the law of accurate separation appears a bit earlier than neural collapse. Neural collapse will appear here or even later, but the law of accurate separation will already appear when we train for 100 epochs. Okay, so this is the examination for the difference at each layer when during training. We see that when it becomes stable, this is where the law of accurate separation occurs. So we see that, roughly speaking, the bottom layers will become stable a bit earlier than top layers. So this shows that the bottom layers looks like will learn the feature slightly better, quicker than the top layers. So this is not surprising because the bottom layers are directly working on the data. But for the top layers, they can only learn their features until the bottom layers has learned some representation of the data. So this is a zoom in of the law of accurate separation for each class. And roughly speaking, the law still appears, but slightly less clear. This is because now each class has a small amount of data points. The law becomes a little bit less clear. Okay, so this is the law in the test. When it becomes test, it's not exact linear. It's just the same story as neural collapse. So neural collapse is surprisingly elegant in the training domain, but when it moves to test, it becomes a little bit less clear. But however, it's still decaying, right? Decaying from the bottom layers to top layers. So this is language models. Now everybody is talking about large language models, playing ChatGPT all the time. And unfortunately, the law does not appear in language models. But I don't take this as a negative evidence. Instead, it's possible that maybe the current architectures for language models still admit some improvement. Maybe someday people will come up a new architecture than transformer, making the decay of this law linear, perhaps. Okay, let me conclude the talk. And so let's end this thing with some intuition, which might be not rigorous, but the intuition may make some sense. So we can approximate the deep learning training using a learning-dependent dynamics. S is the learning rate, and R is the loss function, for example. But now let's just replace loss function by the accurate separation measure. And we know that the Gibbs measure is basically given by e to the exponential minus 2 times the loss function divided by s, the learning rate. Okay? And the RT is the value we improve for each layer. And R is the total overall improvement for all the layers. And here R is just the product of all these terms. And then if we take log of this R, then they become sum. The sum should be between this small interval. Okay? And the law basically says that with this constraint, and the most likely setting is where all the log terms of this Ri are equal to each other. So this basically reminds us log concavity, because if somebody tells you that there are two independent normal random variables such that their sum is 100, although this will never occur in real life, but imagine that this is occurring. Conditional on this fact, the most likely setting is that both numbers are 50. Okay? This might be the cause for this law of accurate separation. Might be, but I don't know. So it's still not rigorous at this moment. I'm still working on this part. Okay, so now let's try to answer this with some rambling thoughts. In general, the inner workings of deep learning is very chaotic, but the story of neural collapse, minority collapse, and the law of accurate separation tell us that in some setting, we can still get some hope to get some precise and clean results. And this is essentially the preferred end state of successful training. There are many possibilities at the end training point, but the neural collapse phenomenon and the law of accurate separation is where the solution is most stable or most robust, or even, let's say, most desirable in terms of stochastic optimization. And occasionally, this law sometimes is not clear. But this is really the same story as ideal gas law in physics. The ideal gas laws are never the reality, because in reality, the molecule in air is not volume zero. Okay? But in practice, the ideal gas law still works very well. This is because the volume of a molecule is small enough to ignore. Okay? So imagine that if we have infinite amount of data and the training time is also infinity, I believe that the law will become exact, the law of accurate separation. Okay? So here the story behind the law of accurate separation is basically the data separation perspective. So data separation perspective is instrumental, is complementary to the loss function perspective. Maybe in the future for analyzing deep learning models, it's a good idea to take the data separation perspective from the bottom layers to the top layers. And there are many open problems. The most important one is to justify or even prove this law of accurate separation. But maybe we can also extend this law to regression setting and examine when it will hold for transformers and many others. Okay, so this is a take-home message, and especially the slogan for data accurate separation law is all layers are created equal. Okay, so these are two references. And yeah, I'm done here. And looks like I still have some time for questions. Thank you.
So any questions from the audience?
Hi. Thank you for the interesting talk. I have just a question regarding the assumption, the ellipsoid assumption. So if you consider like the simple case where your activation function is just a linear activation function, then basically the features H will be just the product of these matrices times the input, right? Now, I can think of like if you consider like the weight matrices to be the same for all the layers, so the constant in this ellipsoid will grow exponentially with depth. It will almost become like a vacuous bound, like it's not a constraint anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any thoughts about that?
Yes. First of all, for both neural clusters and the law of accurate separation, non-linearity is crucial. Non-linear neural network cannot produce anything such as neural clusters or law of accurate separation. And regarding the exponential expansion of the body from the bottom to top layers, and it's important to recognize that in practice we still use batch normalization, although our modeling assumption does not directly incorporate this batch normalization, but when we recover in experiments, we still use this batch normalization, which will prevent this such as exponential expansion. Even exponential separation occurs, here the ellipsoid, what matters is the shape instead of the radius. So the exponential thing should not be of concern.
I see. Because just the issue is that if that constant is exponential with depth, then the solution of that gives you the neural collapse will also explode with that depth, right? Like the magnitude will explode, which means like you will have more pronounced neural collapse. Is that the case?
Yeah. So here neural collapse is everything here is normalized. It's normalized with respect to the last layer weights. So if the exponential is constant, it's multiplicative constant, this should not of concern.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Good. I actually have a comment, just a guess, right? So regarding this, I mean, this is interesting, very equal separation. No, I may have another explanation because from the optimization point of view, right? Every layer, we suppose we try to make the configuration, global configuration, more separated and compressed, right? So although the layer beginning maybe just emulating greedy descent, but from the work we did on diction learning, I actually guess that if you through the backpropagation from train the network, you're making each layer very, very effective. In fact, you actually make each layer more like a contracting map. So every layer just contracting with a constant ratio.
Yes.
And we saw that in diction learning, we do sparse diction learning using L4. And although the initial idea is try to greedy descent to minimize it, but turns out that the proper choice of the learning rate give a fixed point algorithm, make the iteration become a contracting map. Hence the contracting is just constant ratio, become a linear convergence. So I'm just hoping that maybe this is a further evidence that with a well-trained neural network, each layer just doing the optimization to make the configuration better and better. But that operation becomes like kind of like really emulating some kind of a power iteration.
Oh, yes.
Pursue the slow dimensional structures, getting them separated, getting them compressed into the, collapsed into the singleton. That's another possible sort of a more global interpretation, in terms of optimization, what they gets trained to do.
Yes, thanks for the very good comment. Yes, so this phenomenon is really related to the contraction within class and expansion between different classes. And and this law is only saying that there's some quantitative thing there.
Yeah, quantitatively, basically you construct a contracting map.
Yes.
That's the most effective way to get the hold of the pursue the low dimensional structure. That's one possible explanation. Yeah. Anyway, thanks. It's a very fascinating phenomenon. There's one more question or from? Yeah, we have one more.
Hello, I have two questions about your experimental results for this law of equi-separation. So can you go for the slide where you write the depth of a network?
Please let me know which part of the slide?
It was in the beginning of some way of experiments for equi-separation law.
Yes.
A little before. Yes, this one with many colors.
This one?
Yeah. So it looks like when we write the depth of a network. So roughly speaking, the total change of this separation is more or less the same for many depths, and like for each particular depth, we just redistribute this total separation among the layers. So do you think it's correct to say so? And if yes, so is there some explanation or intuition why it's this way?
The rough intuition is consistent with something already appears in the literature, roughly speaking. So if the data set is complex enough, we need a more layers to learn the features and to separate data from different classes. The new thing here is that we are using a data separation perspective instead of the loss function.
No, I mean, so for example, if you take a single data set like CFAR10,
yes.
And we have different depths. So for different depths, the total change of data separation, like approximately from 6 to -1 on your plot, for all different depths. So do you think it means something or not? Because we can expect that, like for small depth, we have one data separation. For the other depth, we have the other data separation. But instead, it's more or less the same, the total data separation.
So here, the separation measure, the linear decay is consistent with different number of layers, different number of depths. It's always such thing. The different thing is that the slope will be different. For some layer, the slope will be good. So the final separation will be good as opposed to other depths. And so this depends on the complexity of the data set.
Okay, thank you. Can I also ask a second question about this evolution during training? So you had some slides at the different epochs.
Yeah, I think you are referring to these slides. This one?
Yes. So of course, at the end of the training, we see that this law is very well pronounced, but it looks like at initializations, there is also some kind of this equi-separation law, but it's a little bit worse, but it still exists. So do you think you can say that the randomly initialized network can also have some kind of this law? Maybe it's in the opposite direction, but still.
So here the law is not linear because at the beginning it's declining a bit, but later it will increasing. So it's a curve instead of a straight line, seems to. So law does not appear. Even here, I think it becomes basically only straight when we train it for a while. For even here, you see, it's still not linear. It's still here a little bit concave and a little bit convex. This is concave. Only after training 100 epochs, become basically straight. The convexity disappears.
So it's for randomly initialized neural network. It looks like probably there can be some theoretical explanation because there is a lot of literature on the propagation of signals and randomly initialized neural networks. So usually, many questions can be answered theoretically, and also there many quantities grow exponentially when you go from layer to layer. So it looks like this equiseparation law can be expected in this setting. So it would be interesting to check.
Yeah. Very good. Thanks for the very good comment.
Thank you.
All right. For the interest of time, I think we're right on time. Okay. We have probably another. We're 10 minutes behind. Maybe we can start at 11:40 for the last talk. Right. We have 30 minutes for the coffee break and also the poster. Right. Oh. What? Why?
Yeah.
Oh, we only have 15 minutes? So when we do start, can you tell me when? Okay, let's start at 11:25 because we have probably some other announcement, right, after the last talk. Okay, we reconvene at 11:25. We have a 15 minutes coffee break, please.
تراثها أصيل وغنية بالعادات والتقاليد.
To grow businesses, develop myself, and make lasting connections.
هي مدينة بتدعم
City where I am motivated to improve every day. It's where I can find opportunities to grow businesses, develop myself, and make lasting connections.
هي مدينة بتدعم النجاح والابتكار في جميع القطاعات الرئيسية، مدينة بتحسسك بالاستقرار والأمان.
Hello? Okay. Hello? 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 Yeah. Do you have the pointer? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay, hello everyone. It's 11:30. Let's try to get our next talk on the way. So our next speaker will be Professor Chin Chui. He's an assistant professor of the University of Michigan, ECE department, right? And he will talk about, maybe we should have the title. All right. Okay. Understanding deep representation learning of our neural collapse. All right, go ahead.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm Qing. I'm from University of Michigan. Today is my great pleasure to talk about some of my recent work on understanding deep representation learning via neural collapse. And this is based on some inspiring work that Weijie has talked about, and my result will be complementary, and we get lots of inspirations from his work as well. So this talk is about representation learning. So we know that deep network is basically a feature extractor of the input data, right? So we want to know is that what kind of representations the hierarchical deep network are learning, and our wishful design is that deep neural network are learning rich and diverse representations or highly semantic representations from our data across the layers. And for example, for lower layers, we wish that the deep network can learn some basic elements like dictionary learning, the texture and edges, and at higher layers or the top layers, we want to learn the diverse and the rich representations of our data. But the reality is, it's true in training practical deep neural networks. So there's some of the work that Weijie has talked about and about this neural collapse is that in reality, actually, the top layer of the neural network actually is fitting the labels, right? They're having this kind of neural collapse, collapsing the features to the labels. So let me recap a little bit about this neural collapse phenomenon that Weijie also talked about this morning. That let's give this example of this multi-class classification problem, right? So say if you have a bunch of training data points where X is the input, Y is the labels. And for a multi-class classification, say if you have several classes, and what the neural network is doing is that they are fitting the input data to the labels. And for multi-class classification, right, we have this kind of one-hot labels, right? So for example, the first label is for class 1, then the first entry is equal to 1, and all the other entries is equal to 0. This is a one-hot label for the first class, and so on and so forth. And so the neural collapse phenomenon, as Weijie has described, is some phenomenon happening in terms of last layer representations and features. So here let's look at the neural networks in terms of for classification problems, where WL, or we call it W, is the last layer classifier. It's a linear classifier. And we denote H as the output feature, the last layer feature of the input data X. And if you look at in terms of W and H, then there are some nice geometric structures and happening there. It's called neural collapse. So this is something that has been empirically discovered by Dave Donahoe and his student. What they're basically showing is that when you're looking at the last layer feature and the classifiers, so this have a nice geometric structure, is that this is a 3-class classification problem, right? So each blue dot is denoting the output of the features, and this column, the blue column is denoting the feature means, and this red and green are denoting the linear classifiers. And what you observe is that when you, so when you train to the terminal phase, then you will have this kind of a nice geometric structures. The features are all collapsing to their means, and the means are formulating this maximally separated to each other, and they are forming this equiangular tied frame structure, and this is called neural collapse. And in this paper by David Donohoe, where they show that actually this empirically show this phenomenon actually is quite prevalent across different network architectures like ResNet, VGG, and data sets like CIFAR and ImageNet, etc. And you have pretty nice, elegant mathematical structures to capture such a neural collapse phenomenon. Is that if you look at a balanced training data set, and you denote H as all the features, the last layer representation of our data, then you can summarize neural collapse basically by 3 or 4 properties. So the first property is a within class variability collapse on H is that for each class K, the features will collapsing there to their mean. So the H bar here is denoting the mean of that class. And also the feature mean will formulating an equiangular tied frame structure, which is rotational invariant. And next, the third property is the duality collapse, is that the classifier, the feature mean, is also aligning with the classifier. So this is something that Weijie has also talked about this morning. So there's also the related work to this neural collapse phenomenon before David Donohoe. For example, Daniel Sodry's work has showed that this basically the max margin classifier on like linearly separated data. And also there's some work by Rina that they show that they discovered similar phenomenon. They call this locally sensitive hashing functions, which is very close to this I think describing the similar things with different terminologies. So in this work, in this talk, I will go further from this phenomenon. So I will try to address, provide my perspectives on 3 questions I pose here. So the first question that we try to answer is that what the phenomenon discovered is an empirical phenomenon. So we want to dig further is that why neural collapse is happening in training over-parameterized neural networks. So the second question is that the neural collapse is pertaining to the last layer, right? So what about the other layers? And I think Weijie has already talked about this progressive collapse on other layers, but I think I will provide some more. This work is quite inspiring, and I think I will talk more, provide my complementary perspectives on this question. And finally, another question is that for this neural collapse, right? So you ask that, so whether this phenomenon is a blessing or a curse in training neural networks. We'll try to address this question in terms of transfer learning. We'll try to answer whether neural collapse phenomenon is a good or bad phenomenon there. So this gives the outline of this talk. So firstly, we will study training deep neural networks and through neural collapse and try to understand training neural networks from this perspective. We try to address the first question that I posed. So for the second part of talk, we'll address the second and third questions. So how about the other layers? How this progressive collapse is happening, and whether neural collapse is is beneficial or curse in transfer learning. And finally, I will conclude my talk. So first, let's go to the first part talk, is that we try to understand when and why neural collapse is happening in training practical neural networks. So our study is based on this so-called unconstrained feature models, or Weijie is calling this layer period model, but it's pretty similar. So, so our idea to study this is that, the major difficulty to study deep neural networks is that the deep network is highly nonlinear. So the non-convexity of the training loss, one is coming from the nonlinear interactions between layers, also the nonlinear activation functions, or the ReLU, etc. So to simplify the analysis, our idea is that we treat this feature h as a free optimization variable. So basically, presumably it's constrained by a network architecture, right? But here we make a strong assumption that we assume this h is a free optimization variable. And the underlying, our reasoning here is that modern deep networks are highly over-parameterized, right? It can almost approximate any points in the feature space by the nonlinearity and over-parameterization. And this is also called the layer pure model by Wei Jie, but basically the same thing. And based on this model, actually, we can provide more insights why neural class is happening in training deep neural networks. But one drawback of this model is that if you assume that h is a free optimization variable, then undeniably, we lost the relationship between input data and output feature, right? So this is some like drawback of this model, and there's some limitations of our work. So next, I want to provide some validity of our assumption, right? We assume that the h is a free optimization variable. Here to validate our assumption is that we train MLP network on CIFAR10 with random labels, so basically wrong labels for all the input data. And the NC1 to NC3 metric is measuring the neural collapse. So NC is smaller, which means that more collapse is happening. So because neural collapse has 3 properties, right? So here we are measuring 2 key properties of the neural collapse. So you can see that on this wrong label, an MLP network, so if you increase the Ys or doing more over-parameterization of your neural network, then more neural collapse is happening. And this is regardless of your input data. So basically, the network is memorizing the labels, and the neural collapse is happening there. So this suggests that basically the network, if you highly over-parameterize, can almost approximate any points in the feature space and the input of the independent of the input. So this gives some validation experimentally for our assumption. And we also did this on ResNet 18 dataset network architecture, which is more practical, and similar phenomenon is also happening here. So based on this unconstrained feature model, actually a lot of work recently by other people in the community, they started different formulations, and they showed that if W and H are free optimization variables, the only global solution are the neural collapse solutions under this unconstrained feature models. But however, global optimality doesn't imply efficient global optimization, right? Because if you look at, even you just look at this optimization problem, only with respect to W and H, this is still a highly non-convex problem, right? You could still encounter like bad local minimators of flat saddle points that's pretty hard to escape. So the only global solution on neural collapse or global optimality of neural collapse doesn't guarantee efficient optimization to neural collapse solutions. So what our work did is that we go a step further. So we consider this cross-entropy loss, which is like a widely used loss function for multi-class classification. And we consider this weight decay on W and H, which is commonly used in training neural networks. And what we show, our result showing is that firstly, we show a global optimality under this formulation is that when W, the lambda is sufficiently small, appropriately small, any global solution are the neural collapse, satisfy the neural collapse properties. So the only global solutions are the neural collapse solutions. But we go a step further. What we showed is that actually the function here you need to pay attention is that only with respect to W and H, the function has no super local minimators. Actually, it's a strict saddle function with negative curvatures. So what I mean strict saddle function, also by the way, I want to say is that there's some related concurrent work by Wei Jie's group. They studied different formulations of this problem. So what we showed is that actually, if you look at the loss function with respect to W and H for this this loss function we considered, the cross-entropy loss we consider here, actually this is a strict set of function that every local minimizer in terms of W and H is neural collapse, and there's no supersed local minimizers on the optimization landscape. So all the saddle points are actually strict saddle. They can be escaped using a negative curvature or hashing informations. So if you compare to the previous result on studying deep neural networks, so the perspective is a little bit different. So what we do is that we take a top-down approach. We look at based on unconstrained features, we look at the problem from the representation, but we lose the information of the input and output relationship. The previous work, like the NTK or the mean field analysis, they started from this input to output, so they cannot properly well understood the representations. And also another benefit of this analysis is that it's well connected to the empirical phenomenon, right? So our theory, to some extent, explains this neural collapse phenomenon that's happening in practice. So the analysis of this, our work is borrowed a lot of idea actually from low-rank matrix factorization. So if you look at this weight decay here, right? So this is basically, you can think of this as a variational form of nuclear norm in terms of W and the H, right? So it's pretty close to low-rank matrix factorization. Actually, the non-convex landscape analysis borrows a lot of ideas from analyzing the landscapes from low-rank matrix factorization. But the difference, I think, for this neural collapse structure is that the Y, the measurement Y here is structured. It's a one-hot label. So you have this kind of one-hot label structure. And this structure actually gives this like a neural collapse structure of the global solutions here. So, so far, what I showed you is that the neural collapse actually is a phenomenon more pertains to the geometry of the optimization objective, right? It's not like it's independent of the training algorithm that we use. And we try to validate this on practical network training as well, right? So we train on CIFAR-10 data sets with a retinal 18 structure with different training algorithms like SGD, ADAM, LBF, JS. And you can see that actually neural collapse is indeed like a prevalent happening across different training algorithms. So this is trying to validate that this phenomenon actually is more about the geometry of the problem rather than the training algorithms. So secondly, so far what we showed is that the neural collapse is happening under the cross-entropy loss. I mean, in practice, people try to design different loss functions to improve the test performance. So is it important for loss design when we are doing this like classification under supervised setting? So in the next, I want to show the prevalence of a neural collapse across different formulations and losses. And actually, the message is that the loss design is actually not that important. And so in practice, people define introduce different loss design like focal loss, label smoothing, right? So and also the mean square error loss. Actually, we can show that under this unconstrained feature model, this different loss function actually all have similar global landscapes. This benign strict sort of function, and all the global solutions are neural collapse. And actually, you can empirically show, optimize on ResNet data set, REST architecture on practical data sets, and you can see that they're converging to a neural collapse solutions. So basically, all lossless functions are approximately optimized towards neural collapse solutions. And also, if you train the network, make the network large enough and train long enough, what you can see is that all losses basically leads to largely identical performance on test data. So here, the x-axis denotes the Ys of the network, and the y-axis denoting the training epochs. So if you compare the top right of different losses, the generalization performance is almost identical. So this suggests actually the loss design, I mean, as long as you can optimize them to neural collapse solutions, the test error, I mean, the performance is kind of similar. One caveat here is that for MSE loss, here in practice, MSE loss is not working very well for like large number of classes. So this is something, and here what we are using is this reskilled MSE loss. This is something that has been promoted by Michelle Belkin's group. And here what we try to plot the optimization landscape, local optimization landscape near the global neural cloud solutions. So here is an angular space, right? So if theta is equal to 0, then this is a neural cloud solution. So the global solution is probably something here. And you can see that for cross entropy, right, the landscape is much benigner than the vanilla MSE loss. If you properly choosing the scaling of the reskilled MSE, then the landscape is pretty close to the cross entropy. And that's why the reskilled MSE is often performing better than the vanilla MSE. And this gives some explanations that why the reskilled MSE loss often works better. On the other hand, so we can see that the landscape here is kind of benign locally, right? So we showed, for MSE loss, we showed error bound condition. And we basically, if you have the error bound condition, then this implies that the local linear convergence in terms of W and H, and actually we can verify this on a shallow two-layer neural network that when we train it, have approximately local linear convergence to the neural collapse solutions. And there's some other related work by Tommaso Poggio's group study this mean square error and try to study the dynamics for neural collapse. Finally, a side extension, another extension is that in practice, especially in contrasted or self-suppressed learning or like MCR squared E mentioned, is that we're training the neural network. Often we normalize the features, and the feature normalization often improves the quality of learned representations, which larger class separation also improves the test performance for example, self-suppressed contrastive loss, etc. And here's the illustration that if you don't do feature normalization, it's not well separated. But if you do feature normalization, then the features are more well separated. So feature normalization sometimes is quite important in training neural networks. And here we consider a variant of the problem formulation that we consider this cross entropy loss with feature normalized, and we can use some Riemannian optimization tools. We can also show a similar global landscape and the neural collapse solutions. And also we also did some experiment showing that feature normalization can improve training speed towards neural collapse and training convergence, and this is some extra experiment. Suddenly the last thing of the last part of this section is that actually we can extend this neural collapse phenomenon to more general settings. So this is still our ongoing work, so I want to give you some high-level intuitions behind this. So far we have focused on multi-class classification, right? So each input has one label, one exact class. So for example, for this climate classification, right? So cloudy, Sunday, and night, right? So we can assign one hot label to each instance. But in practice, there could be like one input can have multiple labels, right? This is a multi-label classification problem. And does neural collapse also happening in this setting? Well, so here we show some interesting things is that for single class classification, right, you just use this cross entropy. And for multi-class, right, so you have multiple, you can split the labels, like the multiplicity labels into individual one-hot labels, and you can design this pick-all loss. And what you can show this is that actually for degree 1 labels, the one-hot labels, they are still forming ETF, simplex ETF architecture. But for a higher degree or multiplicity labels, they are forming, the representation of forming a convex combination of degree 1 representations. And this figure is showing the learning progress from early, middle, to late phase of training based on unconstrained feature models. And also we did some experiment on synthetic multi-label MNIST data sets using simple MLP network architectures. And this is indeed happening in practical deep network training as well. So this concludes the first part of my talk, is that based on this unconstrained feature model, we can explain why neural collapse is happening. So for the second part of my talk, I want to go a little bit further, is that, so far we focus on the last layer, right? So how about other layers? So how this neural collapse is happening across other layers? So the first thing I want to talk about is a progressive collapse across from shallow to deep layers. So as Weijie has already discussed, is that if we measure this NC1 metric, the within class covariance, within class concentration divided by between class covariance. So actually, if you train on like a ResNet network, and you can see this progressive collapse from shallow to deep layers, where the x-axis denoting the number of layers, and the y-axis is a log of the NC1, and it's approximately linear decay. And there's a lot of there's a lot of like related work. I think the first one discovered a similar phenomenon is by Vardin, Pierpan, and about this GMLR paper back in 2020. And Mishak Belkin's group is also discussed some similar phenomenon based on 3 or 2 layer MLP network architectures. And recently, Weijie's group has precisely captured this linear decay for deep neural networks architectures. So the effects of depth, as we showed, is that it's creating progressive separation on the concentration from shallow to deep layers. Here, the question is how can we, by the way, so actually what we showed further is that actually this progressive collapse is not only pertain to cross-entropy loss. If you look at all other losses, like cross-entropy, mean square error, and the super-contrastive loss, for different data sets and different network architectures is happening. But here what we are plotting for ResNet is not the blocks, it's the layers. So it's a slightly different from what we just showed. So the question is that how can we understand such a progressive collapse phenomenon? So here we made a lot of a simplification to try to provide some insights of why this is happening. So here this NC1 metric is pretty hard to study. So what we do is that we ignore this like a between class separation, and we just focus on this within class concentration, how this the features of the layer is concentrating to the mean of that class. And where this Z is basically the feature of the L layer, and this Z bar is the mean of the layer. And what we find quite interesting is that if you look at this multi-layer, this nonlinear deep neural network, you have this linear decay of this DL. This where x-axis denoting the number of layers, and the y-axis denoting this DR metric. And here, surprisingly, what we find is that even for a deep linear network, so this is exactly linear decay for a deep linear network based on this metric. But for a nonlinear network, it's not that linear decay. So, and this is still our ongoing work. So our proof and analysis is not exactly formal here. So what we showed based on this linear deep neural network is that we consider minimizing this like a vanilla MSC loss via gradient descent with a learning rate tau. And suppose the network architecture where we have all the layers, the features, and cross layers are the same and they're larger than the number of samples. And suppose we are using small orthogonal initializations, that the initialization of the weights of all layers are orthogonal, and the epsilon is pretty small, so that the weights across layers are balanced. And suppose that the gradient descent with small tau is converging to the global solutions, then what we can show is that this linear decay is approximately holding, and this decay ratio is actually depending on the size of your initialization. So what we show is a linear layer-wise decay, where the decay ratio is depending on the scale of initialization epsilon. But you can imagine there's a trade-off, right? So if we're using very small epsilon, which means that your initialization is pretty close to a flat minimizer, and the convergence to the global solution could be very slow. So the optimization could be very, very slow. But the decay across layers could be very fast. So there's some trade-off there. So the idea of analysis borrows some like recent analysis by Sajeev Arora and the implicit regularization learning dynamics. We are still working on, this is a still ongoing work that we are still working on some technicalities here. And finally, I want to comment is that the orthogonal initialization is not that important. So this is only for simplicity or analysis. In practice, actually, linear decay can be achieved in many other small initializations. So finally, what I want to discuss is that, so far we have observed this neural collapse and also this progressive collapse across layers. So the final question is that how can this be useful in practice, right? So how can we like guide our design of neural network architectures, or how can we like have whether this phenomenon is a blessing or curse in training deep neural networks? So we try to probe this question in terms of transfer learning. So nowadays, transfer learning has becoming a predominant approach in many vision and NLP tasks, right? So, and the major reason is because, I mean, for a lot of the downstream tasks, the label data are very scarce. And so to deal with that, we often train on some like large data set like ImageNet, right? So we train a large model with some clean available data labels on, like say, ImageNet. And then once the model is pre-trained, then we either like frozen the pre-trained model and tune the classifiers, or we fine-tune the model on limited labels on downstream data. So we are starting neural collapse in this transfer learning setting. And so the first message I want to convey is that when you are pre-training large models on source data set, so we don't want neural collapse. So if you collapse, then we lose the diversity of the input data or the intrinsic structure of the data, right? So it cannot transfer to downstream tasks. So one example is that in practice, people use this projection head layers for pre-training the data for pre-training models, right? For self-supervised learning, they use this projection head. So what the projection head is doing is that when you are training the neural network, right? So you add a multi-layer MLP to the objective function, and once you train the network, you just discard this projection head and use this Y as the features for downstream tasks. And people find this projection head is very effective in pre-training. So from neural collapse perspective, so to understand this is that, so you know that if you look at this, I mean, the output of the progressive collapse, right? So the last layer is collapsed to a single feature. Then if you use a feature from the last layer, you lose the intrinsic structure of data. And what the projection head is doing is that you discard the several layers, and you are using the representation in this point. So which means that the feature, you are more diverse, right? So you keep some intrinsic structures of data, like preventing neural collapse. And actually, we did some experiment to verify this message, is that we pre-trained a ResNet 15 model with different number of projection head layers on CIFAR 100, and we transfer to CIFAR 10 data sets. And you can see that if you use more projection head layers, the NC1, the diverse feature diversity will be larger, and the transfer accuracy could be higher. And this is happening not only for this supervised contrastive loss, right? So not only for contrastive loss, if you use this for cross entropy, mean square error on the supervised contrastive loss, similar thing happens, right? So we have some saturation behavior. If you use 3 layers, often it leads to the best performance. So the second message the first message I conveyed here is that collapse for pre-training model is not good. The second message I want to convey is that if you look at on the downstream task, then collapsing on the downstream task actually leads to better performance. So here, what we showed here is that we pre-train models and we evaluate on downstream task. We evaluate the neural collapse NC1 of pre-trained models. We frozen the model. We just evaluate the NC1 on downstream task. And you can see that if NC1 is smaller, this collapse is smaller, then the transfer accuracy could be higher. And this is happening across different data sets, like CFAR, different data sets. So this suggests that, and we are using different models here with different data augmentation. So we are using different augmentation to train a different model. And this is a point that denoting different models. We can see that the models with smaller NC have a better transfer accuracy. And this is not only happening across models, but also happening across layers of the same model. So here, what we do is that we just train a classifier of different layers. And you can see that when the NC1 decreasing, the accuracy is getting higher. And this is some pre-trained model on ImageNet. The first one is a ResNet. The second one is a vision transformer on ImageNet. You can see it's quite consistent that across layers that the neural collapse, you have more collapse on downstream data sets, then the transfer accuracy could be higher. So finally, the third message is that using this neural collapse, can we design some like fine-tuning methods for fine-tuning pre-trained models, efficient fine-tuning methods for fine-tuning models on downstream tasks? So prior to our work, right, so the fine-tuning for vision tasks could be like brute force, right? So usually, full model, people just do full model fine-tuning is that they use pre-trained model as an initialization on downstream tasks, and they full fine-tune the whole model on the downstream data sets. And the drawback is that it could be quite expensive, right? Another drawback is that if you fine-tune the full model, the model is very large and the downstream data labels is very scarce, then you could have overfitting, right? So in some cases, people just do like this linear probing. Is that it just they frozen the whole model, they just train the classifier. This is a cheap way, but it often results in bad performance. So the question is, can we design, based on this neural collapse, to design a better, efficient fine-tuning approach of pre-training models? And our intuition is that if you, from message 2, you see that if the last layer is more collapse, then the transfer accuracy is higher, right? So the intuition here is that we select key layers to fine-tune that we can make the last layer most collapse on downstream data set. And based on this intuition, we designed some like simple methods to do that. We just fine-tune one key layer, one key middle layer. And here, this is some like a technical things that I want to ignore is that by fine-tuning just one key layer to make the last layer collapse, actually you can achieve pretty high and even higher performance than full model fine-tuning on downstream data sets. And you can save a lot of network like parameters, right? You can just tune like around 10 to 30% of network parameters. You can achieve even higher performance than fully model fine-tuning. Another benefit of our approach is that there's less overfitting because we only fine-tune one layer, right? We're fine-tuning less parameters. So you can see that if you have less training labels on the downstream data sets, you can see that the transfer performance, the test accuracy using our model fine-tuning approach is much higher than this full model fine-tuning, where full model fine-tuning have this kind of overfitting, is suffering from this overfitting behavior. And finally, this is a little bit complicated, but the message here is that so far what we showed is on vision task. And actually we can using this idea to do some work on, to show similar phenomena on NLP models. And this is some like results we showed on Robota models on some glue task, and it's published in EMLP this year. So this is some like technical details I want to ignore here. So finally, I want to conclude this talk. So in this talk, we provide a complete characterization of the learned representations of deep networks through neural claps, majorly under this strong unconstrained feature model. And I think our work also applies some like shed new lights on transferability and could potentially have some new results on generalization and robustness of deep neural networks through this neural claps phenomenon. And finally, I want to draw to Yi's talk as well, right? So the neural class basically is overfitting to the labels. And I think going forward, the right approach is that how can we learn representations to adapt to the intrinsic data structures of the input data. And we are still already making some progress through this closed loop structure. And finally, this is some published results by me and a lot of collaborators and my students. And this is some ongoing work that's forthcoming in 1 or 2 months. And finally, I want to thank a lot of wonderful collaborators that make this work happen. And thank you all for attendance.
So there's any, thanks for the good talk, and also any question from the audience? We have a few minutes.
Hi. Yeah, thank you for the interesting talk. So just a question regarding this, like, shape of neural collapse for different like data sets and different loss functions. So it seems that for CFR 100, for example, it seems that there is a, like at some layer, there is a sharp drop in neural collapse. So if you can go back, please.
Let's see.
That gets multiple rows and columns of result, like for different data. Yeah, that one.
You mean this one?
Yeah, this one. So it seems that for CFR 10, after some layer index, there is a sharp like drop in that. Yeah. Do you have any like thoughts about that? Any explanation?
I don't have much like insights on this. So I think this is the universal phenomenon we observe is like is progressive collapsing here, and also I think another thing is that because the ResNet, the feature dimension across different layers different, so the metric actually is not countering the feature dimension well. It's not normalizing the feature dimension. That's why they have this sharp here. I think if you like feature dimension is like normalized, then this phenomenon doesn't happen. So if you look at the vision transformer, actually it doesn't have this phenomenon. It's kind of more linear.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Some more student question? Yeah, there's one more question. I know, yeah.
Hi, thanks for the interesting talk. Would you expect neural collapse for multi-label learning if the occurrence of labels were not independent of one another?
So because it's a base, I mean, if you, what do you mean not independent?
So in that experiment with MNIST, it looked like you would just randomly place digits in an image. What if the occurrence of labels over a natural data set were somehow correlated with one another?
You mean they are overlapping to each other?
Sure, yeah.
But I think that the neural class basically, I mean, it's depending on the one-hot label or this multiplicity label, right? So if the label is like just in this structure, right? In this structure, it should be happening. I mean, it's because if you consider unconstrained feature model, it doesn't depend on the input data, right? So I think this representation structure should still hold here.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. All right. For the interest of time, I think we can leave the question for after maybe during the lunch. Okay. Let's thank the speaker again. Yeah. Thanks. So we have one more agenda, and there's Mr. Yasser Al Youssef. from the Abu Dhabi resident office. Probably give a 15 minutes introduction about the city or opportunities here. So for folks who might be interested, yeah, please. I have slides, right?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yasser Al-Yusuf, and I'm the Director of Partnerships in the Abu Dhabi Residence Office. Just to give you a bit of background about Abu Dhabi Residence Office, the Abu Dhabi Residence Office is part of the Economic Development Department of Abu Dhabi, and it has been launched a year and a half ago to ensure that we attract and retain talents in Abu Dhabi and help in the growth of the Abu Dhabi's growth through bringing the right talents to Abu Dhabi. As we say in Arabic, Assalamu alaikum, Masa al khair, and this is our way to greet everyone and to say, welcome home. Why Abu Dhabi? To start with, do you know that Abu Dhabi is the safest city globally? Abu Dhabi is also one of the top high GDP cities with highest GDP per capita, which means that there is a strong economic growth. Abu Dhabi is ranked #1 regionally in the ease of doing business and 16th globally. Abu Dhabi is also one of the best cities to live regionally and is a great city to attract talents. We are proud to have 200 nationalities in Abu Dhabi and in the 2 million residents that we have, which shows the diversity that we have. So again, as we said, welcome to where you belong, welcome home. To know why we greet people as welcome home, here is a short video that shows the beauty of our city.
I wondered what makes a city
a great place
to thrive.
Your happy place.
Your happy place.
Your happy place.
Your happy place.
هي مدينة تاريخها عريق، فرصها أصيل، وغنية بالعادات والتقاليد، وبتسحرك بكل الفنون والإبداع والثقافة اللي فيها في كل زاوية.
A city where I am motivated to improve every day. It's where I can find opportunities to grow businesses, develop myself, and make lasting connections.
هي مدينة بتدعم النجاح والابتكار في جميع القطاعات الرئيسية، مدينة بتحسسك بالاستقرار والأمان وبتشجعك على الاستثمار، مدينة مكنتني شخصياً من تحقيق أحلامي.
هي المدينة اللي بتقدم لطلابها تعليم بمستوى عالي وفرص للتقديم لأفضل البرامج التعليمية، ومدينة بتدي الأولوية للمعرفة والممارسة لتمكين الشباب عشان يحققوا تطلعاتهم المهنية في بيئة مليانة فرص.
这是一座能激发我创作灵感的城市，并激励我向全世界展示我的艺术创作。
A city where I know my children can grow in a safe and diverse community. It's where families are empowered and children are given the right opportunities to develop their talent. It's where I dream of having an active and healthy retirement with my family in the future.
مدينة تحتضن طاقتي وحبي للحياة وتعطيني فرصة أتعرف عالم من كل الثقافات. مدينة بنبسط بمعالمها ونشاطاتها الغنية مع أصحابي وبتحسسني بالأمان.
أبو ظبي.
أبو ظبي.
أبو ظبي.
Abu Dhabi.
أبو ظبي.
Abu Dhabi.
Abu Dhabi.
The city where we thrive.
Our happy place.
So as you have seen, the video is all humans. Very sure we probably will have robotics who will be residents of Abu Dhabi and will be part of this. I won't bore you with all the details. I know that I'm stopping you from lunch, but just to give you a bit of glimpse on what we do as Abu Dhabi Residence Office. As I told you, our mandate is to attract the right talents for the growth of Abu Dhabi. But what we do is we support people to come or consider, if someone is considering to come to Abu Dhabi, we support them with moving to Abu Dhabi. We also have what's called attraction visas. Now, attraction visas are the long-term visas that are offered within the UAE, and they are new. So it's 10 years or 5 years visas that we offer for talented people or for investors or for distinguished students to ensure that people feel that they are part of Abu Dhabi. What else we do? We have recently launched a loyalty program called Intemi. Intemi means belonging, exclusively for talents of Abu Dhabi, and we're started with the golden visa holders of Abu Dhabi. We try to listen a lot to some of the challenges of living and starting businesses in Abu Dhabi. So we have created what's called the Residence Majlis, where it's people from the government versus people from some of the leaders of the industries and some people who represent residents, and they just talk about some of the challenges of living in Abu Dhabi. Now, some of the challenges that have been raised in the resident majlis and has been fixed was things like, how can I start or how can I open my bank account if I'm not yet a resident of Abu Dhabi? How can I open a bank account if I am a startup? And then some of the typical banking require a lot of documents. Now, thank you to the digital banking where they allowed us the ease of opening banking, and these are things that we support and promote to the residents and to the first-timers of Abu Dhabi. We try to be the point of contact between the residents and the authorities and try to fix their issues. And we have worked on changing some of the rules and regulations when it comes to residency in Abu Dhabi to enhance livability in Abu Dhabi. So what we try to bring everyone together by connecting residents with the private sector and government, whether it's for job opportunities, whether it's for starting businesses in Abu Dhabi, whether it's for attracting talents. I was just now in a meeting with LinkedIn where we want to also ensure that Abu Dhabi is being seen as a platform for attracting talents. Again, just a summary of our different types of visas. Golden visa is the long-term residency of 10 years. It's given for investors, entrepreneurs, specialists. So a lot of you would be in the specialist or the brilliant talents, scientists and researchers, anyone who is considered a scientist or a PhD holder or has won an international recognition, they fall into the scientists and researchers, skilled professionals, graduates, and pioneers of human actions. Now, the process of application is online. People will need to go to adro.gov.ae, submit their documents, and then we attest the documents, and then it's sent to the ICP who issues the visa. It's, as I said, 10 years visa, and then the person, his spouse and kids and parents are eligible for the visa. And for people who work, they need to be earning 50,000 or 30,000 and above to be eligible for the golden visa. Now, when it comes to the green visa, which is a 5 years visa compared to 10 years visa, it's mainly for freelancers, it's for skilled employees, so we're looking at anyone below 30,000, and we are looking at partners of investors. So if I am an investor and I have a partner or my executive team, they can be part of the green visa. And the non-work visa, again, we're promoting Abu Dhabi as a destination for working from home or for kind of working remotely. So that's where the non-working visa comes. And there is the remote visa, which is part of it, as well as retirement. What we are working currently is we're promoting to everyone who's above the age of 55 plus to consider Abu Dhabi as their home for retirement. And all what they need to have is they need to have an investment in Abu Dhabi worth 1 million dirhams, that's around $300,000 in terms of property or business, and they are then eligible for the retirement visa. Again, retirement visa is 5 years, and we are currently creating an ecosystem with some of our partners to create opportunities for retirees to live in Abu Dhabi, to thrive in Abu Dhabi, and to feel that they're still giving back to the community by creating different opportunities that we will be very soon announcing. Thank you for that. As I told you, I won't go into the details of each. I hope I covered it in a summary. If there are any questions, happy to take them. And wish you all the best in Abu Dhabi, and hope you enjoy Abu Dhabi. You came at a time where the weather is really nice, so make the best of it. I won't give you my age, but I was studying C, C++. At that time, I was an IT technician or IT developer as well.
So, any questions? All right, good. If not, we'll thank you.
Lunch
again.
then. Thank you very much.
All right, I think it's time for lunch. I think we will be back at 1:30, right, for the afternoon session. Yeah, see you in afternoon.
Okay, thanks everyone for coming back to the afternoon session to our schedule today. And so we're going to do like some group photo after the third talk, which is between the third talk and the panel. So in order to make sure that we still get everything on time, we are going to shrink our coffee break from like half an hour to 14 minutes. So, and also we are hoping for like to do our third talk 14 minutes earlier than what's on the schedule. And so, and please stay around after the third talk. And next we'll just have our first speaker for today. We will have Professor Mitra Barkin from UCSD, and he will talk about why the neural network has so many parameters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Here we go. Yeah, so what I would like to talk about today is why neural networks have so many parameters or need so many parameters. It is not a complete explanation, but it's at least suggestive. It shows basically that, well, you will see. It proves that if you want to basically have low loss, then you have to have a lot of parameters. And the meat of this is joint work with, sorry about that, with Nikhil Ghosh. And there I will also discuss joint work with Li Kuei. Okay, so let me sort of start by, you look at the neural networks, right, and the architectures, and, the obvious thing is that these things are very complex, right? And sort of a theorist, we would like to understand what is the role of this complexity. You can think, well, okay, there are many units here, and it kind of seems a little bit, the architecture seems a little baroque, right? So if you think about it, it's, kind of reminds you of this. If you have kids, you probably have seen it. This, oops, I'm sorry. Getting used to the remote. So, this is the house moving castle, and it certainly moves, right? But it's probably not the most efficient way of transportation, and it looks very complex. So can we somehow understand the aspects of neural networks in a little simpler? What we have seen in recent years is like one very striking aspect of this, is that the neural networks just keep growing in size. So this is a summary for 2017. The size of each circle here corresponds to the number of parameters for architectures from a small ones, which about 5 million, to big, those big circles with 150 million. And what we see is that, like this was 6 years ago. 6 years ago, there were architectures with about 150 million parameters. And in fact, the first one that I showed you is actually one of the small ones. It has about only 5 or 6 million parameters. So of course that was 2017, and they just keep growing, right? So GPT-3 had 175 billion parameters, right? This is to scale. And now they're even bigger. There is something called switch transformer, which has 1.6 trillion parameters. So you can, like those circles are here. You can try looking for them. So what's going on? Like, why? And this is definitely a very, very systematic thing. There is a nice summary from a recent paper from DeepMind for a bunch of these architectures. And we can see that they're all in like 100 billion and higher. So between 100 billion and a trillion, a little like half a trillion, but there are even bigger ones. And
they are being trained on data sets whose size is kind of similar order, about between 100 billion and a trillion. What's going on? So why so many parameters? Why so much complexity? And I'll try to sort of give at least one story of what's going on. And so let me set it up. So as usual, we will have data, x, y, yi. And my data xi are features in Rd and yi minus 1, 1 for classification. Actually, I'll primarily consider regression today. And under standard statistical assumptions, when the data sampled IID, the best predictor that best generalizes to new data, right? That's the point. Take this training data and generalize to data we haven't seen. The best one is simply the one which minimizes the loss function over the full probability distribution of the data. Of course, we don't know the probability distribution because by definition it's unseen. So, you know, what we do in practice in what's called empirical risk minimization, we minimize over some class of functions over the training data. And one of the sort of key aspects of machine learning is this tension, because what we're minimizing is the empirical risk, and what we want is the expected risk. And sort of if you think about the standard generalization bounds, they're saying that, well, empirical risk and the expected risk should be close together. If I can somehow control capacity and they're close together, then it's good. Right? I can prove stuff. But what we have seen is that in practice, they're not actually that close together. So there is this idea of interpolation. It's probably familiar, but let me just sort of go over it quickly. Is that you can drive the empirical risk to 0, and it is still okay. So classically, you know, like we've said, well, a model with 0 training error overfit, right? And actually, I like this one from Yorfi, Kohler, Krzyzak, and Wok. And they have this picture, and they say that, so this is an interpolating curve, and this is somehow non-interpolating predictor. And they say, well, the estimate on the right seems to be more reasonable than the estimate on the left, which interpolates the data. It's kind of an interesting, right? It's like reasonable, right? It's what does reasonable exactly mean? Certainly it looks more reasonable, right? But what is reasonable? Okay, in any case, as we have seen in practice, this is not really the case. You can train neural networks to have 100% accuracy, and you don't see much overfitting. And in fact, it's not a new thing. And boosting the margin by Shapir, Freund, Bartlett, and Lee, that was in '98, they actually said that in boosting, the test error of the generated hypothesis usually doesn't increase as its size becomes very large and often is observed to decrease even after the training error reaches 0. So this was not even a new observation, although it somehow didn't completely register, I suppose. What we see in practice is something like this. We see that, so this is for a kernel machine, so I can actually compute exact solution. And this is the green dashed line is the exact solution, the test error of the exact solution. And this line, the solid line, is what happens on test when I train it by stochastic gradient descent. So what we see is that it somehow keeps decreasing with the number of epochs and sort of just converges to the exact solution, and it never kind of goes up again, like what standard theory would suggest. On train, what we see is that, of course, interpolation train error is 0. It's numerically 0, 10 to the minus 27. And what we see is that, you know, my stochastic gradient descent just keeps going down, exactly the way we would expect. Now, well, so there are 2 points here to be made. First point, of course, is that I can just solve this problem exactly and I don't need stochastic gradient descent. I just get 0 loss on my training data, and it works fine. It works as well as the best predictor. On the other hand, here is an interesting thing. You can see that after 10 epochs, my training error is actually 10 to the minus 4, which is very far from 10 to the minus 27. But I'm already doing as well as I'm ever going to do. So from a practical point of view, there is really no reason to have accuracy higher than 10 to the minus 3 or 10 to the minus 4, right? That's the early stopping point. So in practice, we don't actually achieve interpolation, and I'll discuss this. And we don't even care whether it interpolates or not. Okay. So yeah, I really like this quote from Ruslan's tutorial that basically say, like, if you want to build a good system, you basically have to be able to interpolate. And this is not the end of it, but if you just do this, if you just drive the error to 0, you already usually get a pretty reasonable result. Okay, now, so here is a kind of first intuitive explanation of what happens with interpolation. And this is, in some sense, I think, I presume that most of you have some intuition about interpolation, but if you don't, this is probably the kind of right intuition to think about. And the easiest way to think about it in terms of the Shepard's interpolation. And the Shepard's interpolation is simply the following scheme. You just take inverse distance, what's called inverse distance kernels, just 1 over x minus xi. And to build a predictor, you take f of x to be sum yi k of xix divided by sum of k xix. And this is what's called a Naderai-Watson scheme. Now, there is an easy claim to prove that this is really an interpolation. So f of x equal, that should be xi. F of xi is equal to yi. So this goes to infinity, but both denominator and the numerator go to infinity, so they cancel out. Easy to check that this works out correctly. So this is kind of an interpolation. And it turns out, and this was actually, I believe, Shepard's master's thesis at MIT. And it turns out, and this was a remarkable result by Devroy, Georf, and Kurajak, that what they call a Hilbert scheme, which is exactly that, with some power alpha equals d, when d is a dimension, is that this thing is consistent for regression. Now, this is actually, I think, quite a remarkable result, because as you can see, there are no parameters here other than dimension. You just get it for free. So you just get consistency. It's some sort of universal consistency result. If you are willing to have parameters, you can do a little bit better. You can actually prove that it's not just consistent, but it has optimal rates, and it has many other nice statistical properties. And this was the joint work we did with Daniel Supar-Temitra, and then a follow-up with Sasha Raklin and Sasha Tsibakov. And basically, you know, the intuition is something like this. So this, I think this kind of picture is maybe the mental picture that is useful to have if you don't have that. So let me describe this picture, and then I kind of go back to that. And so what is this picture? You have a very simple model. It is simply y equals x plus noise, okay? And of course, the best predictor for such a model for regression, right? So this is how my data sampled, all these little data points. And of course, the optimal predictor for this is just simply the line y equals x. And if you simply do linear regression, you will find that it's okay. Or you will find something close to it. But now, if you use one of those schemes, you get this red line, or red curve. And the red curve has this very interesting property that at no data point, it is particularly close to the blue line, right? So it's actually very far from the blue line at every data point. And yet, if you somehow look away from your data points, it's actually not that far from the blue line. So it's a good approximation for the blue line on average. But it's not a good approximation for blue line at any data point. And this, I think, is a very sort of non-traditional kind of predictor. And essentially, this is a mental picture for what deep learning does. And I'll give some evidence for this, but this is what was called benign overfitting or harmless interpolation. And basically, there have been a lot of theoretical work showing that this picture is somehow typical. Something like that is really happening. There is a nice survey in particular by Bartlett, Montanari, and Racklin from last year. Oh, no, it's not last year anymore. It's 2 years ago. Now, we also did some work with Adit Radhakrishnan and Caroline Euler. And in fact, what you can show is that sufficiently deep neural network under some settings exactly do this. So it's not just a mental picture, it's actually exact in a certain sense. So that may be the sort of mental picture, but now it's still, even with this, it's still not completely clear why so many parameters are necessary for this. Like, this doesn't explain the number of parameters at all. And sort of to maybe give some intuition about the number of parameters, it's useful to look at the double descent curve. And what you observe here is that for P, so P here is the number of parameters, and then is the number of data points. So in the classical regime, P is much less than N, and you sort of have this kind of traditional predictors. In this modern regime, when P is much bigger than N, you have curves like this. So that's maybe the mental picture. And what do you expect, of course? Well, if you take this curve seriously, then you realize that you have to go sufficiently to the right, because going to the right actually decreases your test error, right? So this curve suggests that you should be sufficiently overparameterized if you want to be in the modern regime, in the interpolating regime. Of course, this curve doesn't tell you that you have to be, because you have solutions here which may be just as good, right? In some cases better. But if you want to be there, then you better be kind of away from the peak. So that's maybe the first intuition. And so very large models perform better than just simply large models, but not necessarily better than small models. So that's the first sort of intuition about this. Now, one thing, and this is a little bit of an aside, but it's kind of, I think, interesting if you are into such things. You can view this as a certain sort of, you can think about two limits, right? One limit is your number of parameters goes to infinity. Another limit is the number of data points goes to infinity. And classically, what do? Like, you increase the number of data points and slowly increase the number of parameters with the number of data points, right? Like, you're controlling VC dimension or some measure of complexity of your system. And basically, N is much, much smaller than P. And if N is bigger than P, I'm sorry, the other way around. P is much smaller than N. And of course, if P is comparable to N, you overfit. So if you think about what happens, to be optimal, you need P grow much slower than N. So N goes to infinity first, and then P goes to infinity, sort of. If you do it the other way around, you get overfitting. And of course, these are not the same. If you look at this modern picture, the one I showed you, it's actually kind of saying that going this way or that way, you roughly get the same. So you don't get the same predictor, but you get the same performance, more or less. So that's maybe like one intuition, is that somehow this modern machine learning somehow gives you this commutative diagram. Okay, that's an aside. So if you're not into commutative diagrams, let me now show some mathematical result, basically saying what happens. What can we actually show? And let me first start with result by Hosmel, a very nice result in ICLR 2021. And what he showed is the following. Well, before I explain, let me just do a setup. So suppose I have some feature map from RD to RP. Okay, an arbitrary feature map. You need it to be non-degenerate, but other than that, it's arbitrary. And suppose now I have the following model. Y is simply equals to W star times f phi of x plus some noise, and the variance of the noise is sigma squared. Okay, that's all. Now I'm going to suppress this phi because this phi doesn't do really anything, so I'll just write x instead of phi of x, but it works for random models, random feature models, and all sorts of other things like that. Now, assume now that the square loss of my predictor is equal to 0, okay? So this is interpolation. This is exactly interpolation condition. Then what he showed is the following, that expected value over my training data of Wn, so that's my prediction that I obtained from data, x minus y squared, so that's the square loss of my predictor, minus the square loss of the optimal predictor, is bigger than sigma squared n divided by p plus 1 minus n. So let me unpack this. So first, n is the number of data points, remember, and p is the number of parameters. And so what is this quantity? This quantity is simply expected excess loss, right? So the best possible predictor is just if I somehow, if an oracle tells me what W star is, right? That's the best. And for that, this will be 0. For everything else, this will be worse than 0. Or this will be, I mean, bigger than 0, positive number. So if I have a very good predictor, right, it better be that this quantity is small. Now, what does this inequality tell me? This inequality tells me that this quality cannot be small, assuming sigma squared is non-zero. So let's just think of sigma squared being 1 to be like specific, so I don't have to worry about it. Of course, if there is no noise, then this disappears. If sigma is equal to 0, then this is not saying anything. But suppose sigma is equal to 1, so there is some label noise. And now this is saying that this quantity cannot be small unless p is much bigger than n. Okay? And what does it mean that p is much bigger than n? That means that I am significantly over-parameterized. So if I want this to be like, 0.1, then it better be that p is roughly on the order of 11n, right? So I need 11 times as many parameters as the number of data points. So let me kind of go over this, and then I'll say why this is not completely satisfactory and give a more general result along the same direction. So first, some observations. And, oh yeah, I should point out, I'm not assuming anything here, right? I'm not assuming anything about the model. I'm just assuming my data ID. I'm not assuming, oops, sorry. I'm not assuming, the only thing which is I'm assuming is that my variance is point-wise bounded from below. That's the only non-trivial assumption. Everything else is trivial. And I think I probably need some moment to exist. But yeah, so it's very, very general. It's remarkably general result. Now, consider general bound. So this is a very general bound, right? It's distribution independent. It's okay. So in his paper, actually, it was specifically for pseudo inverse, so minimum norm regression, but actually that turns out to be unnecessary. In any case, so consider now this and consider exact formula for the Gaussian, which from our paper with Daniel Su and Mark Zhu. And it turns out that the general bound almost exactly matches the bound for the Gaussian. So it's really quite remarkable, right? Because this is an explicit analysis, because for the Gaussian you can just work out those things. And this is some sort of general bound, which is even distribution independent, and yet it matches almost exactly. I think it's quite amazing. Now, first point is that p bigger than n is necessary for small excess loss, right? Under interpolation. excess loss becomes infinite for p equals n. So actually, for the Gaussian case, it becomes exactly infinite for even finite p equals n. In this case, you can only do it when n and p go to infinity, otherwise it's finite. But okay, it still will be very large, right? When p is equal to n, this is 1, and this is n. So the lower bound will be n, which is huge. And finally, this is suggestive, but doesn't fully explain practice, right? Because it doesn't match practice. And why doesn't it match practice? Why doesn't it match practice? Well, it doesn't match practice because I assume exact interpolation. And in practice, as we just discussed, nobody does exact interpolation. At least it's not commonly done. Right? You usually do some sort of early stopping. And you stop at points which don't interpolate. So let me now kind of go one step back and let's look at practice. And this a bunch of data set, and this is from our paper with Li Kuei. And these results, these green results, are actually optimal. And what do I mean by optimal? We take the optimal parameter. Well, okay, I don't know whether the parameters are optimal, but whatever they chose in those papers, so presumably they tuned them and so on. So it's hard. Of course, we don't know that they're optimal, but it's hard to get much better results with these architectures, at least. So it's a realistic setup. And what you see is the following. You see very consistently that the test error, say 30% here, the train error is 4%, right? 5%, 0.7%, 9%, 0.8%, and so on. So yes, first, train error is definitely not 0, but it is at least 10 times, roughly 10 times smaller than the test error. So you clearly training them, it's clearly a very non-classical setup, but it is still far from interpolation as such. So you can do more of this experiment, you roughly see the same thing. It's very consistent. There are a few data sets for which they actually are close, but it's like 2 data sets out of 20. So the majority of data sets, the training error is much smaller than the test error. Okay, so how would we analyze this? And the main result is that it's a double descent actually is universal even when we train below, even when we allow early stopping or any regularization method. And let me explain what this means. So I'm taking exactly the same model as before and the same assumption as before, but now I am changing the condition slightly. So before, remember, I was assumed that the loss was 0. Now I'm saying that the square loss is not 0, but it is below the noise level. And why does it have to be below the noise level? Well, you see, if I just plug in the optimal, suppose an oracle tells me that, okay, W star is the optimal predictor. Then if you plug W star here, then there is no training, right? It's just W star. If you train W star here, you will see that the loss of the optimal predictor is exactly equal to the noise level, right? So if I want to exclude the oracle, right? Because otherwise there is always a method which just gives me the oracle. Somebody gives me the oracle, right? I have divine inspiration, I plug it in and I get the result. So that's, I want to exclude this. So how do I exclude it? Well, I have to say that I'm training below the noise level. And so instead of sigma squared, I need some sort of tau sigma squared, and tau has to be smaller than 1. That's what training below the noise level means. And arguably what we have seen is that in practice, people almost always train below the noise level. Okay. This, as you can view, as some sort of normalized loss. And when tau is equal to 1, then of course you can just plug the optimal one. So now here is the theorem, and this is joint work with Nikhil Ghosh, and the whole discussion which I will have from now is joint work with him. He really did an amazing job analyzing this. So here is a result. So suppose you have any probability distribution, and suppose you have any algorithm. It really doesn't matter what algorithm you use. So it's completely universal bound, almost completely universal. The only thing, I'm just assuming that my algorithm gives me output which is below the noise level. It's below tau. That's my only constraint. Now, how you get it, I don't care. You can do early stopping. You can do regularization. You can do any sort of different ways in which people get this. Or you can do exact interpolation. Yeah, Renee. No, it's not in the denominator.
So why?
Give me 1 second. I don't think I can tell you exactly why, but I can give you a comparison with the. So think about, oh yeah, let me point out, for interpolation, tau would be exactly 0, right? Tau equals 0 is interpolation. So this is a relaxed version of interpolation. And think about tau being equal to 0.5. So think about it significantly lower than the noise level, but much higher than 0. Yeah.
In the product of W.
Oh, I just suppressed phi because it's annoying to write it always. You can just put it everywhere.
I see, but when you have this, in the product, you mean you are in the product thing with phi, right?
With phi.
Phi of x.
It's just phi doesn't really do anything and it doesn't change anything. The only thing for phi is to being non-degenerate.
I see.
So
I see.
That's why I'm suppressing it.
Thank
but
you.
Yeah, technically I should put phi everywhere. Okay. So, oops. Okay, so this is the claim. So the excess loss, just as before, is equal, great, then sigma squared n over p, 1 minus square root of tau squared. Okay? And now I'm going to sort of unfold this. Sorry. Okay. So first, remember the result I just discussed of Hausmuller? That's for tau equals 0. Now, I can plug tau equals 0 here, of course, right? I just put tau equals 0. And what do I have if tau equals 0? I just have n over p sigma squared. And here I have sigma squared n over p minus n plus 1. Not quite the same thing, but very similar, essentially the same, as long as p is significantly bigger than n. Okay? Oh, by the way, this bound also works when p is smaller than n. That one I think doesn't. But in any case, think about p being bigger than n, then n over p and n over p minus n is about the same thing. Right? The difference is small. So it almost matches for tau equals 0, so that's nice. Now, notice that if I stop short of interpolation, right, let's think about what does stop shorting of interpolation mean? Well, tau is equal to 0.5, as I said before. If tau is equal to 0.5, then, a simple calculation with a calculator tells you that 1 minus square root of 0.5 squared is about 0.7. So you get 0.7 there, which is, a very benign factor. So essentially 0.5, doing full interpolation and doing 0.5, which is very far from interpolation, gives you almost the same bound. The factor is just 0.7. And finally, as I mentioned before, p smaller than n is also fine. Notice that if you have, this actually tells you something quite interesting if p is smaller than n, right? Because if n is bigger than p, right, you want this thing to be small. Well, how can it be small if n is bigger than p? The only way it has to be small is that this thing has to be small, right? To compensate, because if n is bigger than p, then n over p is bigger than 1. So it better be that this is a lot smaller than 1. How can this be a lot smaller than 1? This can only be smaller than 1 if tau is very close to 1. So this says that in the traditional regime, interpolation is not possible. this actually like pushes you away. If you want to have accurate bound in the classical regime, you have to be very far from interpolation. Okay, so that's basically that. Now, you can do something a little bit more precise. Well, actually, it's a lot more precise. And this is a so-called Marchenko-Pasteur setting. So assume that everything is, let's just assume everything is Gaussian and the distribution is Gaussian. So I'm jumping from like any distribution to like this very specific thing when you have this random matrices of Gaussian random matrices essentially. Well, they don't technically have to be Gaussian, but yeah, I would rather not go there, the condition. But I'll just think about Gaussian. And I'm also taking the limit. So before everything was non-asymptotic. Now now it has to be asymptotic. N and P go together to infinity. N over P equals to some gamma. Okay, there is some fraction. Then there is you can prove the following theorem. We prove the following: is that for small tau, the lower bound becomes this very, it's much more specific form. It's sigma squared n over p minus n times 1 minus tau to the 1/2 square root of p over p minus n, okay? So notice here what happens when p is much bigger than n. This is essentially n over p. This becomes 1, right? And I'm just getting my previous bound. So it matches. Again, very nice because this analysis uses completely different technology from the other one. It uses random matrix theory. It only applies under these conditions. The previous analysis applies under any condition. There is essentially no. It's almost completely general. So you can see that the general bound is tight when gamma is sufficiently bigger than 1. Basically, when gamma is much bigger than 1, it's tight. You can, in fact, see that. Like you can numerically see that the things match pretty well. Interestingly enough, you can also look at the interpolation. So this gives you, so let me go back to the previous bound. And you see that around the interpolation peak, this tells, sorry. Around the interpolation peak, right? What happens at the interpolation peak? N is equals to P. And this bound doesn't tell you very much, right? It just tells you that, like, if tau is bigger than 0.5, this tells you that, assume sigma is equal to 1. This just tells you that the generalization loss is bigger than 0.7, which is kind of not very strong, because you actually expect it to be infinite. So nicely, for the Marchenko-Pasteur setting, you can, in fact, prove this. And the bound is actually quite nice. So when gamma is close to 1, sorry, I'm struggling with this pointer. When gamma is close to 1, you can have the following. The bound becomes sigma squared, 1 over 4 tau, plus tau over 4 minus 1/2. So it's very precise. And here is the interesting thing. So notice how sensitive it is to tau. So if I'm driving tau to 0, so when tau is 0, this is interpolation, this is exact fit. This actually goes to infinity, and it goes to infinity, it has a pole, right? The polar for the 1 at tau equals 0. But if tau is just a little bit bigger than 0, this almost completely disappears. So it's very easy to smooth the peak. And in fact, I believe that probably was the reason it wasn't so much noticed in the past, is because you actually, even small regularization will remove this, right? Add a little bit of regularizer, right? Just a tiny bit, like 0.1, and that already makes it much, much smaller. So the peak is extremely sensitive to tau, to the degree at which you deviate from interpolation. But look now at the tail. Whether tau is 0 or tau is 0.1 essentially makes no difference at all. So the universality of this comes through the tail, not through the peak. The peak is really very sensitive, but the tail is almost completely robust. Like you actually, the only way to remove the tail is to drive tau all the way to 1. That's the only way. And that, of course, will just drive you to the classical regime when you're very far from interpolation. So I think there is this kind of interesting, sharp distinction between what happens in the peak when you are, like you do regularization, and what happens at the tail. And arguably, the tail is what's interesting, right? Because that's where we want to be. We want this bound to be small, right? We don't want it to be big. Who cares? I mean, the peak is kind of cool. It's like this sharp thing. But who cares? So that's basically the upshot. If interpolation peak is very sensitive, while the tail is extremely robust. And this is kind of what you have, 1 over tau versus 1 minus square root of tau squared, right? Completely different dependence. Okay, so let's see. So actually I'll summarize, and I'm happy to take questions. I think I'm well ahead of time. So, summary. First, if you want to train below the noise level, you have to overparameterize, at least for these linear models. There is no other way. So either you train at the noise level, or you don't overparameterize. Yeah. For the linear feature case, yes. Well, presumably it should also be true for nonlinear, but it's hard to prove. Yeah, it's so that's kind of interesting, right? You have this. It's almost like you either don't overparameterize and then you're in the classical regime, and then you have to train at the noise level, or you overparameterize and you train below the noise level, and then you need a lot of parameters. And it looks like modern models are almost always trained below the noise level. I'm not actually proving that this is necessary or optimal, but it seems to be an empirical fact. And if you take that fact as a given, and you sort of agree that this is a reasonable model for that, then you have to be overparameterized. Significantly overparameterized. Now, the peak of double descent is sensitive to early stopping regularization, while the tail is robust. And again, this doesn't depend on the nature of the algorithm or nature of regularization you have. If you want to have a good algorithm, you always have to do it this way. This is a universal bound for all algorithms in all regularization methods. Interesting parallel with this work by Bubek and Selke recently, when they showed, in fact, this was kind of partially inspired by their work on, they showed that overparameterization is necessary for robustness in terms of the Lipschitz norm. This is what we're showing, is that it's necessary for generalization. I think it's a very different setup, but it does somehow feel that this overparameterization allows you to do things nicely somehow. And finally, for nonlinear families, I presume it must be true as well. Well, it seems much harder to prove. Certainly, these methods don't really apply to sort of non-feature-based model directly, but there may be other ways to do it. It seems to be true, but I mean, I would argue that sort of historically we have seen that linear models are actually pretty insightful as far as nonlinear models are concerned, but you know, that remains to be proven. Yeah, I'll stop here, and I'm happy to ask questions. Happy to take questions, that is.
Great talk, Misha. So you mostly talk about lower bounds. So under what regimes do you have matching upper bounds with these lower bounds?
Excellent question. So we don't have a matching upper. So I don't know. I don't know. It's a really good question, and it needs to be like We actually have to work this out. Because, oh yeah, this, I forgot to say one more thing about this. If you want to have some rate, you know, like in non-parametric statistics, they usually want to have some rate, right? It's like n to the, you know, like 3 over d or something, some function of d. So you can actually plug here the rate, and then you see that essentially, if you want to get rate, the degree of overparameterization actually has to match that rate. So you can do this, you can play this game asymptotically, and you will see how much overparameterization you need to play to get this rate. But it doesn't show that the rate is achievable. It just shows that this is the least that you need to have it.
So I was wondering for the, you said that deep neural network is essentially implementing the Shepard's interpolation. Did you mean like Nadaraya-Watson kind of interpolation, or is there some other interpolation scheme using the Shepard's kernel? And also, I guess another like very related question is like, for this almost interpolation tau, is it still like a Shepard's kernel, or maybe a less sharp kernel would do? So I was hoping to get your thoughts on that.
Yes, so for classification, it exactly under some, so you have to set it up correctly, but yes, you can prove that it's exactly Shepard's, the Nadaraya-Watson using Shepard's. Oh, I'm emphasizing what I've done here was for regression, that is for classification. And the reason is for classification, you can ignore denominators. But it's exactly Nadaraya-Watson with a singular kernel, and you can analyze everything there in terms of your activation function. What happens, but that is for exact interpolation. I don't know what happened there if you have some sort of regularization. So it's a sort of orthogonal story to this one. I haven't really discussed that.
So are there equivalent results for logistic regression? With,
what? Sorry.
Yes, here. I was just wondering, are there like equivalent bounds for logistic regression with log loss?
Can you say it a little louder, please?
Okay, it's not working? Okay, sorry. So I'm just wondering, are there equivalent bounds for logistic regression with cross-entropy loss?
Logistic regression. I don't know. Yeah, the analysis relies on the square loss. Presumably it should be the same, but I don't think the analysis will work in this form. You would need a different technique.
Okay.
I mean, it would be very, okay, I should say, it would be very surprising to me if it would be significantly different, but I don't have a proof.
Okay, thanks.
Hi. Yeah, here. Thank you for the interesting talk. Just a question regarding overparameterization, right? So in linear regression, linear models, achieving, like there is a unique way to achieve overparameterization, sorry, by increasing the number of parameters, right? But in a deep neural network, for example, we can increase the width or increase the depth. So my question is, do you observe, at least empirically, similar like double descents by, for example, fixing the width and increasing depth, or fixing depth and increasing the width, etc.? Thank you.
Yeah, so I think depth and width are very different. So I think a good, maybe a good intuition for this is to think about increasing depth, increasing width is somehow making things more smooth, somehow you're averaging it out. Increasing depth seems to make, if you think about it in terms of the kernel, it seems to make this kernel sharper. Well, actually, it doesn't seem, you can prove it in some settings, it actually makes the kernel sharper. So if you're using, you know, like your kernel becomes kind of larger and larger.
I mean, you mean like the NTK or something?
Yeah, so think about the NTK regime. you have a kernel. So if your depth goes to infinity, your kernel becomes unbounded. It becomes singular kernel, and you actually get Shepard's interpolation scale.
I see. Thanks.
Hi, Misha. A very nice talk. I'm not sure I fully understood the statement that double descent is universal. So, I mean, the lower bound implies the first bullet that you wrote here, that overparameterization is necessary. So when you say that double descent is universal, do you mean the same thing in other words, or you mean something a little bit different?
What I mean by universal is that if you look at the tail is not really algorithm dependent. If you just think about it as a lower bound, if you think about it the following form, I mean, you can think about it in many ways, but think about it just saying like, if I want to have a good model, I have to have a lot of parameters, or I have to have very few parameters. That, I think, is a universal thing, and that you cannot get away. So what these bounds show, right, that the tail is super robust. Like, whatever you do with your algorithm, you are not getting away from the need to have, like, go way, way in the overparameterized regime. So in that sense, it's universal. The peak on its own is not universal unless you require, like, strict interpolation. The peak depends on the exact interpolation.
Okay.
That's
Thanks.
I wanted to go back to the last question. Your last bullet point is about nonlinear models, and there, as the previous to the last question argued, you have depth and width, but I think the real question is, what's going to be the x-axis of these double descent plots?
Yeah, so my feeling is you have to look at the widths, right? You somehow fix the depth, and because if you allow depth go to infinity too, I don't know. Well, so if you allow width go to infinity first, and then depth go to infinity, I think the story will still be fine. If you somehow like make them go to infinity at the same time, I really don't know what's going to happen. I don't have any intuition.
But more generally, is really what about the invariances that exists when you have deep networks, right? There'll be transformations that reduce the number of effective parameters, and therefore how to measure the x-axis is unclear.
Yeah, so this is a really good question. In fact, you can, okay, I'm sort of arguing against myself here, but let me, this is really annoying. Sorry, I don't know how to go all the way to the first slide. Okay, thank you for the patience. So look at this. You see that the number of parameters here and the number of training tokens is actually about the same. You may say, well, aren't we at the peak of the curve? Maybe it's not overparameterized. And one possibility actually is that it may be, this is not doing regression, right? This is doing classification. And it may be that a lot of the tokens are very strongly correlated and somehow effective dimensionality. There are like a bunch of invariances and equivalences and whatnot, right? And it may be that even though it looks like it's 300, 300 billion tokens, but maybe it's like effectively like 10 billion. I don't know. I'm just putting random numbers here. But it does look like they're probably far fewer than you would expect. So it may be that, so presumably invariances will shift you on this curve. But I don't think we have like any understanding what exactly is happening. This seems to be like crucial, right? To like the real thing.
Hello, I have a question about this noise level. So in results which you show, the parameter tau was very important because there is a non-trivial dependence on it, and so so important is how close we to interpolation level. And to answer this, we need to compare with a noise level. But so when in the setting where we control the noise level, when we set it ourselves, it's easy. But what if we don't know the noise level and we do some experiments? So is there some principal way to determine noise level which we have in some experiments which we do?
Yeah, so that's a good question. How do we know the noise level? And oops. missing this. Sorry. Where did I have my table? Yeah. So look at this. We don't know the noise level, but what do we know? We do know that the test and train are quite different. And if we think that these networks do a good job, we should expect that the test is not too different from the noise level, right? So, okay, it's obviously not perfect. So if it says 9%, maybe like the best predictor would be like 5%. But it's very hard to imagine that the best predictor would be 0.1%. So I think taking the test error as some sort of rough estimate of the noise level, you know, give it a fudge factor, give it a factor of 3, okay? So maybe it's like 3% at least. But this is 0.9, right? So we're still way below the noise level. This is, of course, you know, hand wavy, but I think it's a pretty reasonable when we're dealing with actual data like that.
Thank you. Can I have also one more about noise level? So in this regression setting, it's so what's noise level? It's clear because we have this Gaussian noise or any other random noise. But what if we have some, you know, some task like CFR? We can treat it as a regression, but without noise. So in this case, technically there is no noise, but it's. But we still need some noise level.
In fact, these are classification results, so you can say, okay, I'm kind of cheating here. Fair point. I still think this, like just looking at this and taking this to be the noise level, up to some like factor of 2 or 3 is still pretty reasonable. So I kind of feel, okay, we only have proof for regression, but I sort of feel that you can take the same and kind of translate it to other loss functions. And you probably should have something similar. Yeah, this remains to be proved, but I think.
Thank you.
Yeah,
okay, maybe we can take last question.
You mentioned Marchenko Pastura, and just I remember that a couple of years ago we made an observation, and later found out it was well known that for linear problems the condition number has also a double descent.
Right.
Exactly in the same parameters.
Right, because it becomes
So the question is, you know, you mentioned generalization, you mentioned Lipschitz robustness. There is also the condition number. Are all those things related? How do you think about it?
So somehow the condition number comes in directly, right? Because when you're fitting noise, your basically matrix becomes poorly conditioned at that point, right? As you know. I don't. So in some sense, there is some sort of. Okay, there is some mathematical phenomenon, right? Square matrices tend to be badly conditioned. Like, sorry, that's how it is, right? That's we teach about square matrices, which is a worst case in some sense. I mean, but this is a little unsatisfactory from. So there is some sort of fundamental mathematical thing about square matrices.
Yeah, and you know, stability.
This relates directly to stability, right? And presumably directly relates to the Lipschitz condition. That's exactly what you would expect.
And to generalization.
Yeah. So I think in some sense, the fact that conditioning and relates to all of the things is, at least post factum, it's not surprising.
I'm sorry, so I don't think we have enough time for more questions. Okay, last one.
Sorry, this one will be quick. So you're kind of comparing with models with at most p parameters, and like you're saying there's a lower bound. Can you kind of like extend this to like models with like low norm instead of like having like possibly with infinite width or something, like with infinite number of parameters, but like have a bound on the norm and like compare to the best possible predictor with that bounded norm constraint and like have a lower bound, if that makes sense.
Well, no norm would be kind of like a type of regularization, right? So I think you can. You just need to rewrite no norm in terms of your training loss. So, which is kind of similar, right? Because your training loss cannot be too. The training loss and the norm are related. So if you can write one in terms of the other, you can directly plug it in, because this doesn't assume any algorithm. So whatever you do with the norm, as long as you can write it in terms of tau, it will work.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
Thanks so much for this great talk. And we'll have the second speaker, Professor Ohad Shamir from Weizmann Institute. And we'll hear about the implicit bias in machine learning. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, thank you very much for the introduction and for inviting me. So this talk is based on a couple of papers with a bunch of people from the Weizmann Institute, but especially with my former postdoc, Gal Vardi, and my PhD student, Gilad Yehudai. Okay, so actually Misha gave a great introduction to many of the concepts I'm going to discuss in this talk, so I'll go for it relatively quickly. So, you know, when we talk about standard supervised machine learning, we assume that we have some kind of set of predictors H, we have some distribution. Our goal is to minimize the expected loss given some function over the examples. And the standard approach, of course, is to do empirical risk minimization. So we don't know the underlying distribution. Instead, we sample a training set and minimize the average loss over these examples. Now, in modern machine learning, you know, say in deep learning, usually we use very large predictors, which are over-parameterized in some sense. And this implies that usually we don't have like some single unique empirical risk minimizer, but we have many. And the question of which minimizer we get to depends on the algorithm that we use. And all of these minimizers have the same empirical risk, but of course not necessarily the same expected loss or other properties. Loosely speaking, we can refer to these properties as the algorithm's implicit bias. So the fact that we use a certain algorithm to perform empirical risk minimization biases ourselves towards certain solutions with certain properties. And classical learning theory, in some sense, you know, at least, you know, like distribution-free VC dimension type of theory, often doesn't distinguish between these different empirical risk minimizers. So, you know, basically, under certain conditions, you can learn with the empirical risk minimizer, and then any empirical risk minimizer is going to work. But here we're talking about situations where there are differences between the different empirical risk minimizers, and this raises all kinds of interesting and relatively new questions. So in this talk, I'm going to talk about implicit bias of training using gradient-based methods in three different contexts. One is in terms of generalization, when we hope to get a good predictor, and refers to the phenomenon of benign overfitting. Then we're going to switch gears and talk about privacy in the context of what implicit bias tells us for stuff like maintaining privacy or reconstructing data sets, and I'll explain more what this means later on. And finally, the issue of robustness, or more precisely non-robustness to adversarial examples when you train, say, a neural network with gradient-based methods. Okay, so what's benign overfitting? So it's, again, it's very closely related to stuff that Misha talked about. So again, kind of the classical approach to explain learning with theorems, as I briefly mentioned previously, is that is like to identify situations where any ERM would work. So for example, the classical condition is when your class of predictors satisfies so-called uniform convergence. So it so happens, because the class is not too large or has certain properties, the average loss over the training set is close to loss uniformly over for any predictor in my class. In that case, empirical risk minimization would, of course, be a sensible thing to do because it indirectly also minimizes the expected loss. And on the other hand, if you do have a gap between train and test performance, then, of course, you could get overfitting, and this appears in classical textbooks, such as this ones, or the ones that Misha showed in his talk. And when you have overfitting, at least in the worst case, you can have a bad predictor, okay? If train error and test error don't align. So benign overfitting refers to this situation where you do overfit. There is a discrepancy between train and test performance. You get overfitting, yet somehow the learned predictor is still good. It still achieves good or even close to optimal performance. So I won't go over like the whole history of the development of this concept, but there was, first of all, there is a strong empirical evidence for this. I mean, this is something that is seen very often in deep learning and other learning tools where you can essentially drive your train error down to 0 and still get good performance. And as Misha said, this actually goes back to way before deep learning. In the context of boosting, this was observed. And in the past few years, there's been an emerging understanding of when we might expect this behavior to occur, mostly for linear or kernel learning, for which theory is relatively tractable. So just to give a brief illustration, so you can take this classical one-dimensional fitting problem. Someone gives you data. You want to find the curve that fits this data. Good learning here would probably something like a straight line. So this would probably generalize pretty well on new examples, even though it does not perfectly fit the training example. And then there's this classical situation of overfitting, that if you do some high-degree polynomial interpolation here, you would get something that gets 0 training error, but does not generalize well, probably. Benign overfitting refers to a situation where somehow, without necessarily meaning it, your training algorithm produces a curve which looks like this. So, this achieves 0 error on the training examples, but it also generalizes well, because unless you happen to hit points very, very close to your training examples, you would get something like the straight line, so you should be able to generalize. And actually, Misha showed a very similar thing in the context of kernel predictors, where for this type of problem, you do happen to get something similar to this. Okay, so the question, of course, is when can we expect this benign overfitting to occur? And of course, that depends both on the learning algorithm and the data distribution. So first of all, for concreteness, let's look at linear predictors, square loss. Now, if you use any kind of, okay, not any kind, but like vanilla gradient methods, gradient descent to solve, or stochastic gradient descent to solve this ERM problem, driving the error down to 0, which we can assume that you can do because we're assuming that the dimension is much larger than the number of data points, then the gradient methods will converge among all possible interpolators, will converge to the one with the minimal norm. So benign overfitting in this setting refers to a situation where it so happens that this W hat, this min norm predictor, in terms of generalization performance, in terms of the expected squared loss, converges, the expected loss converges to the best possible expected squared loss among all linear predictors, as the dimension and the training examples goes to infinity. Now, there have been a couple of very nice works, for example, by Bartlett et al. From 2019, which actually characterized when can we expect benign overfitting to occur for linear regression with the squared loss. In particular, they showed that it happens if we're in the so-called well-specified or realizable setting, where y equals x times w star for some fixed w star plus noise. And moreover, the data distribution, distribution of x, it has a covariance matrix with many small positive eigenvalues. Now, I'm not going to quantify precisely what they meant here. Of course, they have like the rigorous statement in their paper. But roughly speaking, the intuition is as follows. So what they showed is that, in a sense, benign overfitting can occur if and only if the covariance matrix, the distribution of x, has something like the following structure. So that maybe after some rotation of the coordinate system, you can divide the coordinate of x into a relatively small number of significant or large coordinates. So think of this as k coordinates, where for simplicity, think of k as something fixed as d increases. And the rest of the coordinates are kind of small. Each one has a very small variance. So for example, you can think the prototypical case is when these coordinates, say, has some bounded spherically symmetric distribution, or like a Gaussian distribution. And what they were able to show is that if the dimension is sufficiently large, then the learned predictor, this min-norm predictor w hat, has the following structure. So the first k coordinates, the one that interact with the first k coordinates of x, basically gets a near optimal expected loss. Okay, so if you just use that component of the predictor, that would already give you a near optimal predictor. And the rest of the coordinates are just used to fit the training examples. On training examples, this is what allows you to get zero training error, but it has very little influence on new training examples. Because this is like in high dimensions, so on new examples, this component tends to be orthogonal to the relevant component of new training examples. So it really boils down to like this thing here. So like you have like a main signal that is near optimal, and then you have a sparse signal just to get the training error to zero, but it doesn't really affect your test performance. Okay, hence you can get this kind of benign overfitting for linear predictors in high dimensions. And most of the existing results for regression are kind of extensions of this intuition. But they tend to kind of focus on well-specified linear regression. So natural question is, what happens if we want to look at more general things, maybe not regression or not well-specified, or maybe even if we want a nonlinear model. What I'm going to talk about a little bit is some results for characterizing when benign overfitting can or cannot occur in more general settings. Okay, so it's still not really deep neural networks or anything, but we can talk about agnostic linear regression, things like generalized linear models or single neurons, and also for classification rather than regression. Okay, so let's start with linear regression. So this is an agnostic case. So now I'm no longer assuming that y is x times w star plus noise. And roughly speaking, what we can show is the following. I won't have time to go into the proof details. If you're interested, feel free to talk to me later or look at the papers. So what we can show is that under appropriate assumptions, as the dimension of the number of training examples increase, the min-norm predictor that gradient methods converge to has the following structure. So the first k coordinates converge to this complicated looking expression. I'll explain more about it soon. And the other coordinates, whatever you get to, doesn't really affect your test performance. So the predictions of the min-norm predictor would be almost the same as if you just concentrated on the first k coordinates. Okay? So again, this is under the same kind of data distribution assumption that Bartlett et al. Showed that is actually necessary for benign overfitting to occur, even for well-specified linear regression. Okay, where you have like k significant coordinates and then many kind of small coordinates. Okay, so is this consistent? So, you know, we want benign overfitting, we want this to be consistent, to converge to like the optimal linear predictor in terms of test performance. So generally, in our data model, for consistency, you would need the first k coordinates to converge to this expression. So this is like the optimal linear predictor with respect to the underlying distribution over the first k coordinates, okay? So, you know, is this equal to this? So actually, there are special cases where this is true. So for example, when we are talking about well-specified linear regression, both of these boil down to the first k coordinates W star, is the thing you would want to converge to. Also in some other special cases, like if the norm of your d minus k coordinates is a constant and you have some independence properties. But, you know, in general, there is no reason to expect that this expression and this expression will be the same. And if they are not the same, you do not have consistency. You do not have a benign overfitting. So in some sense, benign overfitting in regression becomes very brittle once you move away from a well-specified setting. Moreover, you can show, based on this, building on this result, that benign overfitting actually doesn't occur in many other situations. So if you talk about generalized linear models or single neurons, you want to switch from the squared loss to absolute loss or some other regression loss, then even in a well-specified setting, you will not have benign overfitting in general. So again, I won't go into the proof ideas, but kind of the idea is that if you do perfect fitting in these models, you train to interpolation, you can translate this to doing perfect interpolation on certain agnostic linear regression models, and then plug in this result, and you get things which are generally not consistent, which are not the optimal thing that you would expect to get. Okay, that was about regression, where things look a little bit pessimistic. What about classification? Is that things are going to be relatively more favorable and more optimistic when we switch from regression to classification. So again, we're going to focus on linear predictors and binary classification, where of course our goal is to minimize misclassification error, probability that x transpose w times y is non-positive. And classification is kind of more robust in the sense that we don't really need to make x transpose w equal some real value y. We just need the sign to be correct. So how do we analyze this? So first we need to understand what gradient methods give us. So here again, luckily, people like Daniel Sudri and Markus Stilgarsky and others showed that if you train gradient methods with standard x-tail losses, you know, say logistic loss, what you get to is what's known as the max margin predictor. So among all interpolating, you know, zero error solutions, it's going to be the one with the minimal norm that achieves a margin of at least 1. Okay, so actually to be a bit more precise, the linear predictor you kind of go off to infinity, but in terms of the direction, which is what you care about for misclassification, you would converge to the max margin predictor. Now, several previous papers have studied benign overfitting for classification, but it's a little bit challenging, and the reason is that unlike the regression setting where the min norm predictor has a closed form solution, you know, basically the inverse of the empirical covariance matrix times some vector, the max margin predictor doesn't have a closed form solution, which kind of makes it harder to analyze. So most of the previous papers kind of focus on like specific setups where things are tractable, and actually often situations where the max margin predictor and the min norm predictor precisely coincide, and then you can use the closed form solution of the min norm predictor to analyze things. Okay. What we can show here, again, without going to the proof details, so also we cannot give an explicit expression for what the max margin predictor does, but we can say the following. So under assumptions, kind of similar to the regression case, the max margin predictor, again, has this property that the last d minus k coordinates don't do anything. They're just used to fit the training data. They don't asymptotically have any kind of effect on the test performance. And on the first k coordinates, it turns out that w hat is asymptotically a minimizer of a certain weighted squared hinge loss function. Okay, so you basically take a hinge function, you square it, and you multiply it by this weighting that depends on the norm of the last d minus k coordinates of the input. And it's very important to notice here, so this is not related in any way to the training loss. So w hat, you use, say, the logistic loss to get it. But it turns out that implicitly, after you train it for long enough, your w hat is actually a minimizer of a different loss with respect to the underlying distribution. So asymptotically, this is what w hat is. And now, to understand whether we get benign overfitting in classification, it's enough to understand whether this kind of weighted squared hinge loss is or isn't a good convex loss surrogate for misclassification error. So again, our goal is to minimize misclassification error. Instead, we get that the w hat that we have minimizes this kind of loss. So this is a convex loss. It's not a misclassification error, but intuitively, in many cases, it would be a reasonably good surrogate because it does encourage the sign of the prediction to align with the sign of the y. So it's the same reason why we argue that to minimize 0, 1 error, it's reasonable to minimize a convex surrogate classification loss. Okay, so anyway, based on this characterization, we can now, try to analyze various settings. So, the kind of maybe the most basic, interesting setting here in the concept of benign overfitting is that we have some kind of label noise, inherent label noise, and we minimize a predictor to get 0 training error. So it's overfitting, but when can we still expect benign overfitting to occur? And then we can show, and then it just kind of turns out it just boils down to whether a certain loss function is a good surrogate for misclassification error, depending on the noise level. So we can show things like, for any distribution, you have benign overfitting for some level of noise. You can also talk about mixtures of symmetric distributions, in which case you do get benign overfitting for just about any non-trivial noise level, and you can study other settings as well. Okay. Any questions about this before I move on? Yeah.
So for the classification setting, do you still need some condition on the tail of x d minus k so that you can overfit the noise in this case, or is it different from the regression case?
Yes, so we're still in a setting where you have like k coordinates with some fixed distribution, and then like a tail of, like a long tail of coordinates with a very small variance. So again, we're in the setting which was shown to be necessary for benign overfitting in the context of well-specified linear classification. And that's the main assumption in all of these theorems. Okay. So now I'll switch gears and talk about using implicit bias for a very different purpose in the context of reconstructing training data. This is also, this work is also a little bit more empirical. Okay, so the task that I'm going to talk about is someone gives me a neural network that I know was trained on some training data, and I want to understand whether, given this network, I can reconstruct the data that the network was trained on. So, many people believe that neural networks do memorize the training data in some sense. So we saw in Misha's talk earlier, where we have like these large neural networks with hundreds of billions of parameters and hundreds of billions of training tokens. In some sense, the network has enough capacity to basically memorize the training data, but does it really do it or not? So there were actually a couple of interesting work that showed, at least in some situations, that the network does memorize at least certain data points. So like if you use these GPT-style language models and ask it to complete some sentence, and you start it, exactly in a way that corresponds to a certain training data, then at least in some cases it will kind of complete it to, the training data. So that's like a proof of concept that the model at least memorized that example. So this is kind of nice, but it's also a little bit specific to generative language models. What if we're talking about some other network, some generic network? Does it have this kind of memorization behavior or not? And if it does, can it be recovered? And what we're able to show is that the answer is actually positive. I'll emphasize, at least for relatively simple multi-layer perceptrons, so like fully plain vanilla fully connected neural networks. For more complicated networks, this is still less clear. It's still work in progress. And actually, I'm going to show you how this can be done using the kind of implicit bias characterizations I talked about in the previous part of the talk. And of course, if this is true, then it has, of course, negative potential implications on privacy, because it means that, if the network was trained on sensitive data, at least in principle, it might be possible to extract that data. And as I said earlier, there have been some previous work along these lines, but they were either kind of specific to language models or focused on getting information on single examples. Just find some example from the training data or some representative. But I really want to talk about, extracting entire chunks of the training data. And maybe I should also say that the technique I'm going to talk about is a little bit related to known attacks in the context of federated learning, but it's kind of a different goal. There, it's about getting gradients from the training process of the neural network. And we also do something with gradients, but the input is totally different. In our case, no one gives me gradients. You just get a network that was trained on something. And this is like maybe sneak peek at some of the results. This is the context of examples from CFAR 10, where just given the network, we were able to extract at least some of the images. So at the top you can see the reconstructions, and at the bottom is the kind of the nearest neighbors from the training set. Okay, so how do we do this? So recall that for linear predictors and classification, it's known that with standard gradient methods, you converge to the max margin predictor, forms such that the margin is at least 1. Now, it turns out that it's possible to generalize this to homogeneous neural networks. So basically, networks where you multiply all the parameters by some number, the output gets scaled by some power of that number, in which case you get that, again, with standard gradient methods, you converge to a KKT point of a max margin problem. So your network is now parameterized by some theta, and the theta would be a KKT point of this problem. So again, you minimize the norm of the thetas such that the margin on the example is at least 1. Okay, so KKT point does not necessarily mean that we converge to a global optima of this problem, but intuitively it means that the algorithm is at least trying to optimize this max margin problem. Okay, so how can we use this? So recall that the KKT, so in this context, if theta is a KKT point, it means the following three conditions. It means that I can write theta as a linear combination of the gradients at the training examples, at the x size. Gradient is with respect to theta. It needs to be a feasible solution. The margin is at least 1. You have the condition that the Lagrange multipliers are non-zero only if the points are exactly on the margin. So you get an actual margin of 1. Okay? This is regardless of whether you got to a global optima or not. As long as you get to a KKT point, these conditions hold. Okay, now here's the key idea. Someone gave me a network with trained parameters theta. Maybe the only thing I know about it is that it was trained with some standard gradient procedure. Then I might hope to assume that the network, at least approximately, satisfies these mathematical conditions. So what can we do? I don't know the x's and the y's, but I do know the thetas. So I can try, given these constraints and given theta, to find the x and y's and the Lagrange multipliers that would satisfy these conditions. Now, why would I have any hope of succeeding, at least information theoretically? Because when we talk about large-scale neural networks, I have many more parameters than training examples. Then what I have here is essentially a nonlinear system of equations with p equations, one equation for every network parameter. And I have m times d variables. So these are all-parameter networks. I can hope that p is larger or even much larger than m times d. Hence, I should have enough information to recover the data given the network parameters. And also, notice that this thing only really allows me to reconstruct inputs on the margin, where the lambda i's are non-zero. And this is also something that we observed empirically. So trying to reconstruct data points through this tends to return examples that are on the margin. Luckily, because the kind of tasks that neural networks are trained on are not very easy, you do tend to get a lot of examples on the margin. So we can extract a lot of training examples this way. Just to go a little bit more into the specific details. So, first of all, we don't know M. I'm not assuming I know how many training examples we had. We also don't know what's the distribution of the labels. But it's fine. I can just try to reconstruct a large number of points. So like more than twice the number of training examples. Just assume that the y's are balanced. In this case, I try to reconstruct too many, but then it's like just assuming that their Lagrange multipliers are 0, so it doesn't really affect things. And then the kind of our objective is, so remember, KKT conditions imply that theta should be in the linear span of the gradients, so we can just take the square distance of theta from this. And we also want to encourage the lambdas to be non-negative. And then we just get this kind of non-convex optimization problem that we can optimize with any non-convex method you want, gradient descent or anything else. Maybe surprisingly, it works pretty well. So, again, at least on relatively simple neural networks, we can actually reconstruct a very significant portion of the training examples. So, again, these are like some more examples. This is in the context of MNIST. This is in the context of CFAR on 500 examples. So we definitely don't reconstruct all of the training examples, but a pretty significant chunk. I should also notice that you need also to discuss about baselines. So, maybe So there aren't really a lot of baselines in the literature that, at least that we could find that we could compare ourselves to, but like maybe one simple suggestion is just look at the weights. So like maybe the first layer weights basically encode various examples, and maybe you can just read off examples from that. So it turns out that the first layer weights do contain some information, but definitely not at the same level as what we can get with our methods. So this is like in the context of CFAR, in the context of MNIST. So you can get maybe the like a couple of examples, but pretty quickly it starts to really degrade. Okay. Okay. How much more time I have? Okay, great. So take maybe 10 more minutes. Talk about the last part, where again I'm switching gears and talk about implicit bias in the context of adversarial examples. I guess most of you have at least heard about adversarial examples. So it's this pretty universal behavior of modern neural networks that they can get very good test performance, but they also tend to be very brittle to adversarial perturbations of the data. So no matter what application you look at, in terms of image recognition, you can take an image of a duck, and the network very confidently predicts it's a duck, then add a very small perturbation to the pixel values at a level that, like, to us, to the human eye, it's not even discernible that some perturbation occurred, but this perturbation makes the network to now equally confidently predict that this is actually a horse. And you see this again and again. You see this in speech recognition, that you slightly change a certain audio signal and it makes the network make horrible mistakes. Also in the context of videos, and of course it has various implications in terms of security and safety, and it's very well studied and empirically verified phenomena. But the question is, okay, it's very ubiquitous, but why is it so ubiquitous? So, some explanations that are easy to rule out. So it's not because these problems don't have a robust classifier. So in context of image recognition, we are a robust classifier. We know that this is a picture of a duck. You slightly change the pixel values. Most people won't change their prediction as a result. You can also argue maybe it's some limitation of expressive power. Maybe neural networks are not able to express robust classifiers. That's also, I think, not very likely, because we do train very large, very over-parameterized neural networks. So kind of the main thing remaining is that it has to do with the training of these methods. Then again, somehow the dynamics of the algorithm, the implicit bias of the algorithms that we use, somehow they are biased towards predictors that are sensitive to adversarial examples. So this maybe is more plausible, but the big question here, how do we show this rigorously? So in previous work, kind of the main theoretical results we had was that adversarial perturbations indeed exist, but that was for networks where the weights were chosen at random. There was no training taking place. You'd fix a network architecture, you chose the weights at random, and then you showed that this network had sensitivity to adversarial perturbations. So these are very nice results, but it doesn't necessarily say anything about trained neural networks, which are not, of course, random. So what we're able to show is that, at least for very simple one hidden layer neural networks, there are data sets where adversarial perturbations, so where the trained networks are provably non-robust to adversarial perturbations. More specifically, there are settings where, on one hand, there exists against a robust depth to ReLU network. And on the other hand, any network that gradient methods and specifically gradient flow might converge to are non-robust. And they're very non-robust in the sense that a single perturbation applied to any single training example would flip all the labels. And the size of the perturbation is much smaller than the size of the perturbation necessary to flip the predictions of the robust network. Okay, and this is without any assumptions of the network width or the initiation. And it's also something that you can observe, at least in these settings, in practice. Okay. So just to explain how the result works. So again, we recall this implicit bias result for homogeneous neural networks and the convergence to the KKT point. Now, when you look at this, you might think that we should get a robust, so if this was a linear predictor, this max margin problem exactly says that you want the decision boundary as far away from the training examples as possible. So like you try to train a robust classifier. The important observation here is that once you talk about nonlinear predictors, this kind of max margin problem, even if you find the globally optimal solution, it does not correspond to margin maximization in function space. So the kind of prediction function that would result from this is not necessarily one which tries to maximize the decision of the prediction boundary from the training examples. And hence you don't get robustness. You can also show this in like a simple example. I think I won't go into the details, but again, the point is that unlike in the context of linear predictors, for nonlinear predictors, max margin is not margin maximization. So a little bit more firmly, kind of the result is that whenever you have examples where the training data is kind of spread, okay, so like the inner product between the different training examples tends to be small, then for any depth to ReLU network and any KKT point of the max margin problem, no matter which one, you can find a small perturbation, a vector z, that flips all the labels. And even though this is, in this situation, robust networks do exist. And you can actually extend this a little bit. So here M is the number of training examples. You can actually show that also occurs when the number of when M is just the number of points on the margin. Also, a limitation of this theorem is that you need the ratio between D and M has to be kind of reasonably bounded, but experimentally we can show you really need M to be smaller than D, but actually you get that when you train these neural networks in this kind of setting, then you get this, so like the kind of perturbation predicted by the theorem also fools these networks, even when M, when the number of training examples is significantly larger than the dimension. And again, you can also see how it does not depend on the width of the network. And there are some interesting open questions here, extending this more rigorously and to other architectures and other data problems. But at least for certain settings, you can show that training neural networks with gradient-based methods really result in non-robust networks. Okay, so I'll wrap up here. So again, I talked about implicit bias in 3 different contexts. I started with context of generalization and benign overfitting. Then I talked about using implicit bias results for data set reconstruction, as well as robustness to adversarial examples. But of course, you can also take this in many other directions. So for example, there has been a line of works on how implicit bias of training algorithms kind of bias ourselves to networks which have low rank, where the weight matrices of the different tend to have a low rank, and we also have some results, recent results on this. Another thing is that many of these results was about convergence to KKT points of a certain max margin optimization problem, but KKT point is not necessarily a global optimum. So, you know, is the bias towards actual margin maximization actually getting to global minimum? And when, and if not, then when yes, when no. And there are many other directions that we and others are currently working on. So I'll stop here and take questions. Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you for the interesting talk. So just a question about the reconstruction. So you train the models like few examples, like 500 examples or something, and then you use the KKT to reconstruct the example. So what happens if you train the model on the full data set and then try to reconstruct just like 10 examples? Do you get some representatives of some clusters in the data or something?
So you get, so you mean like if you run it on the full data set?
So you train the model on the full data set, and then you want to reconstruct just like 10 examples. So do you get like some representative points of some clusters in the data or something?
Well, we do tend to get, actually no, because we tend to get points which are close to the margin. So like so if you assume that your data is kind of composed in clusters, you actually tend not to get the points that are like at the center of the cluster, but more those on the edges. Again, because the KKT theory tells us that these are the points that would get more representative, like kind of they're harder to predict. The network has to kind of work harder to predict correctly on them, so these are the ones that tend to be represented more. Now, it's not that we get like pathological examples, I would say. So, you know, like if you look at the here, for example, you know, we don't get these like, you know, few very weird examples which really don't look like digits or something. You get reasonable ones, but yeah, geometrically these are the points that are on the margin. So they tend to be like the ones that network finds it harder to classify for some reason.
I see. Thanks.
Other questions? Okay, so if not, I think we can just have our coffee break. And in that case, we can have like another 10 more minutes compared to 15 minutes. And thanks to the speaker again for this wonderful talk. Thank you. Yes, I just want to emphasize that we're going to be back at 3:45 because we're going to need to take a group picture after the third talk. And after the group picture, we'll come back for the panel. Okay. Any questions? Okay.
갔다.
This check 1, 2.
Test, test 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. Test, test. Hello, can people hear me? Okay, looks like it's good. So I should turn it off.
welcome back. And let's welcome our last speaker, and Yuxiang Wang from UCSB. He will talk about the weight decay DNN, and we'll see if what's the local adaptivity of the weight decay DNN. Okay, Yuxiang, go ahead.
All right. Thanks everybody for coming, and I'd like to first thank the organizers for putting together this excellent workshop. Today I'm going to talk about work with my student Kai-Chi on a slightly different kind of theory to the deep neural networks, and this is also our first work in this domain. So I believe this is really the right audience for us to get feedbacks on this line of work. So I'm looking forward to your questions. So the talk is going to be about how deep neural network works for non-parametric regression, in some sense curve fitting, the simplest problem of all, and to inspect how deep neural network would have performed on this simple task comparing to, say, classical methods. And surprisingly, we get a lot of interesting insight by investigating these simple-ish problems, and it recovers a lot of new things that appears to be not captured by existing models, for instance, neural tangent kernels. All right, so let's get it started. I'm gonna start with the motivation and talk about the scientific questions we're trying to ask and to probe it through the non-parametric regression angle. And I'm gonna give some discussion on the two-layer neural networks, on how things works and what we can do with just 2 layers before I move on to the more general setting with the multiple layer neural networks. And if I have time, I'll also explain the interesting aspect of the proof towards the end of my talk. Okay, so machine learning, in particular deep learning, has revolutionized a lot of the way people do things nowadays, and it's touched upon every corner of our daily lives. And the workhorse behind a lot of this progress is deep neural networks. It's a stacked sequence of computation with linear layers and nonlinearities and then repeats for, say, L times. It is quite surprising that such sequence of computation is able to just somehow magically give you state-of-the-art in a lot of interesting application domain comparing to classical methods. I'm just showing the most standard feed-forward neural network with ReLU activation. There are many other model architectures, but this is kind of the network that we're going to focus on for this talk. From a statistical point of view, the success of deep neural network is a bit of a mystery. We've already seen from several previous talks that about this double descent curve, and in some sense, we're trying to fit more parameters, and we have data to fit them in the classical statistical regime. And it doesn't really follow the classical bias and variance trade-off, and so we need, in some sense, a new way of measure the complexity. Another interesting and surprising aspect of deep neural network is although they are like highly non-convex optimization problems, and sometimes the simplest optimization algorithm like stochastic gradient descent just works out of the box. So a lot of people have already worked on this, so I'm not gonna talk about this, but instead I'm gonna ask the question in a slightly different way. So I'm gonna ask, like, why do neural networks work better comparing to, say, maybe classical methods? For example, like many people have tried to address these questions with, say, approximation theory and generalization theory. So there's this famous universal functional approximation theorem says that we can use neural network, even just a 2-layer one, to approximate any Lipschitz functions. But so are like other approaches like kernels and splines, the more classical stuff. People sometimes also argue that maybe deep neural network is just a powerful set of programming language for us to specify things that we will otherwise not easily describe by incorporating like our induction biases or our prior about problems. But so are other things. So are probabilistic graphical models and probabilistic programs that are arguably more transparent than encoding this information using a model architecture. And more recently, there's a very interesting line of work that explains the overparameterization say, neuron tangent kernel and benign overfitting, say from talks, the previous two talks. But a lot of these things are not specific to neural networks. So you see the same behavior in linear models when you overparameterize them. And arguably, they are also not just directly separating like DNNs with classical models. So in this talk, I'm going to hopefully offer an alternative explanation and to answer specifically why do neural networks work better in some sense. And the gist, the underlying philosophy behind this line of research is an adaptivity conjecture. So perhaps neural networks, they are not really stronger in the information theoretic sense compared to classical methods on many of these problems that we care about, for instance, curve fitting, because we already know that for these problems, the classical methods, they are already behaving in some sense optimally, and no other method is able to beat, for instance, wavelet smoothing by a constant factor. So in some sense, we can't hope neural networks to magically beat the information theoretic limit. But there are other things that perhaps is the real reason why neural network is the family of methods that people tend to use in practice. For example, it could be the case that the deep neural networks, they are able to be more adaptive. So it simplifies the process of selecting models. So we don't need to really specify what function classes that we're trying to fit. We also don't need to tune problem-specific hyperparameter, but rather tuning only, say, the standard hyperparameters like learning rate and weight decay parameters, and that will already give us the adaptively optimal results for these classical family of problems. Yeah, so that's kind of the punchline that we're hoping to get. Although we're focusing on a very small family of problems in this initial work. So we'll focus on the classical problem called non-parametric regression, right? So yeah, so suppose the data is coming from some signal plus noise, and we assume that the underlying function is coming from some smooth family that we do not make much assumptions about this, except that it is, say, twice differentiable. And then we observe this function plus noise, and we assume the noise to be independent IID sub-Gaussian. So this is a problem that has been studied for many, many years, more than 60 years of research, and there are a lot of classical work on this with methods like kernels and splines and local polynomials and so on. Many of these methods are behaving nearly optimally for different function classes. Okay, so many of you are coming from other communities like signal processing and statistics. They go with different names, not necessarily non-parametric regression, but also maybe smoothing and denoising and filtering. And there's also a control angle to this. You can think about this as controlling, like filtering a signal with a feedback loop type of control. We specifically want to consider a smaller family of non-parametric regression methods called locally adaptive non-parametric regression, where this underlying function behave with a heterogeneous level of smoothness across the different spatial regions. So I'm given 3 examples. So on the left, we're looking at a Doppler-like signal with high frequency signal on the left, and then it becomes smoother and smoother towards the right-hand side. And in the middle, I'm giving a piecewise linear function. So at the knots, the function is changing more quickly, but in between, it is very smooth, right? So this kind of function is smoother in some regions and wiggly in other regions are called locally adaptive non-parametric regression problems. And in some sense harder than the cases when the functions are homogeneously smooth. And on the right-hand side, I'm giving an example in the 2D case with an image. So clearly, the sky in the background and the jacket, they are pretty much smooth, but at the boundary of this cameraman, between the foreground and background, there are sharp edges that are, in some sense, making the problem harder and not captured well with non-parametric regression problems with homogeneous smoothness. Okay, so one interesting aspect about this family of problems is that the neuron tangent kernels are strictly suboptimal for this family. So consider this setting where we have this function with IID noise, and we can capture the idea of heterogeneous smoothness through defining function classes that are in some sense larger. So a prototypical example of this is so-called the total variation class. So in the total variation class of, say, the m's derivative of this function being smaller than c, and the family of all functions, we call this the total variation class. And it is known that the optimal methods for estimating functions like this, in this family, using noisy observations achieve this rate in terms of this mean square error. So what we also know is that all the kernel-rich regression and other, say, including the neuron tangent kernel, cannot be optimal for this family of problems. So there's a lower bound that says that any kernel methods and more generally any family of any methods that falls into the family of so-called linear smoothers can only achieve the mean square error that goes to 0 at a much slower rate compared to the optimal rate, right? To convince you that this is actually the case, just take m to be 1, right? So these captures the family of piecewise linear functions, and the optimal estimator would give you n to the minus 4/5, but all the linear smoothers is only n to the minus 3/4. Okay, so with large n, there could be orders of magnitude difference between these family of approaches. So the key underlying question that we ask is that are deep neural networks, like how do deep neural networks work on this family of problems? Can these methods be locally adaptive, meaning that can they achieve the optimal rates? Do they behave like these more locally adaptive approaches, say wavelets, comparing to, say, NTK, right? If it is a ladder, then NTK is really describing the properties of neural network correctly. If not, so maybe it's not really capturing like how neural network is doing better comparing to kernel methods. Okay, so we're also gonna consider even harder family of problems, like the problems with even more heterogeneous smoothness. Say we have a composition of different type of functions. Say over here it is piecewise linear, but over here this is piecewise smooth, and over here it is a smooth function but with changing frequency, right? So hopefully deep neural network is going to do well on this family of functions, and which fails even many of the optimal approaches in the classical non-parametric regression world. Okay, so we're not the first to study these problems. So in the past couple of years, many other researchers have worked on this. So here are a list of papers that have considered this problem of non-parametric regression with neural networks. So specifically, Taiji Suzuki has shown that one can achieve the optimal rate for estimating total variation class using deep ReLU-activated neural networks. But the thing is that they need to choose a specific neural network with a particular design, and in particular, the parameters need to have a carefully chosen sparsity constraints, which is like hard to use in practice. There's generalization to this, to the convolutional network with a ResNet connection that doesn't require sparsity, but it still requires a number of parameters to be carefully tuned, right? So it happens in the classical, like non-over-parameterized regime. More recently, the Pahi and Nowak showed that one can achieve these optimal rate with just a two-layer neural network. And in addition, like such two-layer neural network with a carefully designed activation function and sufficiently over-parameterized is equivalent to a classical method called locally adaptive regression spline. So I'll talk about this just momentarily in the two-layer case. Okay, so fast forward to kind of the conclusion that I have. So we show that a parallel version of a deep neural network with only ReLU activation and by tuning only one parameter, tuning only the weight decay, achieves a nearly optimal locally adaptive rates for many different non-parametric families without knowing what family of problems that we're dealing with. And really, we don't have to do any architecture search and tune. We only need to tune the weight decay parameter. And the analysis also reveals the depth is important. And implicitly, doing weight decay is inducing sparsity, and the sparsity is not in the parameter space, but is rather in the function space in terms of how many basis functions that we use to approximate the underlying function. Okay, so let's jump right into the two-layer case as a warm-up, and during which I'm also going to introduce some of the tools that we're going to use to analyze a more general case. All right, so for this crowd, I don't need to introduce what ReLU activation is. It's basically just hinge-like functions at 0, and everything that's positive remains linear, and everything that's negative got clipped to 1. By weight decay, what I actually refer to is a L2, standard L2 regularization. It's called weight decay because in the gradient descent algorithm, there's this implementation that effectively decays the weights after every iteration. Okay, so I'm gonna use weight decay to refer to the L2 regularization with this particular carefully chosen parameter lambda interchangeably, like for the remainder of the talk. Right? So whenever I say weight decay, it means square L2 regularization. Okay. So this might be a slide that requires a little bit of effort. Splines. So computer scientists don't typically talk about splines, but splines are just piecewise polynomials with additional smoothness parameters at the transition point from one piece of the polynomial to the next. There are orders of the splines. So linear splines are piecewise linear functions, and quadratic splines are piecewise quadratic functions joined together at the different knots. And one can use splines to design curve fitting tools or non-parametric regression tools. And the key concept here is that we need to choose where the knots are, and then to figure out how much weight that we should assign and what the parameters of each polynomial functions are connecting the different knots. Okay, so two classical methods, one called the smoothing splines, and the most popular happens to be the cubic smoothing splines. They choose all n of the data points and to be the knots, and then use regularization to penalize the square L2 penalty of the coefficients on the particular function basis. And the locally adaptive regression splines also preset all the n data points to be where the knots are, but then it uses L1 penalty to try to select a small number of knots that are in some sense active, right? So we'll see how deep neural network is connecting to splines. Another thing about splines that I want to introduce is a particular set of basis function called truncated power basis. So I'm showing two set of basis functions. So on the left, so first of all, suppose we have knots at T1 to Tm, where capital M is the number of knots that we choose ahead of time. And one particular set of basis functions that spans the entire family of mth order splines is any polynomial basis function. So in this case, these are just monomial basis. And then at every knot, I'm using this so-called truncated power functions. So two examples are given below. So when m is equal to 1, these are just ReLU shifted towards the right with the knots at the particular knots that you choose, T1 to Tm. And when m is equal to 3, you get something similar, but then the curves, it's like a half polynomials that curves up, right? So it turns out that this, like a linear combination of this spans the entire family of mth order splines. And why do we need this? So a key observation from Paki and Nowar is that two-layer neural network is actually just exactly so-called free knot splines. So they are not approximating, so I emphasize, they are not approximating splines, they are exactly splines. With ReLU, they are exactly linear splines, but suppose you use raise this to the power of m, then you can recover mth order spline with just a two-layer neural network. Okay, So what's slightly more interesting is that you can extract the scale and sign of this weight Wj by merging that with this parameter in the second layer that takes a linear combination of these basis functions and calls that Cj, right? Some manipulation is needed to handle the sign, but you can always reparameterize any two-layer neural network, such activation functions, using just a set of like truncated power basis function, its linear combination, and a polynomial function in the end. Okay, so this says that neural network is really just fitting splines, and with the only difference being that it is also learning where the knots are, right? So it tries to adaptively choose where the knots are rather than like the classical approaches of fixing the knots ahead of time. Okay, and the free knot splines is also a classical method that has been used for decades. Okay. The next thing that I'm going to talk about is the effect of weight decay. So it turns out that weight decay is equivalent to something called a total variation regularization on the m's derivative of the function. So here's how it works. So first of all, the neural network can be reparameterized by this representation. And now suppose we do weight decay. So this is a modified version of the weight decay, but when m is equal to 1, this is a standard weight decay. So what we can see is that if we just do this and apply the AMG-ME inequality, and we can write this to be the summation to be a product. We can lower bound the algebraic mean with a geometric mean, and at the end of the day, with this reparameterization, this term happens to be just absolute value of the coefficients that you use to apply to this truncated power basis. And because of that, and with the property of the truncated power basis, it's all these coefficients, the sum of the absolute value of these coefficients happens to be the total variation of the mth order derivative of this function. So with this connection, we're almost getting to the first set of results. So as the optimal solution, if we only care about the arc mean, then it is equivalent to a regularization term that regularizes this particular functional called total variation. Okay, so we didn't like propose this, and this is in some sense a folklore result has been used by many authors trying to study neural networks, and like to my knowledge, it traces back to the Bureau and Monteiro paper that connects the matrix factorization and this Frobenius norm regularization to nuclear norm minimization. And this really exactly the same. It's a special case of that. But more recently, Ryan Tifrani has written like a nice notes about how to analyze this and use it to show the connection between lasso and neural networks. Okay. In addition to the connection between weight decay and the total variation regularization, there's a representer theorem that Pahi and Nowak has proven that says that whenever this is sufficiently over-parameterized, when the number of when the width of the network is larger than something that's roughly n, the number of data points, and this m is really just a small constant, so you can just ignore that. Whenever this is larger, then the solution to this just mildly over-parameterized neural network is two-layer neural network is equivalent to this solution to this variational problem, which searches over all functions that minimizes empirical risk together with total variation regularization. Okay, and the right-hand side is known as a locally adaptive regression splines, and from Memon and Vandergeer, it has been shown that this is a method that achieves the optimal rate for the total variation family. So two-layer neural network is already answering our questions affirmatively that it is locally adaptive. But what we show is that the equivalence also happens in practice. So in this example, I'm showing like two set of results. On the top, I'm showing the weight decayed ReLU activated neural network by tuning just weight decay parameter. Right? On the bottom, I'm showing the L1 trend filtering, which is a efficient implementation of the locally adaptive regression spline that work with discrete splines. But yeah, that's a subtlety. But what we can, and on the left-hand side, I'm showing the actually fitted functions with the noisy observations being the red dot. So as we increase either the weight decay or the L1 regularization, we see that it goes from perfectly interpolating the data to something that's completely flat and to something that's basically a much simpler piecewise linear function that doesn't capture anything at all. And what's interesting is what I'm showing on the right-hand side. So these figures are known as the regularization path, right? So when the regularization weights that go from small to big, and this measures the changes in the coefficients. And you can see that a lot of things are non-zero initially, but as you increase the regularization weights or increase in weight decay, and most of the coordinates of those basis functions become 0. Right? So this illustrates that two-layer neural network is really equivalent to locally adaptive regression spline in practice, and the optimization for this is not posing significant challenges except in the interpolation regime. Okay, and this in some sense like is providing a slightly different explanation to what Mahdi talked about yesterday about the simple total variation denoising example with small initialization, right? So if you initialize at 0, so in some sense the early stopping stochastic gradient descent is penalizing the square L2 norm. It's doing weight decay if you early stop, and if you stop at the right time, then it is like in some sense equivalent to doing the right thing, doing the optimal approach of locally adaptive regression spline with the optimal choice of the hyperparameter. Okay. So so far we talked about the two-layer neural networks, and it gives us a positive answer to the question that we're trying to address, but it's still kind of unsatisfactory. Why? First of all, like this set of results beyond m equals to 1 with a smoother set of function classes, it requires a non-typical choice of the activation function. So instead of using just ReLU, it needs to use a truncated power basis, truncated power activation function. And also it's like not very satisfactory because it's not doing, like almost not doing representation learning at all, right? Except for learning where the knots are, and when we over-parameterize, it is like equivalent to just choosing the knots at the input data points. So that's like not very interesting in some sense. And in addition to that, if we use a truncated power activation and we try to stack up the layers and make it a deeper neural network, and the function class it starts to represent becomes a little bit weird, right? So with L layer, the order of the polynomials gets bigger and bigger as L, exponentially as L gets larger. So the only activation function that enjoys the kind of stability of the function class is represented is ReLU, right? So that is also the reason why like we don't want to like maybe choose m to be larger than 1 in this activation function. Okay, so now let me delve into like our results on L layer neural network with a slight change to the model architecture. So instead of considering the standard deep ReLU activated neural network, so we're gonna consider a parallel version of this. So so the model looks like this. So I'm showing 3, but they are M, skinny, and small, but somewhat deep. Standard ReLU active feed-forward neural network that we put my inputs through, And only in the end, after L layers, I take a linear combination of them. Okay, so this is what's known as a parallel neural network. And this neural network, like we didn't propose this, and there were a lot of existing work that studies the theoretical properties and similar structures of such neural networks appeared in SqueezeNet and ResNext and so on. So these are model architectures that people sometimes actually use in practice. Another thing is that you can also think about this neural network, a parallel neural network, as a standard neural network, but with a hard-coded block diagonal sparsity pattern on every layer, right? So every layer, if you group this W2 together, and this is a block diagonally sparse parameter weights, right? So you don't need to learn where the sparsity pattern is. You can just fix it to be like something which simplifies the training process. Okay, the reason why we need to work with a parallel neural network is technical, but it will become clear like why this is choice. And interestingly, what we can show is that there is a reparameterization using almost like the identical argument to the two-layer case in this parallel neural network. We can transform this into something else that's more easily analyzed. So what we can do is that we can basically extract the scale of every layer and then apply the so-called one homogeneous property of the ReLU activation by pushing all the weights together to the very end and group them together into these weights. So now this W are replaced with W bar, and each one of them ends up having a bounded Frobenius norm. But once we do this by applying the same AM-GM inequality, the weight decay regularization becomes an LP norm constraint or LP norm regularization on the coefficients that got applied to the individual subnetworks. Okay, so a better way of presenting this is by this figure. So what we are effectively doing is to show that the parallel neural network on the weight decay is equivalent to a linear regression problem with a learned dictionary and a sparse coefficient vector, right? So this every column of this learned dictionary is an evaluation of one particular subnetwork on all the input data point x1 to xn, and this coefficient vector is this AJ, right? It satisfies a constraint with a bounded LP norm where P is 2 over L, right? So notice that whenever the network is larger than, has a depth larger than 2, then this is a sparse inducing regularization term that's even sparser than the standard L1 norm, right? So we are really preferring a very sparse like number of a very small number of subnetworks that's actually active, and so in some sense, what this parallel neural network is doing on the weight decay is to start with like many random subnetworks, and you optimize them at the same time, but iteratively, a lot of these individual subnetworks got weeded out, and what remains is just a very small number of them. And then we're approximating the label using a sparse linear combination of this end-to-end learned network. Right, so it's really linear regression, but with a learnable basis function. Okay. So what this allows us to do, this equivalence allows us to analyze the statistical property and analyze the approximation theory and generalization theory for this, and then we can apply this to the non-parametric regression problem that motivated us. So to start, so let me give a bit of a formal setup. So we consider the so-called bounded variation class, where the mth order derivative of function class function m has a total variation that's bounded, and also this f is uniformly bounded everywhere. So that's called a bounded variation class. And we are also considering another function class called Bessel class family, parameterized by this alpha, p, and q. Yeah, all these are very complicated, but what happens is that the bounded variation class is related to this well-studied Bessel family, as it is sandwiched in between two Bessel classes with Q being either 1 or infinity, and P is always 1, right? And P being only 1 is in some sense largest among all the Bessel classes with P larger than 1. And what's interesting is that the optimal rates for both these functions, these Bessel classes, they are the same, which means that we can study the properties of bounded variation class by studying the properties of methods on its estimation error on the Bessel class directly, right? So this one will give an upper bound for this, and this one will give a lower bound for estimating functions in the bounded variation class as well. And the metrics that where we consider is a standard mean square error, which is defined on the so-called empirical norm, right? And the empirical norm is evaluated only on the observed input data points, x1 to xn, right? So notice that this is different from the settings that Misha talked about, in which it's a random design. So in our case, we consider the fixed design setting, whereas the x1 to xn, they're fixed ahead of time. And the norm, the performance metric, is defined only by your predictions on these observed data points, right? So anything that's interpolating is going to have like a trivial estimation error. Okay, and the random design version of the results like is the same, but yeah, we don't focus on that set of results in this talk. Okay, so here are our results. So recall that for the Bessel class and bounded variation class, so these are the optimal rates that any methods could achieve. Like any methods will, the optimal methods will achieve, and no methods can do better than this in the minimax sense. But neural tangent kernels and all other linear smoothers can only achieve the suboptimal rates with this -1 here and with this +1 rather than +2 here. So how does neural network do? So it turns out that under some mild restrictions on this Bessel class, the mean square error of the arc mean of this parallel neural network with the optimally chosen hyperparameter lambda for each example separately is achieving the minimax rate as this L as a depth goes to infinity, right? So as this L gets larger, this term comes from the approximation. So we need these steps to be somewhat large to use to be logarithmically large to use the piecewise linear functions to approximate arbitrarily smooth function. So this term like should be there. So there's no way that you can get rid of this. And this term, as L gets larger, and this 2 over L goes to 0, and the remaining rate becomes the optimal rates for estimating functions in this function class with heterogeneous smoothness. Okay, so it applies to both the Bessel family and the bounded variation classes through the sandwich formula that I gave just now, right? So it suffices to take this L to be like not crazily large, but logarithmically large as a function of the data size. Okay, so there are a few take-home messages that we can state about these results. So first of all, this result performs a new formal separation between what can be achieved by kernels versus what can be achieved by like a deep neural network. So simply follows from our upper bounds with a sufficiently large L versus the linear smoother lower bound from the Donald Liu McGibbon. Secondly, it shows that deep neural network achieves smaller error comparing to shallow neural networks with ReLU activation. So that says that depth actually matters for neural networks to behave well in these simple tasks. And in addition to this, we require a degree of over-parameterization, but not significant over-parameterization. So actually, it doesn't really matter. So whenever the parameter is larger, whenever the number of subnetworks is larger than, say, the number of data points. So it doesn't have to go way beyond that. But the mechanism for our approach to achieve the optimal rate, to achieve the optimal generalization error, is not the same mechanism as a neuron tangent kernel. Instead, it's really coming from explicit regularization. It's really coming from the resulting sparsity that gives rise to the good behaviors. Okay, so let's also take a look at the more detailed comparison of neural networks with the classical methods. So on the left, I'm showing the general form of this output function. So all of these methods can be written as a linear combination of certain basis function and with a coefficient Ci. What's different is how these Ci are fitted and how these basis functions are chosen. So in most classical statistical methods, so these GIs are hard-coded. So for instance, for locally adaptive regression splines and train filtering, these are chosen to be the truncated power basis. And then the coefficient vector is estimated with a L1 penalty. For wavelets, these GIs are hard-coded to be the chosen choice of the wavelet basis. It can be the standard Haar basis and CDGV and any other fancier wavelets that you use. And all of them are achieving the minimax rate up to a logarithmic factor. And you can either use L1 or L0 sparsity depending on whether you use soft thresholding or hard thresholding for the wavelet denoising. What's different is that in parallel neural network, these GIs are also learned from data, right? So they are parametric, and each one of them is a ReLU-activated neural network with a logarithmic depth and logarithmic width. Okay, so they are kind of a simple basis functions that can be learned from data. And the coefficient vectors, when we do the standard weight decay, it is inducing the LP sparsity with P being 2 over L. Okay, so one may wonder, right? Now that we're learning the basis function, we're doing representation learning. There must be a price to pay, right? But what our results suggest is that the price that we pay is actually very mild, if anything at all. Like if our bound is upper bound is loose, then you don't necessarily need to pay anything for getting the benefit of representation learning, right? So this is something that's pretty interesting. That we're paying almost no statistical prices for getting the generality of a representation learning, and especially given that we can also use this subnetworks, which is a ReLU-activated deep neural network with a small number of weights to approximate more complicated functions that's tailored to different structures in the data, besides these that can be already hard-coded from the truncated power basis or the wavelets, then the benefit that we're getting could be more significant beyond this family of problems. Okay, so, all right, still have some time. So let's look at some examples. So on the left, I'm showing this Doppler-like example that I showed earlier. So this is a set of methods. So on the left, I have things that changes very quickly. So this is a high-frequency region. On the right, I have a more slowly moving region. I'm fitting this underlying function using these black dots, which are the noisy observations with several different methods. So smoothing spline is a linear smoother that's used as a baseline, and train filtering in blue is a state-of-the-art in locally adaptive non-parametric regression. And then I'm fitting a parallel neural network with just a gradient-based optimizer, right? And we tune the hyperparameter, we tune the weight decay hyperparameter, which gives us the different fits. And in the middle, I'm plotting the resulting mean square error comparing to the ground truth versus the so-called effective degree of freedom, right? So this is not measuring the number of parameters, but actually measuring the number of effective number of parameters. That's the right characterization for the generalization bound. So what we can see is that with appropriately chosen hyperparameter, so basically by adjusting the different hyperparameter on these methods, we can trace out this curve, but this degree of freedom allows us to compare them with an equal footing, fairly at, say, degree of freedom 50. This is how neural network did, and this is how train filtering did, and this is like how smoothing spline achieves. It's not surprising that the smoothing spline is not doing too well, especially a low degree of freedom, but it looks like the neural network is performing the best among all of the methods. And what's even more interesting is this figure on the right-hand side. So what we can see is that these are all of the subnetworks, all of the subnetworks that are active. So if we count the number of colors, it's like 5 or 6 subnetworks. So these are the only basis functions that ends up present at the end of the optimization process. So really doing weight decay is indeed making the learned function very sparse. Okay, and that remind you of say lottery ticket hypothesis, because in practice, when this is the output of your learned network, like in the deployment time, right, it saves computation very significantly. It naturally adapts to the underlying complexity of the function of interest. Another interesting aspect of this example is that you can see that some of these basis functions are specifically tailored for the high frequency region, and others are for the lower frequency regions. And by like learning a sparse number of basis functions, it somehow directly captures the heterogeneous smoothness directly. And that also makes the output of the learned result very interpretable. Okay, so how about we make this even more adaptive? So let's consider this hybrid setting when, so when the left-hand side is a piecewise linear function, and the right-hand side, so these are piecewise cubic functions, right? So this is a hybrid of 2 non-parametric family that there's, like, suppose you try to use a 2-layer neural network for doing it, or to use a train filtering for estimating this function. You can't, because the regularization term requires you to specify the number of times the function is differentiable, right, to specify the function class. But neural network, since we're not specifying that directly, but rather we're learning the basis functions, we can sort of learn the right basis function to simultaneously capture the piecewise linear region and the piecewise quadratic region with different basis function directly. And we can see that this is reflected in the MSE plot and in the actually learned basis function. Okay, so I hope this convinces you that the sparsity in this example is really the fundamental quantity that captures the behavior of neural network in curve fitting. Okay, so I'm gonna very quickly talk about a few interesting technical aspects of our results. So yeah, if you're not interested in this, it's perfectly fine. So just wait for the summary at the very end. So there are 3 steps that we use to analyze the mean square error of neural networks. The first is a decomposition of the mean square error into approximation error and the generalization error. Okay, so since we're dealing with a square loss, we use a kind of a standard self-bounding argument for achieving this kind of 1/n rate rather than the 1/√n rate with a few small differences. So over here, so this is a standard metric entropy, but we're counting the metric entropy only for a particular projection of the function space, right? There's also an unregularized version of unregularized part of the function space that we cannot really capture with this metric entropy. So that comes out separately. So we got this d/n term where this d is a constant, but for the remainder, we're using the metric entropy of the function class to be used. And this is parameterized by the weight decay parameter and also by the number of parameters in the individual subnetworks. Okay, so it might be surprising for you to see this 1/n term, but this fractional factor from the non-parametric rate is going to be reflected later through the calculation of this metric entropy. Okay, the second part of this is to get an approximation bound. So this is for us to bound the approximation error part of the previous proposition. So the idea is that we can use neural network. We can use a relatively small neural network with logarithmic width and logarithmic depth to approximate arbitrarily smooth functions that are simple. So in particular, we can use neural networks to approximate the cardinal B-spline basis of all the orders from 1, 2, 3, and all the way to any arbitrary constant order level of smoothness. So these little bumps are then shifted and scaled so that we can use this to recover the whole set of cardinal B-spline bases. And then and knowing that the cardinal B-spline basis can be used to approximate any Bessel space functions. So this allows us to obtain the approximation theoretic results for like getting to show that this function class is nearly realizable for us to obtain the estimate for this underlying function f0. Okay. And interestingly, so this is an illustration of how neural network, as we get deeper, it approximates smoother functions better. So again, these are ReLU-activated neural networks. It can only represent the piecewise linear functions. But as we get deeper, right? So this is just a 1 layer, and this is just 2 layers, so it cannot do anything better than just this function. But as we get deeper, with only 2 parameters within every layer, right, we can see that the residual gets smaller exponentially as the depth gets bigger, right? Once we get to, say, the 4th layer, we can no longer distinguish between what neural network can represent and this quadratic function that we can use, right? And just by making it a little bit even deeper, then we can use this to capture like the truncated power basis and then use it to recover the cardinal B-spline basis. Right, so that's the underlying idea for the approximation theory. So the last piece of this is the calculation of the metric entropy. So here's this lemma 6 is an extension lemma that says that if this GI is coming from this function class G, and this G has a metric entropy that we can already calculate, and then the coefficient vector satisfies an LP norm bound with this parameter P, then any linear combination, LP sparse linear combination is a function class that has a metric entropy that can be described by this, right? So this is the metric entropy of this G goes into here, but then there are also other parameters that depend on the radius of this LP norm bound. So by consolidating everything together and substituting this bound into the proposition initially, then we end up getting the right rate, which proves the results. Okay, so let me wrap up. So in summary, so I've talked about the story of how neural network works for curve fitting. For fitting functions with very mild assumptions on the smoothness of the function, and the smoothness is heterogeneous at different regions of the space. So the results indicates a formal separation from kernel methods. So NTK or any other RKHS methods is not able to achieve the optimal rate, while just a slightly deeper neural network with a parallel structure and tuning only weight decay can achieve the optimal rate. Deeper neural networks are better than shallower neural network. And the approximation theory cannot be overcome, like unless you use a much smoother activation functions. And in addition, we've seen that neural network from both the theory and the experiment that it enjoys a very strong sense of adaptivity. So we never really need to specify the alpha, P, and Q parameters for the Bessel class, and it automatically finds a rate that that minimizes the mean square error, like corresponding to the smallest family that contains the underlying ground truth function, right? So that's a very strong sense of adaptivity that's missing even in classical statistical methods. And what really gives us the strong adaptivity is a learned representation, is a learned basis function, and the resulting implicit sparsity from weight decay, right? And lastly, there's interesting computational benefits that are coming from the sparsity that could remind us of the logarithmic hypothesis. So I've like we've done like only the bare minimum of this line of research. So this is a very simple model, focusing only on regression, and mostly the univariate case. So some part of the Bessel family also covers the higher dimensional case, but it's still a very restrictive set of settings. It doesn't explain anything about the curse of dimensionality. But there are many extensions that can be branched out from this line of work. For instance, we can try to formalize a subregion local adaptivity through different function classes in different subregion. We can like the second one is a more challenging task. How do we understand the non-parallel neural network with weight decay, right? So it's inducing some other kind of implicit regularizations that's not really sparsity. So we don't have much clues, but there's something called a path norm regularization that might be useful here. But then how that is connected to local adaptivity is a bit unclear to us. And we can think about lower dimensional manifolds, and we can think about how the multitask version of this problem can be formally connected to, say, dictionary learning with over-complete basis functions. And another thing that discussed with Misha briefly is it's absolutely unclear like how to handle the classification task. It seems like the regression and the classifications are qualitatively very different beasts to deal with. But there are interesting ideas that we can say use the same technique to handle the generalized linear models, including say cross entropy losses, but maybe not the 0-1 loss classification task. With that, I'll stop, and hopefully I still have a few minutes to take questions.
Yeah, thanks for probably one of the most fascinating talk I've really heard in recent years. And really you have put quite a few interesting pieces, right? The depth, the role of depth, the sparsity diction learning, and also really learn the functional basis. That's actually very, very important. And I have a quick question about, you have this parallel network. But you have to train it, right, with the functions within those sample from those classes.
Yes.
So typically, how much that is, how over-parameterized the number of blocks you do need? I don't think you get to the details, but can you say something about it?
Yeah, good question. It suffices to choose a number of networks to be n. Yeah, so like for different function classes, it can be slightly smaller than n, where it can still achieve the optimal rates, but choosing it to be n or slightly larger than n will suffice.
Those networks are easy to train, or how deep, or typically?
Yeah, so for the practical examples, we tried different optimizers. We ended up needing to use a layer-wise training to get it to work. So optimization is a bit unclear. To be honest, yeah, so it's still based on the gradient-based optimization. But what we were able to analyze is a statistical property associated with the argmean, right? So the dynamics of the optimization is a completely open problem here.
Other questions? Okay, thanks. Thanks, Yu Xiangwang, Professor. Okay, let's head out and we can take pictures, and then we can have back for the panel discussion.
Checking. 1, 2, 3. Welcome back, everybody, to this the latest part of today's session. My name is Jeremiah Sulam. I'm an assistant professor at Johns Hopkins University, and I will be moderating the panel. But before we get to the panel, it's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Eric Xing, the president of Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence, to give some introductory remarks. Professor Eric Xing. Welcome. Nice to meet you. Please.
Well, thank you for the introduction. I actually wasn't prepared for anything yet, and I just came back to Abu Dhabi this morning, so 12 hours ago I was on a flight here. So what should I say? Of course, welcome to Abu Dhabi. I'm very excited to see many colleagues coming back or coming here for the first time to discuss research. So MBZUI, maybe I can say a few words about this university. It is a new university, maybe at least new to many of you. It was founded about 2.5 years ago in Abu Dhabi with a goal of kind of a seeding advanced research and the development of artificial intelligence in this region. And UAE is, as you know, a very energetic and a young country that has a very, very aggressive and ambitious national strategy of bringing the country to the world stage as a new power of new technology and also economical impacts and serving their citizens and people. AI was recognized as one of the pillars of the country's next few decades of developments. And in that context, this university was created to be a hub for research excellence and also to be a catalyst of the R&D ecosystem and the technology transfer ecosystem for the region, and maybe even going beyond the country of UAE itself. So I was very privileged to be selected as the first president of the university. As many of you know, before I came here, I was a professor of computer science at Carnegie Mellon. I've been doing research in several areas, but in particular, probabilistic graphical models and machine learning assistance and some applications in NLP, in computational biology, and in computer vision. So when I came here, my goal is to really do what I'm good at, which is to continue my research with a bigger group of colleagues and students. So that's exactly how the university was started. It was very, very purely driven by a ambition of doing good research, to also promote the culture of doing good research, not only in terms of good publication, but also in terms of a good taste, and also good problems to work on. In the past 2 years, as you all know, it's very difficult for the entire world that we are in a pandemic. Travels are restricted, and also there are very interesting international geopolitical dynamics all over the place, and also there are economical turmoils in many places. In some sense, the country of UAE and the city of Abu Dhabi is a safe haven, for a relatively peaceful and tranquil research environment to thrive. So I personally took advantage of that opportunity. I worked with many colleagues. Some of them are here, but many of them are still on their winter break. We started from a very modest body of initial seeds, which I remember has maybe roughly 10 faculty. That's where we began with, and no students. But in the past 2 years, we've grown to about 50, I think 48 or 49 professors, which are officially affiliated with us, and plus a couple of dozen affiliated adjunct faculty. And then we also have 3 classes of graduate students already. The first class will be graduating in a couple of weeks. And the quality of the students are on the rise. And for example, in the current incoming cohort, we've got a pretty significant percentage of students, I think at least 20 something, coming from top 100 institutions worldwide. So they are coming here to do master's degree in computer science or PhD. So we're very excited, to be able to attract top students from all over the world, to work with our professors on interesting problems. Maybe I can also brag about some of the numbers, right? So maybe one thing that makes me most proud of is the caliber of our faculty. In the past year, at least 4 of our faculties were on the program chairmanship of top conferences, such as ACL, such as ICML, and UAI, CLEAR, which is a new conference in causal inference, and then myself co-chaired with Nizar from NYU Abu Dhabi as the local chair of EMNLP. We actually brought the conference to Abu Dhabi. Again, all this is really meant to promote, high quality research activities and presence, in the region. So in a sense, when people, we are in a small audience, hopefully this word stay in the world, right? So usually when we look at a young university in a young country, there are naturally many questions, right? Oh yeah, what's the future of the school and why they do this? Do they do this for hype or for fame or for whatever? I'm aware about all these perceptions. People, come to a new place with all sorts of uncertainty and question marks, about what to expect. So what we are trying to do at MBCI is to make it, starting from day one, a very, very authentic and a simple and also very energetic research organization that is focusing on promoting research excellence. So hopefully, the past 3 days of workshop give you kind of a flavor of what our university is emphasizing. This workshop is one of the 6 to 7 workshops in a cluster program called Ai Quorum, which is, again, our unique idea that is meant to invite, leading researchers and also, active young researchers and students to come for a very focused and energetic and maybe even, how should I say, heated conversation focusing on, research itself. And we are trying to provide some breathing room for researchers to be able to focus on science in addition to having time to relax, but not to be kind of distracted or entangled with big venues, with tight deadlines and terrible review processes and so forth. We are ourselves researchers. We actually understand what we are facing as a challenge in our community. So we're trying to do something a little bit more creative and also as a new alternative, for our researchers to find new excitements and maybe new opportunities. And obviously, we are very actively also looking for people to join our course. So if any of you, especially your students, want to, for example, spend some time as a visitor or even to join our organization, definitely let me know. I'd be very, very happy, to continue the conversation and to hopefully find something exciting, for our guests to spend more time here. So with that, I think as I've said enough for the university. And for the city, in fact, I encourage you to take some time off to really look around. January and February are the best season of Abu Dhabi. I admit there are something less desirable of Abu Dhabi, which is the very hot summer. You don't want to come here in July or August, for tourism. You can still stay in the room for research. For tourism, it's a little bit challenging. But now it is actually the best season. I encourage you to go to the beach, go to the desert, and talk to the people here. There are a lot of interesting activities. People here are very friendly. They all speak very fluent English. So communication and life here actually are quite easy. I personally find it just as easy, if not more easy than my life in Pittsburgh. So I totally thoroughly enjoy it, living here and working here. And I'm sure that you will feel the same. Okay, in that, I'm returning my, my microphone to the organizer. And
Thank you so much. Take the middle seat.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Eric Xing. So it's my great pleasure to now welcome the rest of the panelists that will be joining us for the afternoon discussion. So if I could invite, please, Professor Yima from UC Berkeley, Professor Gita Coutinho from LMU, Jason Lee from Princeton, and Professor René Vidal from UPenn. Terrific. By the way, I'm really thrilled and honored to be moderating this and be sharing this discussion with such a selected group of panelists. So I will begin by asking a few questions, and I will in particular direct these questions to some of you to direct the conversation. But if you want to comment on someone else's question, please, by all means, feel free to answer as well. And I should also stress that it was hard to pick a subset of the attendees here to be part of the panel. And so there's many people who are not sitting on stage who could nonetheless contribute very much to the conversation. So if you would like to comment or ask a question, you can also do so. Okay, so to get started, I would like to ask Jason and Eric a question. And this has to do with the observation that in hindsight, it's easy now to see that really access to massive amounts of data and computational power was key in getting machine learning where it is today from where it was, let's say, in the 2000s. Now, we are basically at the 10-year mark since the 2012 ImageNet competition that sort of marked a before and an after. And so 10 years in, I'm curious what your opinion is on whether more data and more computations will eventually enable a new paradigm for machine learning, or whether there is a bottleneck somewhere else. There's a microphone right there, and there's another one here.
Okay, I tend to think that probably most of the progress will be driven by just more data, more compute, with some small innovations like we've seen transformers have since really changed things. Maybe ResNets can be something else in the last 10 years that were a big deal. So I kind of think that probably next 10, 15 years, all the progress, or 90% of the progress, say, will be from just scaling up our architectures and letting them process more data.
Interesting. Eric?
Yeah, I have maybe even within myself, a pretty contested view. On the one hand, I do agree that data will ever increase with our additional, ever increasing device and the hardware and infrastructure. They will all generate more data, but I don't think that is the only source of advancements or innovation. If you look at the evolution of other science, so biology, physics, chemistry. Yeah, data increase played a role. Like the celestial data, leads to the discovery of the Newton's law and the gravitational law, and the data of the spectrum, allow the physicist to also develop, say, the atomic physics theory and so forth. But there are many other, advancements, such as the discovery of the general theory of relativity, the discovery of the standard model, of physics, are not driven by data. It's actually driven by the accumulation, of theory and experience and so on, reaching to a point that they start to be conflicting, or they start to be, confusing or redundant. In fact, the Maxwell's equation was also a phenomenon of that, right? So there is then a need of either a reduction, or in a transformation that seeks a deeper insight, and these are not data-driven. You can say that these are natural science, and scientists, have their unique way of approaching their topic. But I think even in the field of AI, if I were to design an AI agent, I would actually follow the wisdom of those great scientists and look beyond data and look into the opportunity of actually trying to work on additional dimensions of the problem. Right? We all see, for example, right now, ChatGPT and some of the foundational models, are able to do certain things, but you all see that people are able to trick them, to mislead them on very different things. Well, one way is that maybe this is just because of shortage of data. I'm going to add more data. But recently, I read even an article, which many of you probably heard about. It's about model as an agent, something like that, right? Your data is, fundamentally having inconsistency because it's coming from different people. It's generated by different sources. And there are something fundamentally not answerable by data because there are intrinsic inconsistencies in the data. You have to basically stage out of data to, discover or abstract additional laws and the rules or maybe experiences, which hopefully can come back to curate data or to even refute certain data or to override them. Right? So I see the future of AI research to be such a cross-fertilizing dynamics where data plays one role, but on the other hand, you are cognizant about something going beyond the data, and also there are wisdoms from past knowledge that you want to actively integrate into the building of the model that can be used to digest data. So in a sense, the opportunity is bigger than just data.
I think I fully agree. It seems that there are these periods of developing models of computation, and then a period that follows where we apply these models massively and we collect a lot of data, but eventually we need to revise our preconceptions of these models and then go back to the drawing board and eventually, hopefully, move the process forward. Would you agree with that statement?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. You said it well. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean.
Terrific. Okay, so I want to move on to the topic of the role of applied mathematics in the development of machine learning theory and methods. So I perhaps want to ask in particular Professor Gita and René, as both of you and many in this room know, applied mathematics was really instrumental through the 90s and the early 2000s in developing analytical models for real-world data. And these models were not just theoretical, they enabled the development of very efficient technological tools. For example, JPEG and JPEG 2000 would have not been possible without the contributions of harmonic analysis, and they continue to this day to be very useful tools. So now that we are in a world where a lot of these engineering solutions are mostly data-driven. What do you think is the role for analytical models of data in machine learning?
Yeah, thanks a lot for the question. So from my viewpoint, I think one should look much more at analytical models because they have a huge advantage. So for instance, think of imaging sciences. If you have an analytic model of your data, you immediately treat all different resolution levels basically at the same time. Also, if you model your data in an analytic way, I mean, you have much richer mathematical tools available. For instance, you have the whole function analysis available to prove your results, to understand your algorithm in depth. So let me give you 2 examples also from my research. For instance, in imaging sciences, computed tomography, limited angle computed tomography. There we also considered analytical models, and then we could use tools for micro-local analysis, for instance, to derive very precise prior information for then using certain reconstruction strategies using these prior informations for regularization. And this would have not been possible if you would have just viewed the image, let's say, as a matrix. Only there, I mean, we could use those tools, and then certainly you can also involve, like Jeremiah said, methods like wavelets, shearlets, where we know, and we have these powerful results that we know that we can sparsify data, we can incorporate that. But then also, as I said, I mean, the second point is that you have a lot of, let's say, mathematics available in the background. So for instance, there we have results, if you, for instance, consider graph convolutional neural networks, I mean, then what you can do, for instance, for analyzing generalization abilities of those, you can build a continuous space on top of those and then view graphs as a discretization and then use these continuous and analytic models basically to understand how generalization abilities happen. So in that sense, I mean, from my viewpoint, I mean, one should look much more, and so I would encourage everyone also to take that into account, that then we have a much richer mathematical theory, and also it is often much more adapted to the data. And then maybe one last point, if you think of this whole area of partial differential equations, which is used to model basically any technological phenomena worldwide. These are typically, I mean, if you look at numerical analysis of PDEs, these are always analytic models. And so right now also AI has a tremendous impact on this area. So people use for the high dimensional regime now AI-based solvers. And so there you have classically analytical models. And so in that sense, people working in that direction consider that in a very natural manner.
René, any comments on that note?
Yes. I think throughout the history of science, there's been always an alternation of theory versus experimentation in different domains. If we think about maybe the discovery of F equals to ma, I guess the joke is because the apple fell on the head of Newton. What about Maxwell equations? Did we do all of the experiments first, or did he derive the equations first? What about maybe information theory, where communication systems developed before Shannon's definitions of communication or after? I think there are several examples where you therefore have theory that has resulted in very impactful technology, but I think there is also many examples where experiments have driven the development of new theory. When it comes to artificial intelligence, I think there's been examples, like the one you gave about compression, where solid mathematical theories led to very powerful compression techniques. But I think when it comes to other problems in AI, computer vision being one of them, the development of, say, generative models for vision has a 50-year history. And it was very hard to get them to work. And it's only recently, due to the influence of data-driven methods, that we have very powerful and more successful generative models. So I don't see this as a fight between theory and experiments, but rather as an iterative process where theory drives new methods that are principled and more generalizable, and experiments leads to new theoretical discoveries. And I think it's better to think about both of them in an integrated fashion, Because otherwise you develop theories that don't have any impact, or you do experiments that have no foundations.
This is wonderful. I'm very happy that you bring up this push and pull between theory and practice, because this is a question that I was thinking about earlier this morning. I really can't help myself in asking you all. Many people in this room obviously are interested in coming up and understanding theoretical models for the phenomena that we see around deep learning. Now, like you were saying, in physics, a strong aspect of a good theory is that the theory should be falsifiable. In other words, it should be able to produce predictions about observations that, if it were untrue, it would enable us to disprove the theory and make progress and move on to something else. So obviously, naturally, we don't know what those things will be for a given theory. But if I ask you, what do you think those predictions of a theory about deep learning would look like? What would you like being predicted that could then be verified empirically for deep learning theories? And perhaps Professor Ima could try to take a shot at this question.
Well, so I like you to mention that also all theories are falsifiable, right? Because they're driven by trying to explain observations, and they're all not perfect, but they actually become very useful if they're good enough. Which sort of suggests that that's actually, even the whole scientific process is a learning process. It's the community is learning about the universe, physics, biology, or all the sciences. So that actually comes back to also what kind of theory, right, we want for machine learning, or even natural intelligence or artificial intelligence. Okay, maybe that is a characteristic for all learning, the individual or the society, right? And hence, I think any learning process needs to have those elements that we learn a model, then we test it against observations, and we try to predict. And we correct our errors in the process, right? Hence, it's not just a one-shot optimization or learn a model from a fixed set of data. It's actually continuously evolving. The learning system needs to have that mechanism, right? Have the same characteristic as how science progress through history, or individual learn things through lifetime, and so on. So those are the things I think we need to have a theory to be able to, a framework to be able to capture the essence of that process. I'm actually personally also in the quest for such such a framework or paradigm. What's behind? What makes learning efficient, right? So just to little bit echo with the first question you asked, right? We're building ever bigger models driven by data. I mean, this is very inductive. And this is actually a great value, as Renee pointed out, right? And experimental physics actually driven, it has to play a great role to drive the theory, discovery of physics. But don't forget, right, in the history of the mankind, there are at least two fundamental methodologies. One is inductive, one is deductive, right? So since Euclid, geometry and the foundation of mathematics actually from very purely deductive, starting from very clear assumptions, right? That's equally powerful. Just like, the example of special relativity and also Maxwell equations, actually it is a very kind of unifying and deductive thinking, actually further driving the frontiers of practice. I think those are the things, both are the two pillars of how to push our understanding of even intelligence or anything moving forward. I think we need to have elements of both. In particularly, I mean, in the past 10 years, we've been doing a lot of empirical research and characterized as inductive approach. We made a tremendous progress. But I want to conclude with one analogy, right? Yes, we have discovered things. The engineering of big models with big data computing has, generating systems with great performance. But that's sort of like we figure out how to make airplanes. Boeing can make bigger and bigger airplanes.
It is very useful. You can make a lot of money. It's very, very useful. We can continue to make airplane bigger. But you cannot learn how birds fly by following how Boeing make bigger and bigger airplanes, right? There are other problems, probably more exciting, about intelligence, right? How nature works and so on, which will have additional, more exciting things to discover. And we need to do that more, yeah.
Yes, completely. And this goes back to this healthy conversation between theory and practice that you were referring to before. Yes, please.
Actually, I like both of the questions asked and want to make some small points here.
Of course.
So the previous question about the value of theory. If I were to put it down, very simply, I think the theory that, in any science, but in particular our science are working on, need to deliver the following three dimensions of values. Why is that? Theory, is beautiful. In fact, just pursuing a theory out of data and finding the law and discovering the pattern, is an intellectually rewarding kind of experiment and exercise that gives you, a simple and beautiful view of the world. I think you can do theory only for that. I think it's totally fine. But the second value of theory, which probably is even more exciting, is that it actually makes things actionable. You cannot basically just carry a brain that remembers everything without being able to do reasoning. And that's usually not actionable because once that person is dead, that piece of knowledge is gone. But if he can summarize everything into a theory and write a book, the knowledge carries. I think the same thing, for the theories that we work on, from data or even total abstractly, from experiences, it allows, systems and machineries, to be produced to carry out functions. I think that's a very, very interesting view about the theory. The third one actually is probably less emphasized, but now I'm doing my job as a university administrator. I also see a value, which is just keep your brain alive and agile. Why we do sports? Are we trying to run faster than a horse or what? But still we have all these sports games. It's to keep our body active and functioning. If you don't do theory, you start only counting on a calculator or a library or a memory to remember everything, your brain will dead after a while, right? So we need to even do this for the sake of keeping our brain functioning. So that's how I see the value of theoretical work, either dependent on data or independent of data, to be still valuable in any academic or human society. Now, coming to your second question about what kind of prediction that could be desirable these days in addition to what is already offered, I do see a lack of tension right now in the theory of the theory, which is, for example, an uncertainty quantification. When you make predictions, what is the theory about the quality of that prediction and how to quantify their uncertainty, right? And also, conformal theories, like how can you understand how many experiments you'd have to do to reach to a satisfactory level of guarantees and so forth. I think nowadays, in many of our applied work, there are some theories already there, but it is still focusing purely on prediction of the next move or of the extrapolation of a pattern, but not yet onto the level of qualifying those predictions themselves or qualifying the practice of the experimentation, right? So this is where I do want to see some additional effort, maybe from the theoretical domain to help us kind of broadening our study.
I really, really like the analogy of exercising and working in theory. But to your last point that you were making, I wonder if an avenue to do a better job at creating and developing theory for example, uncertainty quantification, among other topics, would potentially be benchmarks. If there's something that the machine learning and computer vision community have done relatively well is center efforts around benchmarks and competitions or definition of tasks and metrics. And so I wonder if one could, for example, have a benchmark to, for a certain analytical theory or rule to predict certain properties. And some of that has started to appear in, for example, NeurIPS and other venues. I'm curious what you think of that.
It's a very interesting question, and I always have a strong opinion on these questions, but I don't mind sharing that with you, right? So computer science and AI is one of these few areas where the word benchmarks or leaderboard are very, very frequently mentioned. I came out of a physics background, and I also studied biology. In those fields, people are not talking very often about benchmarks or leaderboards. You are discovering a truth, or you are studying a phenomenon. You're not in a rivalry or competition, to beat others and so forth, right? So I would downplay, in a sense, the role of a benchmark, in driving the science. If we need benchmarks to drive the science, it's a little bit unfortunate, honestly, because for truly, a profound, scientific study, it's just like when we sometimes resort to something less rational. We say, you'll find it, when you see it, right? Sometimes, if we are setting our goal high enough, it's about really, understanding a fundamental phenomenon or implementing a fundamentally challenging function. You will get it, when you actually, work long and hard enough. This is less relevant than whether you clear a leaderboard, because the benchmarks, I don't deny their role, like ImageNet, and others, is really important, in driving the field forward. But they can drive you only forward that far, rather than all the way down to the ultimate goal, right? So I think we have already enough emphasis on that. That's why I don't want to add any more word into that. It's already enough. I would rather kind of advocate the non-benchmark, purely curiosity-driven or function-driven kind of work instead of the benchmarks.
Yes, absolutely. Please, if you want to follow up.
Yeah, so I would like to add one comment. So I completely agree with what was just said. So let's think back to imaging sciences. I mean, there we had a lot of benchmarks, like, for instance, denoising the LINA image. So what was produced were a lot of denoising images which were specifically tailored to denoise a specific image. And this is, I think, what we don't want in science. So we would like to have some comprehensive theory. And so benchmarks, as said, can drive us further, but they drive us to a very specific direction, and so this might blind us from other problems.
That's also a very good example that me personally touches me in particular, because I've also worked in image denoising, and one does feel whether one is really pursuing the right goal at working every single time with the same subset of images. Okay, so I want to move slightly to foundational models, which were mentioned before. If I could share my screen, please. And so I wanted to ask you a question about foundational models and language models. But one of the wonders of doing research today is that we actually have direct access to these tools. So I'm going to first ask the same question instead of to you, to GPT-3. So what I want to know is, what are the implications of GPT for scientific writing? I don't know. Should we be worried? Okay, I'll let you read along. You can also track the, I'll read it for you. So GPT, short for Generative Pre-training Transformer, is a type of language model developed by OpenAI that is able to generate human-like text based on a given prompt. While GPT has the potential to be a useful tool for generating drafts of scientific papers and other written documents, it is important to note that it is not capable of performing original research or generating new scientific insights. Therefore, the use of GPT for scientific writing should not be a cause for concern. It is important for scientists to carefully review and verify the accuracy and validity of any information generated by GPT or any other automated tool before including it in their work. Ultimately, the responsibility for the quality and integrity of scientific research lies with the human researchers who design and conduct the studies and interpret these results. So now that we are all more or less convinced that these tools are indeed extremely powerful, and also with the context that 2 or 3 days ago, ICML released the guidelines for the new submissions now at the end of January, and they strictly mentioned that they prohibit the use of GPT or any other language model to write and contribute to scientific papers whenever it's not the object of study. I'm very curious to know your impressions as to what are really the implications of these new tools in the way that we produce and in the way that we validate and evaluate scientific knowledge. Please.
I'm not worried at all, right? So I think I also see a Twitter from Yana Kuhn says that, well, if you find this is a language corrected by small model or medium-sized model would consider, or even just spelling, right, by some point. So I'm not worried at all because, you know, I write books, okay? So, but for many days, you know, we are all in the intense scientific discovery, right? I read papers with Renee or with books with Renee, but we don't know how it works, right? Renee is a great writer, but I don't trust what he writes, right? I mean, he can put pages of description, but it's the content that matters, the substance that matters, the logic, the presentation that go way beyond just some kind of natural language, right? Renee is a master of the English language, but not necessarily I would like what he wrote about a certain presentation of the chapter. I probably have to rewrite it. Then I have a hard time to convince him what I wrote may be good enough for him. Right? I think that's the process. I think certainly the chat box lacks the ability, right? How to organize, you know, much deeper substances and the reasoning and the presentation. I worry more about that. But of course, if you settle for very, very mediocre writings, and then that's probably, you should worry, right? People could put a lot of, you know, gibberish on the internet. But I'm more interested in the future, you know, that if machine can help us with that kind of level of writing. Right? For now, I'm not worried. Actually, I find it may be helpful. You know, it can, you know, save me a little bit, you know, just like auto spelling, right? If I make mistakes, typos can help me and give me some suggestions. But ultimately, I think as a human being, we are far more superior in terms of master how we want to present something. I think in terms of chatbots, I don't think it's that level. Yeah.
Thank you. Professor Ching.
I want to pose a exactly opposite view, just for the fun of debate. I'm very, very worried. Yeah, the reason being the following, right? Yeah, so we are at you know, a certain level of scientific capability. We write papers and so forth. But we live in a society with a few billion people, you know, which could get information from us, but also could get information from elsewhere, and we have no control of that. And I worry that if the content generated from you know, generative models become the dominant source of information in our society, that to the point, say 99% of the content are coming from GPT-3, and you don't actually know it, then what our children would read, and how can you actually make your work standing out to even catch attention? That's actually what I worry most. This is like, you know, in the good old days, you know, I use the example of, you know, pesticides and chemical fertilizers. You know, yeah, you know, we know that we have, you know, organic productions and thousands of years of agricultural practices. But once this cheap stuff come to the play and you don't regulate it, eventually just become pervasive. And then they stay in the soil. The truth is that they stay there. You cannot get rid of that. So for the GPT contents and for all these contents, right now, do we even have a way to prevent them from entering our universe of literature and reading? Right. So that's something I'm deeply worried. I worry that in 10 years, when my children, you know, grow up and study, they cannot find authentic book from the old classical literatures and from true scientific authors, because they were just inundated by the artificial contents, that is in the internet. Because you remember, when we build search engine, we basically are building the search engine from the totality of the text that is available from your crawler. And if your crawler end up crawling all this stuff without being even informed, then you type and you will just get all this at the top of your list, and you cannot even bail yourself out of it. That's what I worry most. So I'm not worried about me writing an article, and making sure that it is authentic. I'm worried about the entire ecosystem being fundamentally changed by the kind of this infestation or the over kind of abundance of artificial contents. It's never happened in the past in the human history. In fact, that you have such a very, very low cost or even free generator of contents and without regulation. So it's a new phenomenon I think our policymakers, our civilization need to deal with to really, it's like a drug, right? It's very cheap, it gives you happiness. They would stay there if you don't do something. And here I kind of feel such a risk emerging that we may not able to see any authentic human writing when the opposite become the dominant material in the universe.
So I personally share some of your concerns, and I wonder, going back to your question or your comment as to how, as a community, should we even prevent this from spreading? I think that we are at an interesting point where, even though these models are sort of broadly accessible through a browser, physically they're still relatively concentrated, and they are so expensive to develop, logistically and otherwise, that the number of entities and people that can really host these systems and develop them is relatively small. So I wonder if that is perhaps an upside, and whether that will enable us to get these tools perhaps under the needed control before they become ubiquitous. But I believe Renee wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, I think I share Eric's concerns. I think I have mixed feelings. I think there are cases where this could be incredibly useful and cases where it could be incredibly harmful. I think it's a great help to improve your writing. I think if we had had that when Yi and I were writing the book would have been written in half of the time, because I would have just taken Yi's chapters and passed them through GPT. But I mean, I'm looking at my little kids who are now being able to do their homeworks and just potentially submit text, and all kids will submit. I mean, we were discussing in dinner yesterday that you can just begin with a text, actually begin with a written text from someone else, pass it through tool 1, pass it through tool 2, pass it through tool 3, and eventually produce a new text that more or less says the same thing. And therefore, the ability to be creative and to really know the content begins to be debatable. I am not concerned as much as of today regarding research and the ability to do original research. But who knows, right? This is what it's today, what it might be within 10 years. And I'm part also of the leadership of the computer vision community, and we did have the debate as to whether this should be banned. And there was very diverse opinions. But primarily the question is, how are you going to check if the text is original or not, and if the ideas are original or not? When we can detect plagiarism today, it's really the tool is very bad. It's really just checking word by word whether it's the same text. But now that the text is generated, there is no way to check whether you can plagiarize the text of someone else. That is very dangerous, but how are you going to check? We don't have systems to now detect that. So I think there are, like with any new technology, there are many potential advantages and many very good uses out of this. In particular, when it comes to writing what you write, much better. But there could be many, many dangers. And what is the right way to regulate? We might debate, but even if we debate, like banning the use of it, we can't enforce it.
Yes, please.
Yeah, and maybe also one additional point. So I really share the concerns which were raised. So for instance, we have large-scale conferences where we submit papers, they are reviewed. Now, if some of these journal articles or of these articles are written in an automatic way, maybe in a very nice way, so then sometimes the reviewers might be just impressed by the writing. And so this is something which we cannot prevent. And as René said, I mean, we cannot basically check whether these articles were written by such an algorithm. And so people who have access to these methods, who are very knowledgeable, then can maybe write articles who are much more impressive than others who have maybe much more scientific content. And so that then it depends very much on the reviewer panel, whether they are able to really dig into the paper and extract the scientific content, or whether they are just impressed by the type of writing. And so this, I think, also I see as an additional concern.
Do you think that these concerns that you all voice extend to other domains beyond NLP? Because the evolution of generative modeling has been drastic, not just in natural language processing, but also, for example, for certain classes of images. Nowadays, the images of people that can be produced synthetically are extremely compelling and convincing. Likewise, generation of computer-assisted art, if you want to call it that way, is also getting a lot of popularity and in fact, you know, an increasing part of the market. So I wonder if you think that these concerns and these questions that we have about the use of these technologies in NLP will inevitably extend to other forms of data as we keep improving our generative models.
Yeah, what if we type generate a video of Yima stealing a book from the library? Right. Eventually, we're going to be able to generate videos and evidence for anything we want. How do we check whether it was true or not?
I suddenly came up with a crazy idea I just want to throw to the pod, right? If you look at the beauty of Snapchat is that, you know, they exist for a certain life cycle and they just disappear, you know, based on, you know, the production rule. Every digital content, in theory, had a code or can be placed a code, you know, based on their hardware, where they generate, or based on their transmission pathway and so forth, right? So in a sense, digital content is traceable if you want to trace it, and also is enforceable, you know, if you enforce it. If, you know, there is regulation that for every piece of digital content, image or text or other things, you know, that you produce, you need to kind of implant a barcode in it. Then, you know, it's up to the regulator choice. You can ban it, you can let go it, or you can restrict a life cycle that it has to exist only for like 30 hours and so forth. That might be, at least technically, I think that it's not that terrible. Technically, this is less dangerous than, you know, a biological virus or a chemical compound once produced, hard to undo. Digital products actually is not that easy to undo if you want to undo it. So in a sense, you know, there is a way for the regulators and legislators or the policymakers to be a little bit more proactive, you know, on that. Just a crazy idea to share here.
Yes, absolutely.
But on that point, more broadly as to the ethical implications of AI, I think it's not up to us, the scientists, to decide on what the right regulations are, but rather to provide the trade-offs to the regulators for them to decide where to operate. The only cases where we play a role is in deciding whether these tools are used for our own scientific publications. But for all others, implications in society, I think the regulators and policymakers should have the ability to set policy according to a broad spectrum of possibilities that our algorithms should provide.
Okay, as we come close to the end, we have a few minutes left. I would like to share the fun that I'm having talking and discussing with all of you, with all of the audience here. So I would love to open the room for questions. So if you'd like to ask questions to the panel, please go ahead. Yes, Sai.
I was reflecting when you were speaking about things moving in a direction where we are just competing against benchmarks, and there's like a half a dB improvement in image denoising on Lena, and then people are super excited as though that's the greatest thing that ever happened. And we've been through those phases. And so instead of having these incremental goals, like immediate goals, it makes much more sense to have sort of a longer-term vision of what we are trying to aim for with AI, and then work towards those kind of longer-term goals or visions and dreams or whatever you would like to call them. So my question to the panel is, like, what do you envision in kind of a more longer-term, the big challenges we can aim for as researchers from within this community that are fundamental problems that we envision AI can solve sort of in the longer term?
Any takers?
I think there are many ways to answer that question, so let me begin with one. I think at the origins of AI in the 1950s, the goal was to be able to develop machines that can reason in the way we humans reason. Have we succeeded at that? Okay, there was the example of GPT, but in computer vision, right, we can today detect objects, relationships. We can maybe solve some basic visual question answering problems. But we are still very far, very, very far from even what a baby can do. So I think, to me, at least in computer vision, the grand challenge remains the same that was still in the 1950s, which is just the ability to build a machine that can reason with images in the same way we humans do. And I think, to me, that will remain the grand challenge, despite all the progress we've made, because I think we continue to be very, very far from that.
Any other questions from the audience? There's a question over there. Oh, do you want to make a follow-up comment? I think it's on. Should be on.
Okay, yeah. I can add to Renee about the potential grand challenges. Yeah, so there has been a set of grand challenges which is fundamental in AI in terms of the cognitive goal and the very definition of the I part, or the AI part. Do visual reasoning, do natural NLP, NLP reasoning and so forth. I actually do encourage us, the community, to think even beyond that, to see AI as a tool. If AI as a tool, there are actually a lot to be done, in terms of grand challenge. For example, what AI is very good at is exactly that ability to distill data, to gain insight, and now we are trying to position it, to do, language production and image production, which actually human beings are very good at already. But human beings are not very good at many other things which AI could step in and try to enhance and augment. For example, recently I've got excited in doing AI for drug design. Many people are working on these topics, right? What people are very good at is this very long process of sifting from billions, trillions of compounds, and all the way down into a one drug, that can pass, clinical trials. And this whole pipeline of complexity actually is a big data problem. You have just too many options and too noisy data, for you to sift through and get an insight. And that's where actually AI could, be positioned modest enough to be a tool for the biologists and for the pharmacologists to actually, do in silico experimentation, to do, perturbation outcome prediction, to do structure prediction. That's what AlphaFold was very successfully doing, right? You could now solve, a 1 year old kind of a 1 year long problem into a 1 day kind of a computing effort. So here, I cannot even enumerate how many grand challenges exist just in the space of understanding life, developing precision medicine, and do lifestyle management and all that. That's one direction. I think that's a lot more interesting, exciting than producing fancy image and fancy videos and all that. Another topic I want to share with you is, again, a topic that is at the heart of the leadership in the UAE, which is the environmental kind of implications. I just came back from Austria, this morning, right? For the whole week I stay in the Alps, there's no ski, no snow. Okay, it's just so warm weather. And of course, we can debate on the science, what causes that. Maybe it's the solar activity, or maybe the human activity. That's not maybe the key issue. But at least we understand, our human activity, our energy, practice, and maybe our own AI, computing has a environmental footprint. How can you actually, ask the right question to help reducing that? Either by helping other industry sectors to control and optimize, emission, and so on, or maybe to cut down the computing cost of training a GPT to 1/10 of its current consumption. These are actually very, very important and interesting technical questions. In fact, they are very technical. They are probably even more technical than many of the, tackling of the big model problems that I see people are playing with. But we don't see too many people are working on those, right? So there are a lot of opportunities I think could be presented to our community beyond just content generation, or prompting, or leaderboard and the benchmark clearance, of a certain, performance scores. Just add to what Renee just mentioned.
Gita, did you want to make a comment?
Maybe let me add one last point. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So one last point I would like to raise is also a larger perspective, which is embodied AI, so robotics. Because we need their AI, so reasoning, but we need much more than that. We need to combine it optimally with natural language processing, computer vision, and so on. So all of these areas there have to play together optimally. And also the robot has to do, let's say, lifelong learning and so on. So the challenges to AI are there tremendous. And as said, I mean, it comes together with a lot of different other disciplines, natural language processing and so on. So I think this is one ultimate goal which one should aim for.
I'd like to maybe pose a little bit of a grand challenge that is closer to this community that is more focused on the theory of deep learning. So I think it was 2015 when Stefano Soato, Guillermo Sapiro, and I organized probably the first tutorial on the math of deep learning in Chile in 2015. And I think the progress in the last 7 years on the theory side has been quite remarkable, and we have a lot of significantly better understanding today than we had 7 years ago. But I think I'm hard-pressed to find at one instance where the theoretical development we've done in the last 7 years has impacted practice. By and large, we've been trying to understand phenomena we observe in practice, and we have done so by making simplifications and abstractions and conclusions about very simplified models, but that has not fed back into improving practice. So I would advocate that one grand challenge has to be to aspire to have some theoretical framework that really impacts the practice. Perhaps one might be architecture design.
One last question over there, perhaps? Oh,
I
sorry,
can
please,
just
please.
add to this a little bit what Renee just saying. I think that's absolutely true. I mean, that's also, since as a, theory has to be useful, especially if you want to develop a theory that has impact, right? Another thing is that there has been a lot of good understanding progress in the past many years, understanding probably a certain aspect of the, deep networks or systems and so on. But I actually think that the grand challenge to especially any intelligence system or learning system, it's facing us as a theoretician or even as engineering is actually integration, right? Intelligent systems are very complicated systems. They're not just one single factor playing. It's usually several things together, right? Optimization, control, error correction, and so on and so forth. They actually work together. But we don't have framework addressing those things collectively, right? I mean, science, we like to say, divide and conquer. But I think we're at a stage we need to unite and build. Intelligent system is a complicated system that contains multiple factors, right? We should stop writing paper about something is all you need, but also if something is not enough. Several things work together, right? So put all the puzzles together. And that's a theory we are reading, that's a framework we're short of. I really think that's a grand challenge at a technical level, right? Especially for the more theoretical or computational foundational community. That's a grand challenge we need to address in the coming 5 to 10 years, right? To have such a framework that really serve practice, guide practice, lead practice, right? Yeah.
Thank you so much. So a fortunate but also unfortunate event is that all these discussions have been so interesting that we ran out of time for more questions. So if you have more questions, I would encourage you to talk with the panelists afterwards. So please join me in thanking all of you for fantastic comments and insights. I personally enjoyed it a lot. Thank you so much. And with this, we will conclude today's session and resume tomorrow morning for the final day of the workshop. Of course, I apologize, with the exception of the poster session that will begin immediately after. Thank you.